The road to BlizzCon continues.
There's no way to save it. There's absolutely no way to save it. It's going to fall. Brings that down. He's going to take the fight straight.
He is dead cold and through in first place. Is he happy about that? So far, the position's going to break down this, but it's a great set of the storm coming from the right-hand side here, and he gets right and close.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Championship Series Europe. And if you hadn't worked out already, yes, Carmack is in the studio once more. Welcome to the World Championship Series Europe Premier League Season 3 Grand Finals. The last 3 games of 2014 are almost upon us. We do have those 3 matches coming up very shortly. The semi-finals going to be doing battle. It's going to be fantastic. Our best-of-7 final at the end of the night, crown our final champion of 2014. And, of course, we'll talk about the road to BlizzCon as well. Right now, though, we're going to focus on our top 4. Yesterday saw Yoda and MC battling it out, the friends, of course, and Yoda coming out 3-0 on top of that one. Golden versus Happy. Golden taking down the European. And we lost our final European to San in a terrific 3-2 game. San going through to the semis again. And another man who's made the semis again is MMA. He's the only man left in the tournament who can actually break a record today. And he can become the first player ever to win 2 WCS Europe titles. So we'll find out whether he can do that. There's a number of other stories floating around as well. And a few of those we're going to discuss right now with the gents over at the table. We have Kalaris and Todd with us. And yesterday we focused on round of BlizzCon, road to BlizzCon, and we're going to do a little bit of that today. First of all, though, just a quick reflection on yesterday. What were your overall thoughts? Surprised at some of the results?
I was surprised that MC got kind of stomped by Yoda, you know. Didn't think he was particularly the favorite, but 3-0 and looked easy, so I guess that was a little bit of a surprise for me. San, pretty impressed, I guess, even though, you know, he struggled a little bit. Bunny is very good in 10 versus Protoss, and yeah, that was probably my favorite match from yesterday.
How about you, James?
Overall, I mean, just the end result. I mean, MMA being 4GG and the way he did it as well was really quite surprising. I expected MMA to come in prepared, but not prepared enough to make the series look like that. So that was really cool to watch.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, wasn't it? Those semi-finals just ahead of us. We're going to talk about Road to BlizzCon, as I said, though. Yesterday, the results from both the GSL and WCS Europe had major implications for players who wanted to qualify for BlizzCon. Innovation, of course, won in the morning, our time, of course. GSL, congratulations to him on his first GSL regular title. Of course, he did win the Global Finals at Season 1 last year as well. His win actually meant that we lost Golden and Yoda from the road to BlizzCon. They couldn't qualify due to his win. He wasn't safe yesterday, though. He had to wait to see whether Bunny and 4GG managed to get through, and unfortunately, neither of them did. So that means Innovation is now qualified. Let's show you what that looks like right now. In 15th position is Innovation. He's now in the green, which means he definitely goes to BlizzCon. It leaves just one tantalizing place remaining. The guys left in orange, and the lady, of course, are also still in the hunt for that final position. So Jadong, who can't gain any more points, is really in trouble. If Pig Baby, Hero, or Scarlet wins WCS America, any one of those 3 will go, and Jadong will not. If any of those 3 fail, Jadon goes. Gents, what are you thinking right now? Do we have the 16, do you think? Do you think that's the 16 we'll see at BlizzCon, or do you think one of the other 3 can
No, not
sneak
at all.
in?
I think it's going to be a very stressful week and last few games for Jadon. He's going to be watching, not with popcorn, but just very eagerly. Yeah, exactly. Because
and he can't do anything about it. That must be terrible. I mean, you just literally got to sit there and
he could try to trash talk them so that they play worse. But yeah, other than that, I guess he cannot really do anything. And to think back on it too, like he started the year so well. He posted a lot of good results, and he thought he was safe. I remember me talking to him about going to a tournament, and him basically telling me, "No, I'm already qualified for BlizzCon. I don't need to attend that many tournaments." And now at the end of the year, things started changing. A lot of players tried very, very hard this year. The race, I think, has been amazing, and it's been the best season out of the first 2 seasons that we have, with this one being the second one. So it's really nice to see that, but at the same time, I'm not sure Jadon would agree with me.
No, I think he's going to be very nervous. James, do you think any of the 3 players, out of the 3 players, do you think, what one looks like the favourite, do you think, of making it all the way through? Bearing in mind that they've all got tough quarterfinals.
Yeah, they do. I think Pig Baby, probably out of the 3, has the best shot.
Even against Bomber?
That's the thing. I mean, the lineup in WCS America is really, really good. So I think it's going to be difficult for him, regardless. I always kind of have this doubt in Hero, and then last time that happened, he came to Intel Extreme Masters Cologne and won it against Paul, which he kind of proved me wrong in that regard. So maybe I'm doubting him again, and maybe he can surprise, but I think it's going to be very difficult.
Okay, we're going to move on and talk about our 2 semi-finals. First up, the semi-final, which is coming first. I think these 2 players have possibly the best shot that they've had for a long time, certainly in Yoda's case, but definitely in Golden's case, of reaching a major final and doing extremely well, maybe even winning their first titles in it.
Yeah, if you look at the bracket, it feels very open right now. Like, even going into the round of 8, I really felt like any of these players could just take it all the way and possibly win. Yes? Karma probably had something to do with it.
You may have noticed a slight difference. That's right. Unfortunately, our regular admin hasn't been able to make it, and we do have an addition of a hat.
I wasn't expecting that. I'll be honest with you.
Really?
I was a little bit shocked when I saw it on the preview monitor. But there you go.
Yeah. So they're TCM. So obviously the C's for cowboy. Yeah, that's what it means. I'm completely blown away by that. That's awesome. Yesterday, I said to him, "Why are you not smiling? You've just beaten MC. You should be happy." And he said, "Didn't like that. Had to beat a friend. Feels kind of odd. Feels kind of weird." But actually, he's got a great character. He's got great personality. But he didn't really show that yesterday. And I was kind of hoping that he would do that. I think he might have done that now.
Yeah, I think MC actually talks about Yoda in a way where, like, he says he's a little bit of a crazy guy. He knows when to be crazy at times.
Yeah.
We don't really get to see that. Definitely a little bit more shy on camera.
It's all right. We'll fix it in post.
That was brilliant.
That was. That could have been bad. Could have been very bad. Luckily, though, our stage manager Honk is going to fix everything. What are your thoughts on this matchup? It's an interesting one, isn't it? Yoda yesterday was terrific, absolutely flawless against MC. Golden, though, has been here before, got to round of 4 last season, and kind of fluffed his lines a little bit, kind of let the emotion take over, let the whole thing sort of overawe him. That experience is going to help him this time, but is it going to be enough?
Let's be honest here, guys. We're going to have a TVT finals.
Oh, here it comes.
And I made this joke like 50 times.
Kim, if you're tuning right now, please tune out. Otherwise, you're going to hear lots of whine about Protoss.
No, I think the 2 Terrans are the favorites, obviously. And I think Yoda's just going to win here. It's going to be so difficult for Golden to beat him. That's pretty much it. Sorry, I had to make the joke.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say I am slightly, maybe a little bit, quietly confident in Golden.
Why?
Because his ZVT is actually pretty good.
It is very good.
Yoda, admittedly, is very good in the matchup as well. But I think a lot of people are counting him out. If he doesn't let nerves get to him, it being his last performance completely on the tournament circuit, I think he could do well here. I think he could.
Yeah, let's talk about this. Yoda's. It's a story of redemption in many ways. He won the very first Heart of the Swarm tournament, Intel Extreme Masters World Championship, which is a fantastic way to win. But I think many would look at it and go, yeah, it was kind of the first one. Players were still finding their feet. We weren't really sure about what builds and strategies to use. And I don't want to take anything away from him because he won it absolutely fine. But it was very early on. I think people figured him out very early. And then he kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. And MC is the guy that's responsible for bringing him back. I mean, he kicked his backside and got him back into the game, told him how to practice, brought him to Europe, put him in the house, practiced with him, has really, almost like an older brother, has really looked after him and brought him to this position. So fantastic story from a human side, from his point of view. But Golden, likewise, today could be the last time he plays professional StarCraft 2. Yeah. And that's a little bit sad in many ways. I mean, he's joining the military There's no doubt about that. He's going to do that. I think he said he's going tomorrow. I don't know if that means he, literally joins tomorrow and straps the boots on and gets out there in the night. I don't know, but today is it. Whether he wins or he loses, that's it. He's done in StarCraft 2. So they've both got an awful lot to play for. Yeah,
definitely. And I think overall, for me at least, with Golden, this being his last performance, I think that it's really all on his shoulders to try and clinch that result. Yoda, I feel will be around for quite a while longer, and just be able to power through because he's gotten better and better and better. That's the great thing. But likewise, I think Golden, I think people are slightly underestimating his position here because he's looked good all season long. I feel he's looked really good. So I think give it that one last push, that one last hurrah. Maybe you can make it work.
All right, okay, we'll find out how it does pan out, and we'll get the views of you guys a little bit later on. For you guys at home, we have got a competition for you. We've also got a competition for our friends in the audience here. They've got a chance to win the collector's edition, which I'm not going to pick up, you'll be pleased to know. I've heard it all before. I drop better than innovation. And basically what we're going to do is the crowd here are going to draw cheerfuls, and we're going to choose the very best one at the end of the show. In fact, just before the final, and we're going to give them a collector's edition. We'd like to do the same thing for you guys tuning in. So right now, all you need to do is draw us your virtual cheerful. It could be a player, it could be Kalaris, it could be anyone you like on the show. Just draw your cheerful, show us what it looks like by using the hashtag #WCS and posting it on Twitter. Also put a little message along there as well. What are you giggling about?
Nothing.
Just making it cheerful about Kalaris. Can I participate?
Yeah.
No.
You definitely can. You can't win, but you could definitely participate. I would love to see what you come up with.
I saw a great sign
if it involves a cat and Kalaris' face, it's going to be hilarious.
I like that cat.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right.
I saw a great sign over there, by the way. Pull the boys. Save that for the second match.
Pull the boys, indeed. Yeah, we might see a little bit of that, that's for sure. We'll move on very swiftly before we get into trouble and head over to our commentary team for the first semi-final of the day. Get hyped, everyone. Here's Apollo and Muslim.
Thank you very much, Red Eye, for that wonderful introduction and segment, of course, with Todd and Kalaris. And now I'm joined with the Muslim once again to commentate the first semi-final of the evening. And what a semi-final that we do have. Yoda versus Golden. Initial thoughts here before we jump in?
Before him, so yeah, it's going to be really, really hard for Yoda knowing what he's up against. And given it's a best of 5, losing against a Roach Bane all in one time, that happens. But losing against it twice in a row, or even 3 times, we even got to see Sue against Innovation recently, where he put it to effect multiple times in a row. So Yoda has that to worry about.
Well, the lucky kiss there of that, whatever that was around Golden's neck, is Red Eye did mention it before. This is going to be the last day of Golden in StarCraft 2, win or lose here. So a massive moment here for Golden. He's undefeated so far this season. Hasn't dropped a single series. Remarkable performance once again. Of course, a back-to-back semi-finalist with a semi-final last season as well. We'll see how well he can do today. This is a big, big moment for Golden as he goes up against a player who's absolutely on fire right now, to be fair. Thumbs up from Yoda.
That was quite a concentrated thumbs up, focusing on his PC, just gave a little thumbs up to the side. But yeah, you're totally right. Yoda's been on absolute fire recently. His win rate here, 57% against Zerg, and overall, that does not really indicate how good Yoda is right now. If I saw 10-0 right there, given how he annihilated MC yesterday,
it very well could be 10-0.
Yeah, it really could be.
Of course, Yoda's had a very rocky year. Season 1 and Season 2 were not very impressive on his behalf, but Season 3 is where he's really shined. Of course, round of 16 went through TLO 2-0, San 2-0, MC in the round of 8 yesterday 3-0. He is on a current 7-map win record here, and that is the indication of his current form. But he goes up against Golden, as you pointed out, a dangerous player. Roach bailing all in. He used it before. He'll use it again, and I'm sure he will in this series. But let's find out. Game 1 is upon us here for the final day of the World Championship Series Europe for the entire of the year here. As down to the bottom left-hand side of Foxtrot. Sorry, it is Golden. And up to the top right, new player on fire right now, playing for Team TCM, the Red Terran player. It's Yoda. So the Muslim, playing Terran and playing Terran on this map, what is the most popular way to play here and to open up this type of series best of 5? Is it aggressive? Is it not? Is it play to the map? How does the map play?
Yeah, to talk about this map is very different to any other. You have an expansion in the back of your base, which is rather easy to defend. Guarding both your natural and your main is just through that very small ramp there that is helped by the rocks, making it even tighter. So taking an expo is very, very easy. As a Terran, you can obviously spawn cross-map, or you can spawn vertically or horizontally with your opponent here for the Zerg. Golden's going to be feeling quite comfortable upon not scouting his opponent on either side with an Overlord, given that the distance to his opponent is that much more. So early game aggression from his opponent just isn't going to happen. But we do see from the amount of minerals that they're both stacking up here, it's going to be CC first against Hatch first, meaning a macro game is on our hands.
Very economy focused here. So we will be pushing towards that mid and late game. And talk to us about that mid and late game. How does that play out? So if we eliminate any early aggression, even though it could still happen from Golden here, how does the mid and late game usually play out here? Is there something that Golden needs to focus on? Is there something that Yoda needs to focus on to gain advantages to potentially look to open up this series with a win?
One of the craziest things that happens on this map is when the Zerg goes for a hatchery outside, normally at the 3rd, as their first expansion. Because one of the big things on this map is how do you get your creep to a 4th base or a 5th base? The only ones available are those ones around the center near the Zelnaga. And if the Terran starts getting on that train where he's throwing down Widow Mines left, right, and center and really controlling the center of the map and denying all that creep, it gets very, very difficult for you. So here, it really all depends on what Golden does. And on this map, Roachbane all-ins are very, very popular. We got to see Sue against Innovation, where Innovation seemed quite prepared for it, but up that thin choke, it's very hard to get bunkers and nicely placed in your economy. You immediately take down a depot and you're in.
All right, well, Golden has decided to open up here with the Vespian Geyser, has got mineral and gas income here, which will allow him to potentially look at aggression here. So something for us to kind of keep focus on as this game does drag on the next couple of minutes. SEV, though, is the actual eyes of Yoda as he goes into the main base and is going to have a look for himself now. And unfortunately, has to turn immediately around. 4 links pop out. He does not see if gas has been taken or not.
No, and, you know, this SCV went around the whole map. Each minute that SCV is away from mining is roughly 40 minerals lost. And what did he really achieve with this? Well, he got to find out where his opponent is, which, for me personally, I think you could do that and not give away that you weren't going CC first, because with this SCV scout, you've automatically said to your opponent, okay, I haven't gone Reaper. So I feel, personally, that you could actually find out where your opponent is just with 2 Hellions going either side of the map and then cross-map, and it'll pretty much do the same job, but without losing minerals. And I mean, here, Yoda now knows he's not against something like an all-in, a one-base all-in, but yeah, it's all playing out very, very standard right now.
He's got to play it cautiously from this point because, as you said, there's no one-base all-in, but still could be 2-base, so Yoda, got to be very careful. We know that Golden has that aggressive tendency to play that style. We'll see if it does come into play, though. But Yoda, of course, the former Intel Extreme Masters World Champion, come 2013, a long time ago that now, it seems. The very first StarCraft 2 competitive tournament in Heart of the Swarm.
When Yoda won that tournament, though, he looked absolutely unstoppable. It was when people were first using Widow Mines, they first had macro, and Yoda, his minerals were constantly below 100. Insane macro by him. But what builds is he going for here? So Cloak Banshees, quite possibly. Tetlab ready on the racks to switch.
Yeah, looks like it here. So this is the, as described a little bit yesterday to Muslim, the more safer of multiple openings that Terran has to choose from here. Having Hellion and Banshees, great against Roach Holdings if you see them, which is another thing that we saw yesterday with Happy's games. But it also has the, obviously, the potential to be aggressive as well if there's openings and weaknesses in Golden's setup.
And yeah, hopefully here he's going to try and deny that creep to that 3rd base. And whenever a Zerg is fighting off creep with Queens, the Queens are obviously very slow. But another pivotal point about that is you can't get Spore Crawlers on the floor. So here, this is nice catching by Yoda, splitting up his Hellions to try and catch these Lings, just so they can't run up into his base and scam more, or even deny a 3rd or something if he tried to go for a greedy plant. But yeah, Yoda's just going to try and pile on some aggression here, still throwing out Hellions.
Next scan comes in. This is the next part of the kind of information gathering here, aside from the Hellions tapping at the front door there. They see a next cream pop out. The drones are quite full. Doesn't spot the lair or Roach Horn, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've been told is, hey, you should scan, man. But this is one of those exact positions where, what did you actually scan? Well, you didn't find out anything new. So Golden hiding everything at his main base, or his natural, which is now his main base. The 2 gases, the Roach Warren, now he's going for Roach speed here. Still lots of lings. This looks like it's going to be very aggressive from Golden.
It does look like it, doesn't it? No evolution chambers in the game at all. No Spire, nothing else down, just kind of Roach speed coming in. But these Hellions, I'm going to look here, they are going to catch a couple of drones that come down the ramp immediately there, pick 4 up, but the Lings come for a full surrounding. They get a full surround here, a couple of Queens come in and support as well, but every single Hellion will die here, and Golden gets a nice catch here. But the more important part to Muslim is that we have a Nidus Worm on the production tab. Roach speed is on its way, Roaches are being made, Queens are being added on, and we now know what exactly Golden's going for here. It's going to be an all-in off these couple of bases, and at the moment, Yoda has no idea about this.
Where's he going to put his Nidus, though? Yoda's got all his bases covered, and he only has 2 of them right now. Golden's economy is actually really bad. He's got 31 drones against 50 SCVs mining.
That scan again, he sees nothing. He scans inside the main base there to find out what the hell he's playing against. And again, no further information has been gathered. If he doesn't know this is happening, he could get surprised. And here we go. It's at the front door. Of course, Yoda has still zero idea what's going on. He must start to figure this out soon. He's got a Banshee on the 3rd base, sees no drones. And this is actually a really massive pickup for him here on that 3rd base. Seeing no drones, no units. And now...
Whoa, he's heard it now, though. And he's at his front door with a lot of units, but that's a lot of Marines behind, now piling down the bunkers, but Golden's just going to smash right on in there.
Yeah, the Banshee comes back to defend the one that was coming for the low health, but really, is there enough to defend this? It doesn't look like it to Muslim. The SMV's coming up behind immediately.
I mean, Golden's dealing a lot of damage here, but he has to deal an insane amount. He's on 28 drones against 38 SCVs, and Yoda, it looks like he's probably going to hold here.
He's losing all these SCVs. Queens do come out, but where are the rest of the Roaches here? Stim Marines, Marauders, a Bunker's going to complete here as well, and Golden is going to be pushed out from the main base here. He's lost the high ground vision. More Roaches pop out, but not enough. And then again, Yoda just moves down. Stims is going to pick off the Nidus Worm, and the defense was done at the cost of 29 SCVs there.
But yeah, that's all he needed to do. He just needed to survive. I mean, despite losing all those SCVs, in GG is called. It was 25 SCVs against 28 drones at the end of that game. Yoda just didn't miss a beat with his SCV production. And although he didn't know exactly what's coming at him, he was constantly thinking about, okay, what's going to kill me? What's going to kill me? I'm going to land a scan here, scan there. I'm even going to go for a strategy that you can't really all in, given that I've got Banshees on the field. And Golden went for it anyway, and the battle plan just didn't work out for him.
And it's funny that, because it never really got spotted. The Hellions died instantly there, which could have assisted in the defense as well, yet this still didn't work for Golden. But I'm sure this for Golden is, all right, well, I tried, whatever. I lost. Let's move on. You know, it was a risk to do it. And unfortunately didn't pay off.
Yeah, like these kind of builds, they work against players that you can kind of distract by making them micro elsewhere and such, but Yoda's not one of these players that's going to miss a beat on his macro. He constantly produces, constantly. So even with losing all those Hellions, if you look at the production tab, Yoda doesn't really mind at all. He's just constantly producing. So going for these little cheeky plays against a player as good as Yoda, he's going to have more units than any other Terran you've ever faced at that point in time. So I don't know if that's the way to beat Yoda right now.
Well, Golden has hit a brick wall here in that first game, and also may start to change his entire game plan here for the rest of the series. Is he going to continue to try these aggressive plays, as we described earlier on, that he does like to favor? But Yoda extends his winning streak now in the World Championship Series Europe Premier League to 8 maps in a row and continues to roll through his opponents. Is he going to be able to clean sweep today? Of course, it would be his first massive showing since that Interstellar Masters World Championship, and it's been a long time coming for Yoda.
You know, when you think about preparation for maps and such, like Golden could have said, okay, Nimbus, that's the map I'm going to all in on. And given that it was cross-map, I think that was probably a poor decision. Even though it was Nidus, irrespective of where your opponent is. But Yoda defended his main base well. He had Marines in spots where he didn't have depots. He already knew that something was happening, but just knew he didn't have to let a Nidus down in his main base. And Golden, maybe 66% of his games that do have a close position, that kind of strategy would work even without the Nidus. But in this situation, that cross map, maybe another strategy would have been better.
Well, the next map here to Muslim is going to be merry-go-round.
Okay, if I was against a player like Hyun, I know exactly what to expect. But Golden, every game now, he's doing something very, very different. So Yoda, he has to prepare for those two very different styles of Zerg, which is a very aggressive Roach player and a very defensive Ling player.
And what's the best way for Yoda to approach this then? Is it to open up very similarly again as he did in the previous game?
The Hellion Banshee hasn't failed him so far, and I mean, if that does defend against all these kind of ground all-ins, such as Roaches, Banelings, I think so, yeah. I think against a player like Golden that you are pretty confident that your macro can pull you through to the late game. Even if you set yourself a little bit behind by playing safe, that might be the way to go.
All right, well, we'll find out what the choice is going to be. Golden, by the way, stats versus Terran, 17 wins and 4 losses in WCS, a fantastic record to have here as he comes into this semi-final, but can he go to the final for the first time in the Europe Premier League? Game 2 upon us. Golden versus Yoda on merry-go-round. Up here to the top left-hand side of merry-go-round is the red Terran player in search for his first victory in over a year and a half time. Playing for TCM, it's Yoda. And his opponent down here to the south side of merry-go-round is the blue Zerg player. Back-to-back semi-finalist, playing for Team Alien Invasion. It's Golden.
In his final tournament ever.
Final tournament ever. He's kissed his lucky chain. He tweeted earlier. I think it was something along the lines of, "Help me today," or what was it exactly? Hold on. "God be with me" was the precise tweet that he said.
It's rather profound. And
look at this.
You know, when you're against a guy as good as Yoda and he's doing something as cheeky as this, yeah, you better pray, because a player like Yoda really doesn't mess up.
2 barracks coming out from Yoda, looking to extend his lead to 2, of course, within this best of 5.
And this Overlord that's actually scouting his opponent, he scouts in the correct direction, but, you know, upon seeing nothing at the natural, he's going to keep that Overlord floating, because if your opponent went for like a 1-Rax gasless expand, those Marines will kill it, which is always a risk. So what's he going to do with this Overlord here? If he actually scouts at that ramp at the depot, doesn't see anything, he knows what he's up against.
Yeah, he will here, and it looks like he's going for it. Well, how far does he go? He's having a quick look up this ramp. Golden has no idea this is happening right now, but he's continuing to move his Overlord forward, and he does see the supply depot, and he's like, well, wait a minute, dumb Muslim.
Okay, this is... Okay. So this means that Golden can hold this. He didn't go for a ridiculously late spawning pool. There was none of those shenanigans. He knows what he's up against now. So what is Golden's reaction going to be to this 2-Rax, and how is Yoda going to do it? We have a drone running down to scout.
Gas here as well. He's chosen to continue with that.
That's smart.
And he's going to have a look down here, sees the SCVs and the Marine.
And he knows what he's up against.
Yep, he's not pulling any drones here at all. He's, interestingly here, taking a very different approach. He's not looking to really hold off this bunker rush. He's more so accepting it here.
Making the Queen at the natural, though. When we see players like Snoot hold a bunker rush, he actually goes for 3 spines on the high ground. So, you know, you don't necessarily always need to pull, but these are 2 bunkers that are definitely going to get up. And once those bunkers are up, you're losing your natural straight away.
This is interesting. Does he try to go for Zergling speed here? Does he just want to...
Zergling speed with Banelings busting out?
Like this. Interestingly enough, he's chosen that here. 1 bunker gets salvaged at the back, 1 bunker completes at the front, and the second one will as well. Golden not choosing to engage this directly. He's going to buy time, and is this going to be the right decision at the end of the day?
What does this Queen do on the low ground, though? Does he run away and spread creep? I think that's what he's doing. Or is he just trying to keep it alive?
Yeah, spreads creep. Okay. So 8 more Lings coming in. Baneling Nest has been thrown down immediately here. Golden knew from the get-go, as soon as he saw the supply depot, he knew what he was going to do.
Yoda's making a wall.
This is a massive setup here from Yoda.
But Yoda already knew what Golden was going to be doing to counter this, which is he's going to be making Banelings and Lings. So these guys could have played against each other on the ladder multiple times.
Yeah.
That was nice by Golden, by the way, focusing that little SCV there with the Broodlings. But it looks like Golden knows exactly what he's up, or Yoda knows exactly what he's up against, which is a crazy Golden that's going to try and bust out of there.
If Golden doesn't make this work to Muslim, we're going to have a very fast 2-0 in favor of Yoda, and this is not going to bode well, of course, for Golden's chances to move through. His Zergling speed, seconds away from finishing. Is his plan going to be good enough? 4, 5 Banelings get more, if that's all he can afford currently.
I love how he's placed these bunkers, by the way. It was only one bunker in range of the hatchery, whereas the rest are used to make a total entire wall. So he's really done some studying here. He's really prepared for what Yoda's, or for what Golden's going to do.
Here we go. Golden's going to try and break out the Marines. One of them dies, but the rest get it back in that bunker. 2 bunkers down immediately, but there are still so many Marines left. There's a couple of Marines inside these bunkers, 3 in total, but the ones outside have been killed. One Baneling survives. He's going to bring down this next bunker, but the Marines escape into the second bunker. And here we do see from Golden's vision as he tries to break this, but he doesn't have enough Lings to go the distance to get that last bunker. And Yodas finds himself in a pretty good position. 16 additional Lings to be made here. But with the barracks and the Marines on the other side of the map, this bunker's a goner, but does he have enough at home to defend this? Like, he should be getting close to, right?
He certainly will. I mean, he's going to have a depot wall. How many Marines are out? He's got 5 Marines on the field, but he doesn't have a big wall to defend against this.
Yeah.
You see a lot of players, they try and kill those rocks at the bottom of the ramp and then plant the 2 barracks at the bottom of the ramp, so it makes a complete wall. But here, upon seeing that depot wall, what's Golden going to do here?
Well, he did start drone production. He's going to throw down his second base once again. He's going to play from 1 and try to recover into 2 bases. Double bunkers coming down. Of course, Yoda was like, well, this is going well today. And the only way that he can really beat me is if he breaks through this wall and takes over my main base. So we do see the double bunker in preparation coming out from Yoda, but
pulling SCVs as well, ready to repair this wall. And look, Golden.
Why?
Indecisive. Like, I mean, he's throwing down his hatchery. That's a lot of drones were made. I feel that Golden's he's really second guessing himself. You either have to do one or the other, play macro or play ballsy and all in him. And right now, I don't think this is going to work at all. This is half.
Well, so a couple of Banelings here. They do break down 3 supply depots. And that does supply cap Yoda as one Ling runs around and has a bit of a scout inside, sees the double barracks, the factory, and sees the SCV line. And that's all the Banelings will accomplish there. 3 supply depots. It's not bad, though, 3 supply depots, I suppose.
5 or 6 Banelings for 3 supply depots, and you get to scout the whole entire base of your opponent. I mean, it's okay, but I mean, it would have been even better if he had a good 20 extra Lings with that and extra Banelings, so he could actually go for the full killing blow, you know, because upon seeing that, Golden must be kind of kicking himself there, because that could have easily happened.
Yeah, and Yoda he knows nothing's really happening at this point, so he's going to move down cautiously, though. There is always a chance that Lings flood through still at the same time, so he's going to play it cautiously. But throughout the last 5 minutes or so, we've seen nothing but drone production. 3rd base down, creep spread rapidly expanding into the middle of the map now as well. But as you can see, the supply difference, 52 to 44, worker difference is the same. And of course, that's not ideal here for Golden, who will start to climb up in supply very, very shortly, but a good position that Yoda's landed himself in.
Fantastic position, and Golden's realized that and is making a roach warren at this point in time. He can't continue to defend with the Lings against Hellions. He's going to just continuously trade inefficiently. So here, they both kind of know what's going on. I mean, Yoda doesn't know about the Roach Warren.
Yeah, what do you make of this Roach Warren? This looks like a Roach Baneling all then set up from the time.
I think so.
8 additional Lings, 4 additional Overlords.
Like, one thing that is nice for Golden here.
Oh, that scan! Sees the Roach Warren there, sees another gas on the natural. It's a wonderful scan there.
Yeah, and the Hellions over at the 3rd too see it's not droned up at all, but now Golden's actually droning up and making a lair. So...
Hashtag mind games to Muslim as the Roach Warren's cancelled and the game moves on from this point. So the preparation for a Roach Baneling goal, and to be honest, isn't really there from Yoda. He didn't really do anything different. There's no bunkers down at this point. He did lose Hellions in the middle of the map, which is a little bit scary, of course. He's lost his map vision.
I like this by Golden that he cancelled it, because upon getting scouted, your opponent just makes a few bunkers, and you see on the production tab there is a tank being made, but Yoda... He's not worried at all. He's not slowing down. Look at his mineral count. It's always as low as it can possibly be. Always producing SCVs. And yeah, he's not going to slow down anytime soon. And once this push kind of goes across the field, he's got that wall, so he can't be counterattacked either.
And Golden's Overlord on the natural sees that 3rd command center, so he also knows that Yoda didn't slow down after that. Unfortunately, the fake didn't really work there too well, but 5 Banelings getting morphed in. Remember, these units can do a lot of damage, especially because they can just get picked up at any time here, so they're not really going to die at any point. And a lot of creep is cleared.
Certainly is. Now going for a drop in the main, but the Hellions at the natural or third base here dealing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, look at this. This is Yoda getting this towards these drones, and he's killed about 11 already on that third base. The drop inside the main base as he stims to kill the Queen, and we'll have to micro back against those Banelings. And dropping single Marines down onto the Banelings, forcing, of course, the detonation there. Beautiful play from Yoda as he sets himself back up home at the same time. Third command center done, double barracks, but oh boy, Golden's been taken for a spin here. He's taken on a roller coaster ride that he's not enjoying very much, to Muslin.
He is not enjoying this at all. Making tanks here, I guess one of the main reasons is he's going to try and set up shop outside, just between the third base and the natural. Maybe getting on that high ground. I've definitely seen Maru do something very similar to that. But yeah, Golden trying to make roaches now, getting upgrades for roaches and banelings.
Yoda's got this nice move here. The drop in the main, the push forward on creep as well, splitting the minimal units that Golden has in itself. Anyway, 2 tanks in beautiful position here, covering that ramp as the drop continues on. And just wonderful play from Yoda. He continues undefeated streak here by the looks of it. He kills up these roaches, no problem. And at the same time, we have units on the other side of the map, I think. I'm not really sure what they're doing for Golden. He's kind of sitting there with his links, maybe to catch reinforcements, but he's taking considerable damage here. He's falling further and further behind the longer this game goes on.
I mean, he might be able to get a nice round and pick off this army here. The Banelings do roll in. The Marines picking off, but he's keeping his Marines alive. And I mean, the tanks dive, sure, but the damage is being done.
Yeah, the damage is being done here. Pure roaches coming out. It's 44 drones to 54 workers. Yoda is becoming the player that he was a year or so ago when he was on form, as you said, at that time, when he was playing the type of StarCraft that we wanted to see from him back then, and he's doing it and delivering it again. And Golden is far stretched to recover in this game. This is a very difficult one for him to do. He can't build drones because he's being harassed consistently while the third base is being taken. Upgrades are going further and further in a lead for Yoda. What does Golden do? He's always defending. He's always kind of holding on. Where does he go? What does he do?
I mean, both these games so far in this series, he started off behind and not really through Yoda doing anything to hinder him. Like, he hasn't kind of decapitated him or like chopped off his arm. No, Golden's just chosen strategies that didn't work out, although the Tureks did really own him. But Golden chose to go about it in a very weird way and then was very indecisive. And one thing I've really looked at, by the way, this whole game is just that mineral count for Yoda. It hasn't really exceeded like the 300 mark, apart from when he wants to put up a CC. And look at the production. Just constant production with good upgrades on the way.
I mean, you just look at the production tab and you can kind of tell who's winning, who's building all the stuff.
Yeah.
Golden's got 7 roaches and a couple of overlords to join the army that he's got here. But smartly, Yoda's seen the upgrades on that roach army. He scans, he still sees units being made from these hatcheries. And he's got bunkers, tanks, and everything. And Golden knows he's in such a bad position where he has to attack in hope of something here. But the defense is way too strong from Yoda. The 3 bunkers, the multiple tanks. There comes the Baneling Wall. And I'm sorry to say, but this is going to be an absolute slaughter for Golden. He's got almost 0 chance to make this work.
Yoda's just one step ahead in every way. And I mean, he's playing so safe doing it. Great macro, constantly scanning. Even as a sensor tower now, and all those bunkers made. And what are these Banelings really going to achieve? Absolutely bugger all.
Yeah, this is not going to work out very well here. The roaches flood in, the Banelings die almost instantaneously. And Yoda just takes a swift 2-0 here. And yes, it is happening for you. It is happening over the last couple of weeks or so, Yoda.
This really reminds me of the days when Korean Terrans would just come over and absolutely obliterate everybody else. Because here, he's against a Korean Zerg, but it really doesn't look like that. It looks like you've got God against some random guy playing Zerg. Really does. He's just absolutely annihilating him. Golden needs to switch something up right now.
Yes, he does. As I'm sure he's starting to feel it. That game 1, you know, in terms of emotions, I think we can write that one off. And from Golden's perspective, but yeah, whatever, you know, I tried it, didn't work. But now it's serious. He got hurt by this double axe. His follow-up and decision, the way that he dealt with it was, you know, didn't work out well for him, let's put it that way. And then, of course, the longer the game went on, Yoda just toyed with him, played with him. As Yoda continues this domination in WCS Europe. And to be honest, I mean, we might as well be brutally honest here. Right now, if this continues like this will be a 3-0.
That smile.
Oh, Yoda, I think he knows it as well. He's having a great time up on that stage. He's got over his nerves that he had when he joined us here in the main stage in Cologne. And Well. Let's see how this one's going to shape up. Yoda versus Golden, currently 2-0 to Yoda, looking unstoppable this season, and is putting a fantastic claim out there to be the champion.
And at this rate, who can stop him?
All right. Down here to the bottom right-hand side is the red Terran player playing for TCM. It's Yoda. And his opponents to the top left-hand side, playing for Team Alien Invasion, it's Golden.
And immediately, Apollo, you just pointed out to me, there is a SCV on the map at 8 minutes.
And is this
Or
Overlord
rather,
going to
8
spot
supply.
it, though? The Overlord's here. And Golden's like,
He's going to spot it.
excuse me.
Oh!
Excuse me, Yoda.
Why is that Overlord going that way? That is what Yoda's thinking right now. He's like, man, the amount of times that I've played on this map, your Overlord goes straight to my base. I'm going to put this barracks in a location that your Overlord will never go.
Yeah.
And Golden's first Overlord goes exactly there. This is...
Well, let's just say this become the earliest scouting SCV that we've ever seen.
that doesn't actually scout the base. But, you know, he did venture all the way over to Golden's half of the map. And he's going to make a barracks now at 11 supply. So he's going to go for an 11 gas, I'd imagine, too. Although, in fact, is he just going to... Oh, he's probably going to go for a 12 gas here. So the game normals out from that rather weird start. And Golden, he's got to be feeling happy because his opponent, A, he wasted an SCV's mining time to get over to this side of the map to cheese, but can no longer cheese. And B, that SCV production, that was definitely halted. So Golden starts off this map with a little bit of an advantage.
So talking from, you know, outside the builds right now, what, you've been a professional gamer for 10 years now, roughly?
Good 9.
Good 9 years. Talk to me about when, throughout all the tournaments you've seen or played yourself, when a player gains a 2 lead and you're rocking it, it's easy. How many times have you seen that player get overconfident and actually end up losing the series? And do you think that could be a possibility here today as well?
Not that often, but I mean, was this necessarily Yoda being overconfident? Nah. I mean, this was Yoda being comfortable. 2-0 cushion to be sat on.
Mm-hmm.
He owned the guy quite easily in the first 2 games, and he just thought, well, if I can close this out in 6 minutes right here with an 8-Rex proxy Reaper, then I'll freaking do it, because if not now, when can I do it? And, you know, you have to think about series later on down the line. You have to think about series later on down the line. So in the finals, they see the series and they then know Yoda is capable of absolutely anything. So you have to constantly play safe against him. So Yoda, he's thinking about the long term too.
Well, the Reaper going to make its way to the other side of the map now to have a bit of a look inside at Golden's base. And also Overlord's getting themselves in position now as well, as Yoda has set himself a little bit behind with that early SCV. Of course, very early on being sent out. Lost a lot of money very early. Reaper does squeeze into the main base. He's going to be chased around, but he's not going to get too much information. Of course, Queen is out now inside that main, so not going to be able to see anything there.
And, you know, if I'm Golden at this point in time, and I know my opponent's transitioned into something very normal from doing something very inefficient, I just play an absolute solid macro game from this point on. And I play it just like a ladder game, but knowing that I'm a little bit ahead of where I should be. So, you know, we can feel comfortable. And if you're Golden, you have just been given the breathing space that you need by your opponent here.
All right, well, Overlord pokes in and is going to also be poked back out. Second gas has been taken by Yoda inside his main base. Once again here.
I think Yoda's going to be doing the Hellbat stuff.
Yeah.
With that second gas. Yeah, he's made 4 Marines. You don't normally need 4 Marines for anything, but he's made them.
Yes, he is taking a page out of 4GG's book here.
More Marines being made as well, and that second gas being thrown down. There's probably going to be an armory sometime soon. So Yoda, upon setting himself behind, he knows he needs to do something a little drastic here, so wants to go for the damage.
Well, on the other side of the map here, Golden's actually using his Zerglings to break down these back rocks, and he's done this multiple times before, obviously just to open up an avenue, but he's used it this season where he's actually sent out the Roach Paling from the back, which hadn't been spotted until way too late.
This is really cool, actually, because that new strategy by innovation, whether it's new or not, where you get tank production, just 2 base all in behind those rocks with tanks sitting on the low ground, it's very, very lethal. And if the Zerg doesn't kill those rocks, he loses the game instantly. So, you know, in Golden's head, he's like, okay, I'm ahead. What can I do to what can I do to prevent myself to losing to something very, very cheesy? Well, killing these rocks is definitely one of them. Yoda. In fact, is this Overlord going to see that medevac? No. Yoda does hold it back and is trying to kill that Overlord before anything happens, but runs into the main here, doesn't really see anything.
He sees the unit count and also the barracks without an add-on on. Surely that must give him a bit of indication.
The amount of Marines is a big indicator. Seeing more than 2 Marines out, because you only need those 2 Marines from the reactor, but now we have a Banshee and an Armory.
Yeah, and Cloak's starting up now too. The Queens are all joining together around this natural. Of course, the Overlord sees all these Hellions, and let's see if the defense can be made here. There is a transfuse on one of these 3 Queens, but there is the transformation to Hellbats, and up the ramp we go. And let's find out if Yoda can close this up 3-0 with a simple maneuver here. And let's find out if Golden can actually defend another transfuse on one of these Queens, but they are dying very fast here. Lings wrap around from behind. There's a lot more Lings on their way out as well. And so far, so good here for Golden. His economy lines have not been touched, and that is the most important part here.
Look at the harvester count. I didn't look at this before. It is 51 drones to 23 SCVs. This is one of the biggest all-ins you can possibly do. And Yoda, he's kind of making it work here. No cancel on that spine crawler. 1 Queen left there at the natural.
19 additional Lings coming out, multiple Queens as well, but these Hellbats in fantastic position right now. And are they going to be broken? The Roach Warren's going to be brought down, so it's only going to be Ling and Queen. And remember, there's Banshees and more Hellions to follow this up. And Yoda, is he going to make this work, the Muslim? This is, with the natural being broken, looking more and more possible for him to.
That Roach Warren didn't make a single Roach. He's got 600 gas that he hasn't used a little bit of.
These Lings are dying before they even get close.
My.
This is unbelievable.
Yoda's doing this. He's doing this with 25 SCVs on the field. An absolute all-in by him. The game started off absolutely terribly for him, but he's going for it. No spores on the field either, and this is an army.
Here
he's
comes
pulling
all
drones.
The drones, and Yoda 3-0.
Wow.
Absolute domination here. Yesterday 3-0 versus MC, today 3-0 versus Golden. Fantastic performances from Yoda.
He made that look insanely easy, and Golden's got to be
that's stunned.
That's a perplexed face if I've ever seen
He's
one.
Actually stunned there from that.
And, you know, if he ever watches that replay, which I'm sure he will, and he'll probably kick himself over what happened, but, you know, his opponent didn't make SCVs, just knew what he had to do to try and win, because he already set himself behind, and he absolutely went for it. Hellbats, Banshee follow-up.
To Muslim.
Great play by him.
Best of 5, 3 games in 30 minutes time there from Yoda. We don't see that very often. The average best of 5 is an hour and a half, but it was done like that. Yoda just clean sweep that semi-final and finds himself for the very first time in the grand final of the World Championship Series here in the Europe Premier League. Yoda finally back to the first final since that Intel Extreme Masters World Championship over a year ago now. A massive performance for him, and what a season he's had so far.
Absolutely great season. We've seen Yoda performing way better than he has done in a long time in the last good 3 or 4 months, actually. Yeah. It hasn't been a long time. So remember last WCS season, he fell out to MC very, very easily, which that wasn't the Yoda we all knew and loved. It was the Yoda that we knew and loved. It was the guy that MVP was saying, I'm not the best guy in IEM. It's my teammate Yoda. And then Yoda came to IEM and absolutely busted it, 4-0 in the final or whatever it was. And we're seeing that same kind of Yoda again.
He looks just as good as he was back then, but fantastic play from Yoda, and he lands himself in that finals. Let's hear some words from both of the players.
Thanks very much, Apollo. Yes, first of all, Yoda, a terrific performance yet again. Another 3-0. How do you keep doing this?
다시 한번 3대0으로 이겼는데 어떻게 이렇게 잘했는지.
일단 명한이가 거의 테란전 하는 거 보면은 운영을 잘 안 하고 약간 노림수를 많이 준비하더라고요. 그래서 그 노림수에 제가 당하는 것보다는 제가 먼저 이렇게 노림수를 많이 준비했는데 마지막 판에 걸려가지고 지칠까 하다가 그냥 했거든요. 그냥 올인 마지막으로 올인 한번 했는데 기갑병이 생각보다 너무 세더라고요. 그래서
So when I prepared for this match, I analyzed Golden, and I saw that Golden relies on some tricky plays. So I thought rather than playing against tricky plays, I would play the tricky ones myself. And so I use those build orders. And in the last game, when he actually saw my CV, I was like, this won't work. But then I just tried it, and Halberds are stronger than I thought.
Yes, they are. They obviously are. In terms of the way that you approached the quarterfinals yesterday and the semi-finals today, what has changed for you in terms of preparation? Is it playing regularly with MC and the guys in the house? Is it practicing with Harston? What is it that's helped you?
연습을 이제 뭐 8강이나 4강을 할 때 엄청 연습을 잘하고 준비를 잘한 것 같은데 뭐가 이제 좀 변한 것 같은지 다른 대회에 비해 이렇게 좋은 실력과 결과가 나오는 게.
뭐 다른 해외 대회 같은 경우는 빨리 끝나고 그리고 거의 뭐 환경적으로 이렇게 게임 하기가 그러니까 힘든 상황이 많아요. 그래가지고 아무래도 좀 본 실력이 안 나오는 것 같고 지금 같은 경우는 세팅도 잘 되고 아무래도 좀 여러 가지 준비를 상대에 맞춰서 할 수 있다 보니까 네 아무래도 그런 점이 네 다른 것 같아요.
I think compared to other tournaments, the reason why I perform well here is that at other tournaments you have like only a few days to prepare, and then you have to play at the venue. It's getting loud and stuff like that. And here at the studio, it's really comfortable, and I can do my settings. And yeah, I think that's the reason why I perform better here.
Well, congratulations and good luck in the grand final. TCM Yoda, you are our first finalist. Congratulations. I've got Golden with me as well. Golden, your last game in StarCraft 2. I know it didn't work out for you, but you've been fantastic. It's been a pleasure having you at the WCS Europe. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to just tell us what's going on for you. Tell us how you've enjoyed your career and your time in Europe.
I didn't expect it when I decided to go to Germany. I didn't expect it that I hit round 4 2 times. So it's enough for me, and I learned a lot in this ride. So it's very pleasure to live here, and it's not finished. I don't know the future, what's going on. So I'm joining military in December 9. So I might be back in 2 years later, not as players. But I really love esports, so I hope I can back to esports. So thank you for cheering for me.
Okay, well, one career ends, but Yoda's in the final and he's got a very good shot at taking his first ever championship. We say goodbye to Golden. We say hello to semi-final number 2 coming very shortly. And don't forget, there is a competition going on for the Cheerfuls. We're also, if you don't want to get involved with the Cheerfuls, don't worry about it too much. You can also have a chance at winning some limited edition T-shirts. Just follow the URL at the bottom of the screen right now. From me and from Golden, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with semi-final 2 in just a moment. Welcome back to the World Championship Series Europe Premier League. Grand Finals weekend, day 2 of 2, and 1 semi-final down. Gents, stop it. Don't start. I have to be a referee now. What an amazing performance by Yoda. That's 10-0 in his last 4 games in WCS. He's unstoppable now.
He looks like it, doesn't he? Yeah. We said it in the cast. Who is to stop this guy from winning the whole thing?
Yeah, he looks absolutely amazing. At the rate that he's going, he really does look like the strongest player in WCS. MC didn't even touch him. Golden had no chance. Nobody's really had a chance to even take a map off the guy, never mind a series. So he's the guy to beat right now. And his preparation for these series, it's very obvious that he knows and he studied very hard. So, yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on to our second semi-final. It's San versus MMA. I think I read a couple of comments before last night which said, oh, it's a shame these two are on the same side of the bracket. It almost feels like one of them should be on the other side and then maybe they could meet in the final. I don't think that's too unfair, but it also is kind of disrespectful to the Yoda and Golden in a way as well. But I kind of know what the fans mean when they talk about that, because these two are terrific players. San's had a fantastic year. MMA's had a fantastic year. They've both won a Premier tournament themselves as well. But we have to lose one of them now. Which one's it going to be?
San.
For sure.
Believe in MMA.
Why?
MMA is and always has been a world-class player. Sometimes he doesn't show it. Sometimes he doesn't play as well as he can do. But when he plays well, he is still that world-class player, and he can bring it out. Obviously, it takes a lot of time to bring that same animal out. Takes a lot of hard work and a lot of training, but he's put that in. He's ready for this, and he wants to win this more than anything. And when MMA wants something, he usually gets it.
Yeah, in the last month, 6 weeks, I guess it seems like we've got the other version of MMA back, the one that we found at the end of last year, actually, when he won Season 3 in WCS Europe. But why does he keep having these periods where he's nobody again? I mean, he's not a nobody, obviously, but he just had periods where he just doesn't seem to do anything, and yet we know how good he is. You've talked about that killer instinct, and the crazy builds and strategies he came up with yesterday were just sublime. It was back to what we knew before.
I think I know the answer. You know, when a young and, you know, handsome, rich Terran player, you know, wants to take a little bit of time out, they do. And MMA does that. And then he's not as good as he was.
Talking of handsome Terrans, do you know any, Demisman?
Handsome Terrans? I mean, Yoda's pretty handsome.
Okay. I have no idea where this is going or why it went this way, but Sean really did throw us off track there. Demisman's like, what is going on right now? So I'm gonna give you San to talk about, because he's just stole MMA. San's got a legit shot at this. He's got a legit shot at winning the whole of WCS Europe.
He certainly does. And when you talked about MMA and San being deserved of a final, sure, it sure does. I mean, if you saw this matchup in any final anywhere, you'd be like, wow, this is a final I have to watch. A great Protoss against a great Terran. But San,
he's been shaky.
He has been shaky. Like, I felt that San was amazing during the period of time where you didn't have to go Colossus, you could go Zealot, Archon, and those things, because he really has this raw style where he's got very, very crisp builds, and he'll just throw units at you. His PVZ, absolutely amazing. He has no shame in the matchup whatsoever, so he'll get that expo up, stop at 30 probes, and kill every Zerg possible. And he was doing that for years. But against a player like MMA, who he's just been preparing, and these Terrans, Yoda and MMA, they've both shown something very, very similar, which is they've both prepared insane amounts for each and every matchup. So San definitely got his work cut out for him here.
It's very interesting how these two players, MMA and San, the games they've lost in WCS Europe this season are against either of the players that we just saw in the other semi-final. Quite weird how that's worked out. MMA's only lost this season 2-1 to Golden in the round of 16, and Yoda beat San. So what does that tell us about the strengths of the bracket right now? It's top heavy, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, a great top 4 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we said that from the round of 8. I mean, you could pick roughly 6 players to win it all. Any one of them could have won this entire tournament. So it's been a good season.
Yeah, apart from your fantasy team, which is kind of blown up at the end.
MC.
He's just going to blame MC for that.
Yeah.
You just need to get Yoda on your next fantasy team, because the way that he's going, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's almost a shame that he's peaked very late in the season. Obviously, a little bit too late for BlizzCon, which is obviously a shame. He's not going to be able to make that now.
Yeah.
But take nothing away from him. The last couple of months have been terrific for him. Final thoughts then on San and MMA. What are we thinking here? I have to put you on the spot, Ben. You've got to pick one.
MMA has been my favorite player for the last 3 years, and going against him just seems stupid at this point. I chose 4GG over him, and MMA absolutely blitzed him. So, yeah, I'm going to pick MMA, and it's going to be 3-2.
Okay, 3-2. Score?
San has been shaky on the way to where he is today. Like you said, he hasn't quite been the player that he was earlier on in this year. And MMA has become stronger and stronger as the years goes on with his DreamHack win, and then coming into this tournament, he's looking on form as well. I'm going to say MMA 3-1.
Okay, interesting. Both of you going for MMA. San, having not got past this point in the previous WCS, previous champion MMA, is that going to play any part in this?
Wait, didn't Sam make the finals against Stardust?
Yes, but lost.
He did lose.
He hasn't won WCS Europe and MMA.
You know, when San first came over, he was this Korean superstar, this Protoss player that nobody had ever seen before, and just absolutely owned everybody. And against Bunny, we all gave credit to Bunny because he did so well as a foreigner, but we have to give a lot of respect to San too. Like in most of those games, he started off very, very behind. In his force fields in the game on Foxtrot, for example, he was going for a DT build, and he managed to hold off that entire push with a tech that he had to keep hidden.
There's been glimpses of brilliance from San.
Yeah, there certainly has. So we can't count him out by any means.
Okay, thank you very much, gents. Going to come back to these fine gentlemen at the end, of course. We're going to get a nice big wrap-up at the end of the night as well after the presentation, where we will have more fun and jinxery with these two when they're not poking each other in the ribs. Let's move on to our second semi-final. More hype incoming is with Kalaris and Todd as we bring you our second semi-final. Can MMA win his second WCS Europe title? He's got one more game to go if he can win this one against San.
All right, thanks very much, guys. Welcome to the Casters Desk for our second semi-final of the night. As MMA takes on San. MMA looking pretty good so far in this season, whilst San has looked a little bit shaky. But, I mean, I previously said, don't count Golden out. That didn't go so well. But let's not count San out here overall.
Interesting choice of words, the Muslim. He's looked shaky, and his PVZ shameless.
It's a brilliant
no
way to describe it. It's true, though.
I'm going to be keeping those words and using them in the future as well. But actually, can we stay honest here?
Oh, God.
We are going to have a PVT finals here, most likely, Kailaris.
You've been saying this from the dawn of this entire season.
And it's going to come true. Oh, MMA.
Uh-oh. 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 Well, nothing needs to be said about that.
MMA is definitely a guy who's getting cheekier and cheekier every time we see him on camera these days. You know, he's been joking around. This one time he beat Live Zerg at DreamHack, and he made a good joke, or you decide. A lot more hesitance here, San. But MMA said he was Live Zerg, and now he's dead Zerg after beating him.
Yeah, I remember that.
Good attempt.
Yeah. Wow, I really wasn't expecting that from these two, but there you go. So San technically has a really good ratio against Terrans, but as of late, it has looked a little more volatile. He lost against Yoda before. He lost against Paul, Detroit in Red Bull, and then 3-2 against Bunny, really being taken to the very, very verge, the very edge. MMA is the kind of guy going into this series, I feel, that he goes in with the advantage. This isn't San's best matchup.
It's safe to say the matchup has changed a lot recently, and San's going to have to make the most of it. And, you know, he's played a lot of different styles, but overall, it really feels like right now you have to go into Colossus before anything, and MMA, knowing that he's going to have a great opportunity to try and counter it well.
All right, well, let's get into it then. Game number one of this semi-final, as we have, spawning over on the left-hand side of the map, it's our red Terran representing Team Acer. It is MMA. Fans. And down to the bottom right-hand corner, we have our blue Protoss representing your Flash Wolves. It is San.
We're starting here on MMA's first pick, Catalina, which does not surprise me. You know, Catalina, Merry-Go-Round, Nimbus, definitely some good picks that you can go for as a Terran player. So for San here, the trick is really going to be in picking a good build. And by that, I mean, you know, unit composition, I'm guessing Colossus, some Blink Stalkers, to try and basically jump from base to base, especially that from that third base into that main, if he was to take a third base, which, I mean, knowing San, he doesn't do all that many two base, you know? He's definitely capable of doing one or two of those here and there, but most of the time, San is really that guy that will sit back, do some small control aggression with a War Prism, and take more bases, tech more, get more upgrades, tech to Storm and all that. So we saw him actually do some very good things yesterday with like a War Prism, some Templar, some Zealot, in his series against Bunny. He's going to need to do that a lot better, though, against somebody like MMA, who's just so solid.
Do you think MMA, with you saying he is solid, but at the same time, do you think he could mix something a little bit crazy here against San? We've actually seen him going for kind of more aggressive builds than I'm normally used to seeing from MMA.
Yeah. He's actually going for gas first on this map, which on 3-players map, when you go gas first, you're kind of hoping that your opponent's not going to scout, and maybe you can surprise him with whatever it is that you're going to make out of the factory, maybe even say starports. And in this case, remember San yesterday already. No scout at 13 almost ever, only in the last game. He saved it for the last game. So knowing that, MMA here, a good thing he could do is to keep on mix it up like Bunny did yesterday, sometimes with some gas first, sometimes even with the CC first, much like Bunny did yesterday.
Well, San's going to keep his probe hid around the back of this mineral line and having a look around, just in case, well, on one thing, to make sure that he's not going to get caught out by any SCV that will come along and spot that if it was scouting in the right direction first, or even if it was a Reaper opener, he would be able to try and keep that alive and then throw down the Nexus, which has been thrown down now by San. So a little game played by him to begin, but didn't really need to because of the scouting location.
Still no scout, actually. Oh, no, it's going to be for the third pylon. Actually, I'm actually surprised, because usually, if you don't go for a scout at 13 after Gateway, you usually at least will go for it after you make the Nexus. You will try to basically get around that Reaper that's headed for your base that you most likely expect, which on this map, I've covered this again yesterday as well, it's the better map, probably the best map for Reapers. Just you can get into the main very easily and get a good scout, but MMA is playing that one mind game that San is going to expect it anyway, and since he doesn't scout early on, he's going to try to surprise him with double Hellion. If this is not spotted and reaches the mineral line, even with one Stalker and one Mothership Core shooting at those Hellions, they could do a lot of damage. And by that, I mean, even killing 6 to 8 probes is a lot, just for the 2 Hellions that MMA is rushing for. So interesting build and opener here already out of him.
Speeding across here. MMA has really diversified his play as of late, and it's shown in spades. 5 minutes on the clock, and these 2 Hellions are already on the way over. So,
and he's not blocking the ramp. Usually you would at least put that one Stalker around the ramp, unless you think there's going to be a Reaper, but the Reaper timing already expired here, kind of. So San, he's going to have the Photon of a Charge to work with, but actually the Mothership Core is pretty far away. 6 to 8 probes is a good number here.
Ooh, the extra Stalker popped out just in the nick of time to try and help this out. He's at least going to get 1 probe, but a second probe that was already weakened was pulled back, so does only deny 1 probe from dying off. So that wasn't too bad. Good defense there by San.
I think MMA messed up a little bit. He definitely had to get in there a lot more as far as, getting inside of the mineral line, but I guess maybe he was afraid of a surround, which, to be honest, is not always the worst thing that you can have happen to you. But if you lose those aliens very quickly, then and they don't kill anything, then it's not worth it. In this case, just 1 kill, definitely not the greatest opener that MMA was hoping for.
At least the Hellions getting in there, it didn't cost him a scan to spot that the Robo facility was going down, right? So spotting the tech during all of that was at least one thing that came out of it nicely.
Definitely. And I mean, you wouldn't have liked to have to scan in this situation also, because the command center was delayed a lot. But behind this, MMA, he's got his add-ons, he's already getting Steam Pack, he's going to go into a starport with just the 2 barracks that he has, so he's not going to have the most bio forces possible. But he's going to have Medivacs quickly enough that he can start dropping left and right, which is what he's so good at anyway. So I don't think he minds too much here, the situation.
And speaking of minds, he's always setting 1 up on ramps, making sure that he can just catch anything that will come up, even if it just gets 1 unit kill, or even if it delays a probe from going up there and taking a 3rd eventually. It's a really, really good position to really annoy his opponent.
Yeah.
So he certainly likes mixing that in a lot, and it does well for him.
You can always expect Protoss actually to want to take that base that's near the Widow Mine rather than the other one. San doing a good job with his first observer here to see exactly the timing on those Medivacs, which is very, very important. I mean, now he's going to be able to see them start at about the same time he starts his first Colossus, so he knows that he should have that on time by the time MMA reaches his base.
Yeah, Marines are hunting it down as well, though. They saw it a little while ago. Does pick it up. So an observer kill at this point is a nice start, but there's still 3 on the map. Most importantly, 1 of which has already found the mine, and he should be able to clear that out later on without any losses, which is a nice little start here for San.
That's San for you. Actually, San, since there was such a specific opener here by MMA, and he scouted the main, and he saw only 2 barracks and quick medivacs, he was a little bit paranoid about maybe having a hidden base on the map. So he went all the way around the map with his 1 observer and cleared basically the entire top right side, every single base.
Wow. So really taking precautions here is San. Unfortunately, though, because that observer was cleaned up in the main, he didn't really see this load up, so he's going to spot it a little bit later than he would like to. It's going to have to be really close. It should go over that observer in the end. But, he actually finds a great little spot to engage through.
Yeah, he's just going to rush in there, get 1 or 2 pylons, I think. Shouldn't be able to get more. I mean, actually, San, he just got his Twilight Council, so he's not even researching Blink just yet. And so Marines in the natural are killing probes left and right. MMA already applying pressure on San.
Nice. 5 workers have already gone down. He got those 2 pylons as well and got out with all of these units lives up to the top right. There's Pylon up there, and he's on patrol with a probe. So he's got that top side really on lockdown, really covered. So you can see when this is going to be loading up, dropping in once again. At the cost of a probe, I don't think that's too bad if he actually wants to go for it.
And MMA, on this map, I really like this choice. He goes for barracks 4 and 5 before going for a 3rd base. That means he's going to be getting a lot of bio outs. And he's just going to want to look to drop and outplay San wherever he's positioned, try and outdo him completely. I really like the position on that pylon, by the way, on the right-hand side by San. Trying to complete your wall of vision and information with observers, zealots, pylons is really a great way to see those coming. But MMA, just too smart for that, just drops, kills it, and denies a little bit of vision to San.
Yeah, another observer died in the main, but he's spawned in San in one of the worst locations on this map because there's so much area here for these medevacs to just sit around and do whatever they want for the longest of time. If you don't have a Stargate, you're not going to be dealing with those for a long time. You're going to have units always sat in your main base waiting for that kind of play.
Yeah, this is really starting to take form here as well. MMA's plan basically is to never allow San to take a 3rd base. He's getting his own 3rd CCs. He scans to kill a few observers, and now San is already lacking vision. Look, for 1 second, he was barely going to step outside of his base.
He could get the robo. He's trying to focus it down with these units, and it's going to fall very rapidly. A really nice pickup here for MMA. Gets out of there. Very well done.
Yeah, and I mean, with losing that robo, San is faced with a choice. Does he do another transition? Does he try to go into Charge Rod Templar, or does he, he starts the Templar Archive. So I think he might just give up on a Colossus tech from there. He has Thermal Lance already, so I guess maybe he could resume when the robo finishes, but I mean, he's doing a very good job, actually. San is like one of those Protosses that gets the most units out at the time. He never misses a warp-in cycle. It's like literally the Yoda of Protoss. Like, his money never goes really high, so he's doing a very good job of that. But when MMA starts taking a 3rd, how is San going to take his?
Yeah, it's such a horrible position for San. He's got these drops on either side of his base, always threatening. How does he even move out with the entirety of his army or do anything when this is always a big threat? He's got Storm on the way. Yes, he's eventually going to have a really strong composition. But if MMA is always leering around and making sure that he can't do much, it's going to be difficult.
It's all about having enough units in the right place here for San. And actually, the 2 observers that he has he's got 3 now. He's really making most of them. Like, in terms of vision, San is doing a very good job around his base to try and spot as much as possible. I guess that left-hand side base is going to be scouted soon, and he's going to be very exposed. So I think MMA is going to want to look to do some Doom drops in the main, and at the same time attack the 3rd base very soon. The thing is, Colossus plus Storm. This is really the time where San is going to start being the strongest here against MMA's army, and MMA's army's strength is going to be the mobility and everywhere that it can be at the same time.
Quite a slow pace to this game so far, as MMA has just poked and prodded here and there, looked to, in essence, contain his opponent away from that 3rd base for a while, whilst his 3rd base is up and running, good to go. He's sending a ton of SCVs over there, getting that mining now. And San has now established his 3rd base at least, but still, look at this. MMA is always on the perimeter, looking for opportunity.
You know, San actually, rather than making more Colossi, he's getting Immortals 1 at a time, which means he cannot get any more Observers for now. He's only got the 3 that he has to work with right now, which I guess is an okay number, but, you know, as cool as it is to get Immortals when you know somebody's getting a lot of Vikings, it really feels that you're, like, when you're going to fight, you're really going to feel like that you're missing Colossus.
Yeah.
The buffer that they give, the DPS and all that, so he's going to rely a lot on Storms here. And MMA actually, still no Ghost Academy, I believe. Which At this point in the game, against that many High Templar, there is only 3.
This could be scary, considering the direction these medevacs have gone, and there was a hole. If this observer didn't spot them, then there is a massive hole opportunity.
I'm actually surprised that San is not anticipating this. Because I even mentioned it earlier. Doom drops in the main, attack on the third. This is really the way this is supposed to go here.
He sees it. This observer catches it, which is a nice start for San. But at the same time, still, he is way out of position to deal with it. He doesn't really have that many units there. Feedbacks, though, does get one of the medevacs to start this engagement off. But that's a lot of units being piled down. That one Colossus, the saving grace, really, pushing all of this back.
Very good defense here once again by San, but behind this, MMA's economy has been untouched the entire game. He's getting the Ghost Academy. He's going to have 2-2 finishing in a second against a Protoss who also going to have 2-2 a little bit later. It's 2-1 right now. So, man, this is a battle of macro and somebody attacking and somebody defending with just small skirmishes. But believe me, this is, from both players, this is very intense right now. Like, they're feeling the intensity of MMA, you know, trying to drop in there and do some damage, and San defending the whole time, which is he's done a brilliant job of so far.
He'll just get out of there. He gets the one medevac that didn't even have anything in, so not that valuable a pickup there for San as his opponent was retreating out. And for now, he can get in that probe, denying any kind of extra pylons going down.
Ooh, big storms! Ooh. Big storms in the army of MMA. Actually, the medivacs were a little bit out of position, and since he made so many Vikings, by the way, he doesn't have that many medivacs. Or I guess, yeah, some of the other ones, I guess, are across the map.
Army supplies, 136 to 111. Those Colossi, though, don't want to be walking there. One gets taken out.
San wants to go for a very dangerous timing here with a lot of Templars before there are that many ghosts.
Yeah, this could work. This could work, especially if he's able to deal with those ghosts. He has to be very, very careful about how he engages this. His High Templars are very clumped up during all of this.
Yeah, he's starting to proxy some pylon here as well. He's going to send some units inside of that third base, try and bait MMA outside. MMA, he started researching 3-3. He's got personal cloaking on the way. There is only 2 observers on the map, and they are nowhere near the army.
The Ghost tried to get forwards, but he didn't get to those High Templars. The Storm, as well as the units, did kill it off. Another Ghost is going to walk forwards. He gets a big EMP on a few of those High Templars to start this off. Will chase that away.
San has no Storm. He's going to get chased down here and lose a lot of units. So
one Storm catches quite a bit of the army, but it's not enough to stop this force from moving forwards. Although he's not really controlling this, the Zealots will get torn down, and there's no Colossi left, so there's not that much splash damage. Meanwhile, MMA even dropping in the third base. EMPs the High Templars again for good measure, and this army's going to get obliterated.
Of course, he's dropping the third base. It's MMA, man. He's done a bunch of damage there, killing a few walkers. One Templar is going to come back in position, not even going to storm it. And MMA picks up, and with that big win here, actually, Colossus
catching that brilliant move from MMA again, just to jump on the opportunity, almost gets it.
Another Colossus was actually just across the map and died. So San, he's lost so many important units here. It's obvious he was going to get counterattacked behind this just because the entire Colossus count plus the Templar count was pretty much reset. So now he's on basically about to die.
Yeah, he has really very little splash damage. That one Archon, that one Colossus that's also very weak is all that he really has here. He's going to have a lot of Zealots to buffer, but they just had their shields ripped off by that EMP, catching a lot of them. That one Colossus has so much work to do, but there's no Vikings. Another Colossus is going to come and try rendezvous with this. He brings a few of the Marauders over, but the Zealots tank enough to push it away.
Yeah, San holds for now, but I mean, MMA, he's got 3-3 all about to finish here. He's getting, actually, Widow Mines out, I guess, since he knows that he's killed the entire Colossus counts. These could be good. And San just start +3 armor, but I mean, what's the Templar count at this point? It's only 1. He's got 2 Colossi. Those really are the entire strength of his army. And again, MMA gonna go for the same old move, the drop in the main and the attack on that other base.
I wondered where they were going, and they was like, oh, just going over to the 4th base, never mind.
The 21-minute pull the boys.
I was going to say, that was a bit strange, but there you go. MMA now looking to drop in the main base, looking to do some damage there. There is one High Templar for a feedback, but doesn't really do a whole lot. He keeps shutting down a good portion of the AoE damage from San.
That was a very sad feedback. Actually.
Yeah, it really didn't do a whole lot.
He's like, I'm not going to kill you or do any damage, but what the hell anyway.
I'll go for it, me as well. For now, though, MMA is still sat at these 2 locations, making it a little bit hard for San to really breathe.
He's now on 4 bases with a 5th. Actually, he flew his main to that other base. That's pretty cool. Playing it
yeah, that's nice.
The old Nightail style from Warcraft 3 where you can move your bases.
They were slow, man. Those walked really slow, if I recall. But anyway, command centers fly slow as well, so it's all okay. MMA set up here. He's allowed San to get a little bit of more momentum behind this army, that's for sure. A lot of Colossi. There's actually not that many Vikings, if I recall.
I think MMA is right to wait for ghosts here. He could try to draw, but then he will expose himself to basically risking to lose the game against a San who, in defense, has been immaculate. I mean, his defense every single game against Bunny, even in this game, has been great.
Yeah.
It's really the attack that he messed up where he got EMP'd.
Good Storm catches those units. Oh, tries to go for another one. Forces the lift on out. But it was on this map as well where he had some good defending against Bunny. I think Bunny overpowered in the end. But, I mean, regardless of that fact, it doesn't really matter because they both played a phenomenal game in that series. And once again, we're seeing a phenomenal game out of MMA and San.
San has so much gas, by the way. Why isn't he getting more Templar? Now finally he's making a bunch. I guess he doesn't have that many gateways or something. Oh no, he's on 10. A little bit weird.
Well, 5 extra ghosts are on the way, so he's going to have to keep up in that number, that's for sure. It's 6 ghosts at the moment against 5 High Templars, but with those 5 ghosts coming out, that really puts the number in his favor. And that base is being blocked.
What's happening here? That's some content if I've ever seen one.
Yeah?
Those SCVs turn around very quickly. They were headed there.
I don't want to get stormed. Don't want to happen.
I really like the Sensor Tower. This is going to give MMA so much vision. Like, he literally is going to have vision into the fights, even especially if he leapfrog with one more. But
I jumped the scan initially. Oh, good EMP as well. Those High Templars were very, very eager. More eager than I normally see. But Storm drop, perhaps? Oh, good pullback. Run away. Wow, MMA is on top of things.
Yeah, definitely a quick reaction here was important. MMA mined out his natural just now.
No! Stop dying, probes. Run away. Okay, so a few more High Templars going to come in from the flank. Oh! Okay, you ran away the first time, but not second time, my friends. That was a big chunk of damage.
I don't think MMA mines too much. He's almost maxed out. He's got a lot of orbitals.
Gonna get the third, and that's still healthily mining. So nice pickup. Drops the storm, but it doesn't hit in time. We're gonna go straight to the natural as well. MMA's all over the place.
Yeah, I think San's gonna photon overcharge that and defend it easily. He has one Colossus.
Get out of there.
Another nice feedback. Big engagement. San might have finally lost patience.
Cloaks up, but there are observers there to keep an eye on those ghosts. Really can't do a whole lot during that. The Vikings need to do a lot of work here.
No, there was no observer, actually. Finally, now they are. He just brought back the observer, but it's too late. He lost everything.
Yeah, that's just too much damage and been taken. Too much damage. High Templars walk forwards, but they don't even have energy for it. They go for the feedbacks, but no storms available. MMA also going for the Robo facility as well. Jeez, he just keeps holding on, and there you go, GG. Overwhelms superior play from MMA in game number 1. And the crowd says it all. Wow, wow, wow. MMA has the crowd behind him after game number 1, showing a brilliant performance. San held on for a long time there, but was unsuccessful in the end.
I'm a big fan of the timing that he wanted to go for. It, he had a bunch of Templars. He knew ghosts were being made, and the more he was going to wait, the worse the situation was going to get for him. So it was finally the one timing for the first time where he could move out, go for an attack that was going to be very dangerous. It's just the positioning. And if you think about it, he could have done so much better with it. He could have started making cannons, establish a position just right out there, not let his opponent come down the ramp and EMP everything. And he just messed up everything with the Templar control, which is very, very hard to do. Like, the best way, I think, is not to group them and just to place them everywhere as mines and be like super fast in selecting them and storming when the turn moves out. But if you group them with your army, even as group number 2, they're going to be clumped up together. And if you get them EMP'd, I think like MMA code like 3 or 4 Templars with 1 EMP, that's enough of a mistake to lose a game against a turn like MMA. He's just going to chase you down, kill everything. If you don't have Storm to cover your retreat, then you lose your entire army, which is what happened here. But somehow, behind this, San did somehow manage to make enough unit to barely hold on for some more time. But then from there, he was just so far behind the whole time.
A tough start there for San. And as you said it rightly at the very beginning, MMA in this matchup right now looks solid. And even there, he just looked solid, stringing his opponent around left and right, holding off those kind of aggressive moves at the very front. So game number 2 now on the way. Can MMA continue the pace, or will San catch up? He certainly has to here in the round of 4. Game number 2, semi-final, as we have, spawning down to the bottom left-hand corner, it is our Red Terran, currently 1-0 up, representing Team Acer, it's MMA. And up to the top right-hand corner, we have our blue Protoss. Representing your Flash Wolves, it's San.
I've talked about how San doesn't scout often early on, and MMA again. I think we should focus a lot on checking, figuring out how he wants to open here. But could go, for something like a command center first and be very safe with it. And I mean, it's MMA. There is really no build that will surprise me out of him. I guess if you went for a one base all in, that's one of the things that really would surprise me. But anything that's macro-like, that includes command center, bioforces, and medivacs, I wouldn't be surprised. And it's going to be a Rax 12 and Refinery 12. So a pretty fast Reaper, that you can get out to get a good scout with. And for the first time, actually, San, in a while again, he's going to scout not too late after he gets his gateway up. He really only did it, I think, the one time in the last game against Bonnie. Other than that, never really went for a quick scout. Well, I guess the game on King Sejong where he proxied all in.
Yeah.
With the target doesn't really count.
Not too much.
Kind of counts as a scout.
I guess, in the end. But with MMA moving out, I don't see any reason for him to really change too much up. I think his little pokes and prods earlier on are very nice. The two Hellions even were cool.
Sam didn't even check if there was a gas.
Oh, why didn't he go so far?
Well, I guess he probably knows, no Terran really ever does gasless expand anymore these days.
True.
Except maybe a happy or cast on leather. They like to keep it old school sometimes.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's just going to go home.
Confirmation. Yeah. And this SCV could technically be annoying for a little while at this natural. Second probe's coming down there, so zap away, and then the second one coming in to maybe zap as well. Could cause it some genuine problems. Health falls down just a little bit quicker, and whoop, has to be careful. That probe is looking to intercept. Oh, that is like a centimeter off. Oh, poor little guy.
Some great commentating here, Kellaris.
Probe on SCV action. Well, Reaper's on the way at least, so...
it's Sand behind this. A standard play would be just to go for a Robo, and just getting a few Stalkers out, and then later on, just play it normal, with Colossus and Blink. He could do something like a quick Twilight on this map, It's very easy to hide in comparison to some other maps. You see he starts his Stalker, so he's going to try to keep that Reaper out with just the Mothership Core that he's going to have, plus that one Stalker. And MMA, on the other hand, he's going to be playing that old Bomber/Pulse build where you get the 2 additional barracks, so you go up to 3 and you have a lot of bioforces to possibly do a timing with. Remember, we saw Bunny actually kind of try this as well in one of the games against San. And yeah, it's going to be a Twilight. I feel so happy when I'm right.
Good job, Todd. You pro Protoss player, you. I think overall, though, I don't think this Reaper's probably really going to get back there. It's going to be difficult for him to actually spot that. The Stalker's already out. Mothership Core is there as well.
If he tries to go when there's 2 Stalkers, he can't. But if he somehow went in now, which...
For a suicide mission, or...?
Yeah, suicide mission, but then he will get the scouts.
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, if he went now, I don't know. I don't know why Terrans wait for this long sometimes and then go for it. I feel like past 6 minutes 40, when the second Stalker is about to come out, you shouldn't go back in because then you will die and a lot of the time you won't see what's up. So what a lot of Terrans do is they keep their Reaper alive. They claim the watchtowers, they make sure they know whether or not there's a quick third base going up, and they gain so much more information than with just losing it.
Yeah. And they can use it as well to scout out the map as well, just in case a pylon's going to go down to be aggressive itself. But he's going to try and jump in, and it's unsuccessful. That second Stalker with the Mothership Core helps out tremendously, as you mentioned, Todd.
So is he going to scan now?
It kind of has to get some information, right? I mean, there's some gas timings, but that's about it. Not much more than that.
Yeah, the thing is, you see the Marines in the main and the Marines in the natural. He's ready for an Oracle. He's ready for Blink because he's on 3 racks and pumping out a lot of bioforces. What he's not ready for is potential DTs. So that's the one thing he somehow needs to look out for. But I guess DTs are just so unlikely, generally speaking, that a lot of the time you have to cut some corners. Like you can't try to scout for everything, otherwise you're not going to be ready for the specific one thing you're playing against. And actually, MMA even walled off his ramp. That's pretty cool.
Oh wow!
Even if there was to be DTs, he has a wall of depot at his ramp.
Yeah,
he could close not to let some in the main.
I really like that. I mean, why not? You can always lower it yourself if you need those units out. I mean, on the other side of things, though, San has sentry at the top of his ramp to make sure nothing crazy is going on himself. Adding on extra sentries as well. Very low in terms of army supply. Only these few Stalkers at the back to keep himself well defended. And these
the photon of the child, man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with the force fields at the front, that can hold off for a long time.
Wow, San I think we saw him play a similar build yesterday against Bunny. He went for the Robo Bay shortly after. Wow, that's a great scan right there.
Oh, throws a double forge down and then is instantly spotted.
So same build that we saw him do earlier, with which you need to stay on 2 bases for quite some time. I think, wasn't that the build he did in Game 1 against Bunny, and he ended up losing with it?
Not sure, but compared to Game 1 from this series, the Robo's a little bit later, right? Because he got the Twilight Council before in this one.
The Robo Bay, but he's going to have Blink to work with, and ideally he'd like for MMA to maybe try and drop, in which case you can really kill his Medivacs easily, but MMA, he's played this well. He didn't go in there too quickly. He's made a lot of Pyro Forces. San actually Photon overcharge as this time he wasn't even there yet.
It's really early. Force fields should be able to hold this at bay though in the end. Gets a cancellation on one of the pylons, but haphazard force fields don't really split too much up here actually, as the Zealots just get disintegrated during all this. Time Warp has to go down as well to try and prevent this from doing much more.
He's not just doing damage, he forced Photon overcharge plus a Time Warp. That means when Medivacs come out, there is not going to be any Photon overcharge ready. So a big win here for MMA, who traded some of those units. He kind of caught up in Walker count as well at the same time too, because San was cutting. So now it's 50 SCVs to 45, the other way around, so sorry, 50 probes to 45 SCVs.
And if he finds a hole to drop during this 2-base situation, he knows that so much gas and minerals is sank in that double forge that there'll be less units there to really do a whole lot. Oh, did that Marine down to the bottom just spot that pylon?
Yeah, it killed, I mean, it killed the probe and the pylon. Every Terrans check here nowadays, especially great ones like MMA. Come on, this pylon is so 2013. This doesn't work anymore.
No, it does not. MMA is on top of things. He's a 2014 Terran, that's for sure, especially considering his recent form. And that, just barely. Did that get spotted? Very, very close. But MMA now looking for the load up. He is going to try and run with the advantages that he had from that little engagement before that you were mentioning and try and find a little bit of weakness here. Not that many Stalkers, only 4.
Yeah, he's getting a few more now. You don't want to get them that fast because you don't need them early on unless you know you're getting dropped. Like you get them when you're about to be attacked and when they're going to be useful. MMA
boost straight on out, does not want any of that. Those Stalkers were ready and waiting. Also opening up these rocks to enter, well, to be able to give him a few more attack options.
MMA's vision on the map is ridiculous. He literally has the entire middle of the map covered in terms of vision. San, as you can see a little bit, but it's really MMA's vision that I think is great. He's got both watchtowers.
Yeah.
He's got San locked down on 2 bases. And we're going to see a similar game to what we saw last game, except this time, I guess he didn't get his Robo Snipe, so he's going to keep on making Colossus plus upgrades from the Double Forge.
It's a really good point that you actually bring up, though, with the vision, because yes, the watchtowers are like the normal go-to, but it's those 2 Marines on the left and the right that are really the barrier that forces nothing to get across without being spotted. It's a great, great spot.
And he's actually working on those debris here. Might be thinking already about going for some kind of big attack flank, you know, around the army. And since he's been making Vikings a few at a time, he might have enough. I'm not sure, I guess, because he's going to be behind on upgrades, and charge finally started here for San. San's execution, by the way, like his mechanics, really some of the very best in the world in this situation. Like he didn't start charge too early. He made the 3rd base, then made charge, and he made sure he had started 2-2 well early enough so that he would complete before any kind of timing could hit him. A Ghost Academy being made now. For MMA, so he's not going to wait nearly as long as he did in the previous game, even though there was Templar much earlier. That's interesting here. That's one of the things that he's going to have going for him in this game. And San, you know, I've already talked a little bit about this yesterday. He's not one of those Protosses that will start grade 3 a lot of the time. He will get a Templar Archive, and then he will just make a bunch of Archons and charge a lot on the ground to really tank for his Colossus and Stalkers to do the work. But in this game, he hasn't made it yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's been a slow, steady game again, but the Jets are about to be turned on very, very soon here by MMA, who's looking to push in from 2 sides. Does see the number of Colossi that he's going to be competing against there, and tends to just run away from that, doesn't want to be competing just yet. But his Viking count is rising. He's at 6, he's going to be at 8 very soon to deal with 4 Colossi. 8's not amazing, maybe like add on a few more from there, but other than that, he's already mixing in Ghosts, so his composition is going to be very well-rounded.
Ooh, San, is he going to spot the Ghosts? Yeah, I think he might have been able to see them. Didn't spot the Ghost Academy, and there is a very strong timing that MMA could go for here. I'm actually surprised that San takes the gases, by the way, and starts 3-3. Oh my god, that's He's really eager here.
Yeah, very ambitious.
That's the one moment where you're going to be quite far behind in supply here as the Protoss player, and where the Tian is going to close in the upgrades. You can see MMA he's about to complete 2-1. He's got +1 already on the Vikings.
If he can hold on, though, if he can hold on for a big chunk of time, then
I don't
maybe
think he
he can do
has.
something.
Actually, MMA doesn't have enough Vikings, and maybe San identified that. Like right now, it's 8 Vikings to 5 Colossi.
It's not enough.
Which the 6-1 just came out. Oh no, it was a War Prison.
I was thinking about it in my head before as well. If we hadn't seen San go for Blink and then gone for Robo, his Colossi, he had 3 out by the time MMA even had like 2 or 4 Vikings. I wonder how well like a 2-base Colossus push from San would have worked out. But I mean, that's just theorizing for later games, because right now MMA is almost maxed out, and he does have 10 Vikings now, maybe just a sprinkling more, unless he gets a really good engagement location with them on those Colossi to start off.
This is really cool. San cleared the right-hand side of the map with the 1 Zealot so that he could go through with the War Prism. He's looking to drop inside of that 3rd base of MMA, where there is actually no bunker, so this could do quite some damage, and MMA is going to be very committed to an attack here at the 3rd base of San. I think he just CMP'd an Observer and sniped it, so San, he doesn't even have vision of where exactly or how the Terran's going to be engaging.
Yeah, there's one Observer just below the army, but the other one is way out of position. So if these actually do cloak up and move forwards, he has to be very, very careful about how this is going to happen. 3-3 is almost complete, but MMA is moving in before that's actually given opportunity. He's not cloaking up with his ghosts just yet, though. There is no Observer in this army, so if he were to do that, then it would work out quite nicely. Force fields have haphazardly gone down, a little bit working against the Zealots down to the bottom left, but on the top, personal cloaking isn't even done yet. My apologies, but
it finishes as the last ghost dies, actually.
Where did he go?
MMA has been held. He wanted to go before 3-3, but he was missing some very good upgrades. And engaging into photon overcharge like this, the Stalkers were able to go to town on those Vikings very easily. And now San, does he counterattack?
That's a shame for MMA. I thought cloaking had been done for him, but it was not. So he really missed a crucial position there. The 2 Observers are now with the army as well. So this army for San has a lot of power behind it.
Yeah.
And
being 3-3 against just 2-1 here, he's got actually if you just went for a timing here, he would do so much damage, maybe even win the game right there and then.
It's 2 Vikings against 4 Colossi. How are you supposed to compete with that? I mean, he just doesn't have the units available to him to actually deal with the problem that San could throw at him.
San is chickening out, maybe because of what happened last game. He thought he could attack, went for it, was held, and then from there he was always behind. So now, finally now, he's gearing up for a timing. He's going to be dropped at home at the same time. I mean, it's MMA, of course. This always happens.
Those Vikings are very valuable. MMA's trying to buy some time with the drop at the back. He knows he's in a little bit of an odd position. Has to be careful with this. The Stalker's already on top of the Vikings. Vikings aren't doing anything. And there's some orbs and DTs for the defense as well. This is a great opportunity here for San to tie up the series 1-1. He's on part of the production. And the Bioforce on the right-hand side isn't doing anything just
San
yet.
leaves some units behind here. Maybe to be killed by those units. So MMA is just waiting for one mistake like this to kill those units, but there is a Warp Prism gearing up to do maybe a warping in the main of MMA here. So San has a lot of harassing capability. You could literally send 1 DT in that 3rd base. The 4th base from MMA is not even mining, whereas the 4th for San just finished is the gold base too.
Yeah, 3 Vikings. They've got so much work to do against this army. There's 4 Colossi here. A 5th one could be on the way very soon, as well as he's sat on top of this natural. What are you supposed to do here as MMA? Lifts the command center. He's actually going to try and pursue all of this. There's not a huge amount of ground units to buffer for this. The Zealots will charge forwards. They will melt off pretty quickly. And the Bio's not doing too bad. The SCVs on the right-hand side get melted away, though. There's just too much power behind the Colossi.
Colossi are uncontested.
GG. San takes the 2nd game. Ties it up 1-1. Doesn't break a sweat.
MMA was forced into pulling the boys, I guess, in his own way here at the end, and lost 35 pretty much instantly to those 4 bad boys Colossi. And yeah, really the timing of the 3rd base from MMA when you're researching personal cloaking like this against a Protoss who's getting Colossi out continuously, you really don't have to rush in there unless you're absolutely sure it's going to work. So I think he could have just waited a little bit more, as you said, completed personal cloaking, made sure he scanned and sniped an Observer. And yeah, he would have done well, I think, with the Ghost being cloaked in there and EMP everything as they please. Whereas now it's really like he rushed in there, you know?
Yeah, he really did rush. You're completely right on that. Anyway, merry-go-round will be map number 3 between these 2, and San pulling 1 back is nice, but I can't help but feel that MMA could have made more of a meal out of that game. With that engagement, how it went down, yes, if he had waited for personal cloaking, maybe that would have given time for 3-3 to finish up, but at least he would have survived. At least he would have had the army intact. There was a lot of ghosts in the army to actually, keep those alive, and for later fights would have been very, very useful.
Feels like MMA's game plan this series is just pretty much standard. Like he's gonna try to do some specific build orders sometimes, like with the first game when he went for the quick 2 Hellions, and the gas first. But overall, he's just looking to drop here and there, keep on macroing, take 3rd bases, 4th bases. Always go for double eBay, never pull SCVs, and this could play right into San's hands. If he's able to defend as well as he was here a lot of the time, and MMA loses patience once or twice, then San's just always going to capitalize on it.
It being merry-go-round, all sorts of things can happen here. We all know how hard it can be to claim that 3rd sometimes. Anyway, let's get into it. Spawning down to the southern position as our Red Terran. Representing Team Acer, it is MMA. He believes he can win this tournament, but he'll have to go through San first, who is spawning up to the top left-hand corner. It is our blue Protoss representing Yo Flash Wolves. It's San.
The double introduction.
I was hoping no one noticed.
I did. All right, on merry-go-rounds, this is definitely one of the maps where they could do something special / crazy, both of them. Don't you think?
Special or crazy?
Yeah,
yeah.
Some
so.
Oracle play, like a quick 3rd base sometimes.
It's normally what I expect out of San, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But at the same time...
If there is a map, though, they could do it. Definitely is this. And it looks like MMA. CC first here, I'm thinking already.
Yeah, could get away with that.
Depot in the middle line, and somebody who doesn't really ever scout early on all that often. Did it in the previous game. So if he does it again here, he's going to be able to see what's up. And then, I mean, if you see a command center first, there is not much you can do if you've opened standard like San has here. You can maybe make a Zealot, which you can boost, cut gas, and then get a quick Nexus, but that's about it,
Yeah, and he may even get super unlucky if he did scout, he could actually go up to the top right and then be in all sorts of problems in regards to actually having the information.
And he didn't.
Yeah,
he didn't at all.
He's just chilling out. Playing his own game, getting into gas, finishing that wall off so he can deny any kind of Reaper positioning going around. But in the end, that's not even going to be coming anytime soon. So, there you go.
I wonder if MMA is just going to want to look to play this, with the 3 racks standard behind this, where you take to Medivac, you get sometimes a very quick 3rd too with it. And it's pretty nice, I think, to go for this against somebody like San, who doesn't scout early on. Another thing, actually, that you can do that maybe is saving for later, against somebody who doesn't scout on 13, you 2 racks, and you win almost every single time, because he's only going to have a Mothership Core without Photon Overcharge against a bunch of Marines and SCVs. The first Stalker is going to come out really late, and then you just die a lot of the time. It's especially depends on the map, too. I guess merry-go-round, not that bad, but not the best map to do it on either. And, I mean, even the Muslim beat Stardust with the 2 racks previously at Gfinity. So
even the Muslim.
After he listened to me. I told him, man, Stardust doesn't scout, just 2 racks. He did it and won.
Even the Muslim can win. Well, there you go.
He's going to hate me for this.
Yeah, I think so. But anyway, MMA has found himself a nice, neat little scout out. He's already spotted that Nexus at the natural, so knows where his opponents spawn, know that pretty much exactly what build has gone on, and he didn't even reveal that this SCV had been spotted. So poor little San has no idea.
Whoa, the racks are flying back. 1 second. Oh, the 3rd CC.
What the? Why were they flying over there? That was weird.
He didn't like the position.
What, the 1 square to the right?
Yeah, man, it's MMA.
I guess so. That was interesting.
He likes to get it perfect. And that probably then on the map could be for a hidden Dark Shrine maybe here, since San has gone for a Twilight Council. A lot of the time you go Twilight Council on this map, or almost every time actually, it's going to be for Blink, which on this map is a must. Especially against somebody like MMA who loves to drop it. Right now, the problem for San is that he has no idea what his opponent is up to, and MMA going into a 3rd orbital, as much as this is greedy, against DTs is ideal. If he has 3 orbitals to scan for DTs, it's like Christmas, man.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. As that Twilight Council is about to finish
all that will be missing is maybe gaining experience from killing those DTs. Then he would have some very high-level heroes, but I guess that's for another game.
Yes, it is. San's preparing himself with these Stalkers just to make sure he could deny any scout or something like that, and just deny any observation from MMA to try and read into what's going on, because right now he doesn't have that many units invested in through gas. So if he got in there and saw not that many units, only a Twilight Council, not even worrying away, then the game will be up, the jig will be up. MMA would know.
I'm surprised he didn't go for a robo, actually. Usually when you go for DTs like this, you get a robo and then you do a DT drop, not DTs at the front.
Yeah.
But remember what I talked about in the previous game. MMA does not do much scouting. He doesn't scan much. In the previous game, the only moment he scanned was when there was the double forge going up and there was already a Twilight, like very late into the game.
Oh, geez.
So if there had been DTs in the previous game, it would have been great. But now it's the other way around. MMA somehow smells that there could be something like this coming. It's like, well, a turret is only 100 minerals. I'm going to have triple mules to work with anyway.
Yeah.
So he gets the turrets, scans the main. I think he saw pretty much everything there was to see. He saw the Twilight, double gateway, and the robo. So now MMA already in a great position in this game.
Yeah, the robo being very late means that he's just slowly preparing. He's actually walling off a little bit of that. It won't be full wall off by the time these Dark Templar... Oh, it actually could be! Those SCVs, they're moving into position. They get the full wall off. And that Dark Templar has no opportunity.
He does have a scan as well.
Well, breaks through a little bit, but in the end, they get pushed away.
He scanned too early. A lot of the units were in the main, maybe expecting an Oracle.
Replacing with a missile turret, and he has the energy for more scans, I believe. Does he across these? No, very close, 7 seconds. So that missile turret is not going to finish up, but in a few seconds' time, you will have another scan available to him.
Ooh, MMA was hoping that DT will stay inside the range of that turret, but it didn't. There is a scan available, so this DT shouldn't be able to do much here.
Yeah, ideally has to use it on the one in the main. The one at the natural had to deal with a missile turret at the mineral line, so had a hard time really doing anything there. And does he have any more scans left over? 1 in 4 seconds. So,
oh my god, those DTs are still being pretty annoying. Somehow, even though there was one turret ready and a bunch of scans, but I mean, 51 probes to 49 SCV is not really where you want to be at this point in the game here for San. Late Robo Bay, DT tech that didn't really do anything and now is going into a single forge. This is not going super well, not a disaster either, you know. Skilled a few units here, and they're actually going to do a DT drop, but now there is a turret in the main from MMA, anticipating it was a possibility.
And he's looking all right here so far. That Dark Templar tries to worm its way in, but will be shooed away promptly. Get out of there would be nice, so you can use it for another day. But everything lining up for a few more gateways going down for San. How many workers is he actually on? He's on 55. I'm under the impression he wants to try and transition over to that third base eventually. There we go.
Yeah, he's going to start that and just going to Colossus Blink standard. Not many observers are on the map, just one right now. And since he's already going to Colossus production, you can't really halt that to get more observers. So that's going to be in trouble against an MMA who's been doing really well with drops, you know. Some turns they just sit back or they just attack left and right like Paul. But MMA, where he shines the most is with the drops. And on a map like this, you give him a map like Merry-Go-Round, he's going to want to look to fly into the main, fly into the natural, and attack the third base at the same time. So San is going to have to be careful. And look, he's already sent a probe at the top side.
Exactly. Compensating for the fact that he can't get more observers out at this point because he has to commit that more to the Colossus production, as you mentioned. So MMA's War Machine, though, is gearing up. His third base is now up and running. He's got extra barracks finished up and good to go. And second starport, all importantly.
Very, very important. Actually, like there is a timing here that he could do when he has enough Vikings to deal with the Colossi to attack that third base, which on this map is basically the most exposed third base of all time in all of RTS games.
Yeah, it's pretty exposed. You're right. There's a very, very wide open area to be able to just put on the pressure there. Technically, San's vision on the map is not too bad, actually. He's got a warp prism to the top right. He's going to send that in once again. He's putting down pylons on the left-hand side, so he is protected against like drops being sneaky, but a frontal assault is something that can his army kind of equate against. It's going to be hard.
San definitely needs a bit of a gateway explosion here. He's added on at least one more, which is unusual. Usually as Protoss, you know, you make them 2x2 or 3x3 or even more. In terms of production, I guess he's doing okay. Army-wise, you know, 59 to 73. But again, as soon as there is going to be enough Vikings, if MMA does the timing, this is going to be in trouble for San.
Yeah, his army supply is rocketing up now. 83 against 63.
Making Vikings 4x4 is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very quick. He's on 6 already. He's going to be on 10 very, very soon.
No second armory and no second eBay and no armory. So I think MMA is definitely going for a timing. We might see the first the first boys being pulled here out of him, maybe.
Could do. It's going to be really, really deadly if he actually does do that.
Yeah, he's scanning.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. He sees what he's going to go up against.
He just saw the entire army of Sand. He saw that there was only 4 Colossi. He knows that there is an Archon as well, but I don't think he cares. He's going to have way too much. In terms of army,
Massive.
105 to 79 with all the buffer from those SCVs.
All the boys coming to the party. San has to be very, very careful. He's going back up his ramp. He knows he can't hold the third base.
Does MMA go up there against sentries there as well?
He's got to
go into
careful.
the third base. I guess he has to.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best place for a Protoss to try and hold on against this on a map like this. SCVs go forward, and he actually gives up the control of the ramp. So this entire Bioforce has been able to get up here pretty fast. He's already doing work on the Colossi numbers.
San is pulling the girls.
The Colossus very spread out themselves here. There's quite a lot of firepower still available here to San, but he doesn't have that many gateway forces. Even the ground units here could potentially get on top of these Colossi. GG MMA hits it with pristine timing. And it's 2-1. There's a favorite here in the studio today. There's a favorite for the entire tournament. And that man is MMA. He's the crowd favorite here. Looking good so far. 1 game away from the best of 7 final.
I never should have doubted his capability of pulling the boys.
No.
I thought he was too shy to do it, but I guess he's not that shy.
What do you think, though, about San actually giving up control of the ramp? Because he did very, very quickly there. He gave it up for the, I guess, advantage in inverted commas of having a very wide concave himself.
What do you mean?
Because you said that he had opportunity to throw down force fields on the ramp sentries.
I thought he had more than one. I think he might have had just one, with which he made a hallucinated Colossus and then Guardian shielded. It's a big investment to go for sentries at this time because you need your gas to go for better stuff like Archon. So I guess in the end, I agree with his choice of basically not force fielding and going for the photon overcharge plus time warp and the big spread out concave, because if MMA moves up, like for 1 second here, I thought MMA was going to be in trouble because you move up that ramp, everything's going to be clumped up, the Colossi. They die fast, but they kill everything on the ground at the same time. Like they don't all die at the same time. So there was a lot of damage output here from San. Maybe he pulled the probes a little bit late and also didn't really attack the Vikings as well as he could have, not only with the photon overcharge, but and with the Stalkers as well. But yeah, there was just way too much here by MMA for San to hold, even though he put a great effort into it.
It's a little bit difficult for me sometimes, even when casting those engagements, to see exactly how well the Stalkers are focusing down on them. I think the Factory was even there blocking my vision. So overall, a bit of a hard time there for San. King Station Station will be our next map. Does San now do something tricky? He has to...
He should try to play more standard. I mean, he did well in one of the games just playing standard. And in the previous game, it's really the DT opener that made him only have one observer.
True.
And he couldn't scout the double starport. The counter to double starport is not Mass Colossus. It's Templar transition with a lot of charge loss, which in this case he didn't have. So just play standard. That's what he's best at. You know, it's nice to play some mind games here and there with an opener, but you should always try and do what you're best at. And MMA actually is very good at mixing it up very well, and he showed that again.
Let's get into it then. Game number 4, as we have the man up to the top left, currently 1 game away from the grand final. Representing Team Acer, it is MMA. And down to the bottom right-hand corner, potentially 1 game away from elimination here in the round of 4. It's our blue Protoss representing Yo Flash Wolves. It is San.
If there is a map we could be seeing something special on, it's also King Sejong Station, I think. Be it a 2 racks or again some kind of proxy Stargate out of San, but I think both players are going to be pretty wary of that. But San, a lot more so than MMA, seems very stubborn with his late scouting versus Terran. You know, you see Protosses like Zest that every single game will scout at 13 after a gateway. And then there is guys like San who very rarely will do it, and that leaves them exposed to quite a few builds. But Gas first here once again by MMA. He knows he can exploit the lack of scouting from his opponent early on, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see something like the double Hellion that he went for last time.
Well, just adding on that barracks after the gas, and Sam has a mountain to climb here. MMA if he goes for something like, just a Hellion to look around, see if there's any kind of, proxy action going on, something like that. We already saw that being very successful in the
double
past.
gas,
Oh,
and
geez.
the probe going to the same position.
Uh-oh.
Okay, no, he's going to the right-hand side.
Uh-oh.
Where are you going, probe?
This probe's going to get jiggy with it.
He's going to proxy somewhere else. Just right there, maybe. San, what are you up to?
He could put this anywhere.
He's doing 2+3 so far. Yeah, 3+3 on gases. He's going to be the same thing. A proxied Stargate on King Sejong Station. I told you, man.
You told me. You said it. You did.
Special things. Special mind games. Special tactics.
Oh, you said it. Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't go there.
When I said special things.
I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it.
Everybody on the internet and on Twitch was thinking the same thing.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Well, San, sneaky guy, had to do something because MMA was looking solid.
Yeah, this is very scary for San because MMA, I think he wants to go into the double Hellion, much like in the first game.
I was thinking that.
If double Hellion gets into his main and he doesn't have the photon overcharge, good luck with one Stalker killing those boys without losing 1,000 probes. And then it's all about the Oracle doing damage. But already having a reactored factory, MMA can just make Widow Mines and be okay. But I guess if he does not see this coming at all, which he shouldn't because he hasn't gone for any scouts, the Oracle could still do a lot of damage, but I feel like the Hellions almost always are going to do more damage than an Oracle.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, you just won't really have too much to deal with it. There was a Stalker just finished up at the back, so that will slowly take them down if they come along. But
slowly is the word.
Yeah, definitely. As that Stargate is now finished up, Oracle's on the way. Chrono Boost straight into it. A lot of gas has gone into this. A lot of commitment gone into this here for Sam. Oh, the Stalker's actually moving out completely as well.
Yeah, it's going to go... Those Hellions are going to go right past it. And seeing a Stalker out on the map like this might be a bit of a tell. And San is planning a transition, by the way. He's made another proxy pylon.
Oh my god.
And he's looking to make something else there, but I feel like this probably not even going to come into play in this game. He already has double Widow Mine on the way. MMA needs to pull the SCVs away from the middle line here, maybe to try and save some of them.
Yeah, very little anti.
Hello, probes.
He wants to get on that Stalker as well. He could get on it. Tries to block off here, but at the same time, those Hellions now going to go for... Wait a minute, SCVs, where are you going? The Marines killed the Stalker.
Oh, what is going on here? MMA getting the much better end of the deal here. He's going to fry probes left and right. Already 6 have died for 4 SCVs.
He's already killed more workers than the Oracle ever has. And the SCVs are retreating out. Yes, he lost a lot of mining time because the SCVs are just running across the other side of the map. Where are they going? Go back to mining now. The Widow Mines can protect you guys. But
they were confused. They were going to counterattack. He was pulling the boys to the next level.
That was truly pulling the boys. There was one Widow Mine connection, getting a good hit to start things off. Second Widow Mine's already burrowed, looking to protect the boys.
10 probes have died for only 4 SCVs.
Back to work. Okay, pulls away again. He hasn't been mining for ages. How many workers did he kill? 11 with those Hellions.
Yeah. And then one more Hellion will find its way across the map. Wargate just finished, but I mean, just a single gate up for San here. He's about to get a second Stalker, so I guess that's going to help.
Get back to mining SCVs! Oh, they were just sitting around there for a while, but again, it's so difficult.
Oh, you will be an awful boss, man.
I'm a cruel taskmaster. But yeah, I'm just sending them to their deaths. Oracle's leering around. He has to have some income, though, because he has to do something in this game. He needs to shoot us away.
And then they just started another civilian Marine, so it's kind of broke for now. Somehow these Oracles not doing too bad.
Oh, the Widow Mine's going to intercept it.
The Stalkers are moving across the map, and the Hellions are going to go for the probes again.
But the Widow Mine! The splash! It's real! He gets the Stalker. Well, there's another one on the way, though, as well. Those 2 Hellions have a lot to do. That one bunker finishing up.
The Hellions across the map are going to kill everything.
Yeah, he's not going to have any defense.
San is all in. He's going to walk past this bunker, but I think MMA can just exit this bunker, pull the boys, I guess.
It's a good choice to sort of move around. He actually wants to try and get on top of them. Oh! Big splash damage there as well onto the second Oracle too. And he's got very few probes left over. He's killed 20 against killing 9. MMA right now is 20 supply up, but he needs to find stability in this mineral line.
Yeah, I think he's going to soon. He's waiting for that Widow Mine to reload here, getting more Hellions. He's going to make sure he can kill the Stalkers on the ground, and then the Oracle's going to be easy peasy with the Widow Mines and Marines that he's going to have. Actually, no, he's going to go for a counterattack into SCVs at long-distance mining. What's happening? Is he going to take the natural?
I guess just do that and make the Stalkers walk past the bunker again. Anything here to try and solve this puzzle, and why not be that way? As those 4 Hellions are going to cause it. They're going to kill every single probe.
That's one Stalker, man. Good luck. You have to be the hero if you want to win.
Yeah. You need to do some sick blocking. No, you failed. GG. All right, so probes, they're going to die. It's going to be very, very difficult here for Sam to really make a full recovery because he has no more income. The only few units he has are these ones. There's another Oracle on the way. He's putting all his hopes on these Oracles.
Yeah, he knows that
No
there's a
probes.
Widowmine in the middle line. No probes are left alive.
3 Stalkers and 2 Oracles are going to have to save the life of San here in this tournament.
No
Otherwise,
probes.
MMA goes to the grand final.
No probes, man. This is over. MMA doesn't take prisoners.
There's just there's no way. It's so difficult. He loses one of the Stalkers. He loses 2 other Stalkers. Oracles get going. Oh, one of them already dies off to a Widowmine. Oh, this is catastrophic here for San, as this last Oracle dying very soon is going to mean his death. MMA is on the way. It's been a weird game, but GG, well played. MMA makes it to the grand finals. It will be a TVT. MMA finds himself in another grand finals of WCS Europe with a 3-1 over San. Great performance here by MMA. A way to move on to that grand final, defeating San, one of the most dangerous players in WCS Europe. He falls out in the round of 4 once again. Unfortunately, his road this tournament comes to an end, but MMA moving on to the final, giving us your dream TVT finals, Todd.
Definitely a little bit fortunate with the build order here, but I feel like it's not like he didn't try to provoke that luck. You know, he probably thought, well, if San does that build again, going for a quick factory will be very nice. I will fry some probes, I will have Widowmines back at home, ready to defend, and then in the end, he just walked out well enough for him to come out ahead with all the probes dying and him having enough SCVs surviving that he could have a little bit of an economy to stay in the game and win.
It was a tough one in the end, a very tough one. Really a little bit of a strange game to come down to the very, very wire there in the end. But MMA is victorious. Moving on, that means our finals are confirmed as Yoda from TCM will be going up against Acer MMA in a TVT finals. It's been a while since we've had one of those.
It's time to be honest again.
It's time to be honest, Todd. It's time to be honest. And without further ado, I think we can send it over to Mr. Red Eye with MMA.
Thank you very much. With MMA, well done. Congratulations. Another fantastic win. Talk us through how you've destroyed yet another player in this WCS Europe.
어떻게 또한 엄청 잘하는 선수를 이겼는지 MMA 선수께서 직접 설명을 해주세요.
저도 산 선수가 정말 잘하는 선수라서 어떻게 이기지라는 생각을 했는데 제가 한번 이겨본 기억이 있었잖아요. 베스트 오브 5에서. 그래서 뭔가 약간 불안하면서도 마음이 편하더라고요. 준비하는데. 그래서 좀 편하게 했던 게 좀 경기가 잘 풀렸던 것 같아요.
I knew that Sun is a really, really good player, but I faced him once in WCS in a best of 5, so I could actually go into those games a little bit more relaxed because I knew what would come to me.
Okay. Did the way that you played today have any bearing on what you did yesterday? You said you had to kind of mix things up yesterday. Did you feel the same about San, or was it a different approach?
어제는 좀 생각지도 못한 빌드를 이렇게 좀 PD 와가지고 썼다고 그랬었는데 오늘도 좀 그런 게 있었는지 아니면 준비할 때 이번엔 좀 다른 생각을 하면서 준비를 했었는지.
오늘도 빌드를 오늘 여기 와서 짰어요. 어제 그냥 VOD만 보고 오늘 맵이 뭐가 좋을까, 어차피 제거하는 건 똑같잖아요. 저는 테란들은 뭐 데드윙 제거하고 토스는 님버스 제거하니까 5맵 중에서 이제 순서를 골라서 가장 좋은 빌드랑 상대 다전제에서 판짜기를 어떻게 해야 좀 심리전에서 좀 앞설까 생각을 하고 빌드를 짰는데 그게 좀 잘 먹혔던 것 같아요. 그리고 카탈레나에서 1경기에서 쓴 빌드를 엑시오모트 선수가 추천해줬는데 굉장히 고맙네요.
Actually, I came here today in the morning and made my build orders for today, and because I knew that we wouldn't play a Deadwing and maybe what was it? Nimbus and Deadwing. Because Protoss would veto out Nimbus and I would veto out Deadwing. So I knew which maps to play. So I prepared every map and what I would play on these maps. And I think it worked out pretty well for me. And also on Catalina, that build order, Axiom Heart actually gave me that build order, and I'm really thankful to him.
Okay, yeah, nice stuff. Again, another final. You've had a very good 2014. It's got better and better and better. You were worried at one point about going to BlizzCon. That doesn't matter anymore. You're definitely going to BlizzCon. In your third final, how much does it mean to you now, knowing that you're already going to BlizzCon, to win another WCS Europe title?
처음에는 이제 이번에 블리즈컨을 갈 수 있을지 안 갈 수 있을지 그런 걱정도 했었고 그랬었는데 점점 이제 실력이 좋아지면서 결과도 좋아지면서 블리즈컨도 이제 확정이 되고 이번에 세 번째로 WCS 유럽 파이널을 가게 됐는데 얼마나 이 파이널을 이기고 싶은지 말해주세요.
요다 선수랑 좀 잘 아는 사이라서 몰랐으면 좋았을 텐데 이번에 제마우스 놀러가 좀 친해졌어요. 괜히 친해졌어요. 그래서 농담이고요. 요다 선수랑 좀 서로 잘 알아서 어떤 경기가 나올지 모르겠는데 잘 해야죠.
So actually I got close to Yoda because I actually went to the Gem House and played with the Gem people, and I kind of regret that that I got friends with Yoda because now I have to face him in the finals, and it will be really hard and also interesting to play against him because we know each other so well. Yeah, I'll try my best.
Okay. Last question. Is Yoda harder to play against than MC or easier?
MC보다 쉽냐고? MC보다 쉽냐고?
MC가 아니면 요다가 더
둘 다 쉽지.
Both are pretty easy.
You're supposed to... See, I thought you were going to go for one, but both is easy. That's fine. I can take that. That's very good. Okay, congratulations, MMA. MMA is through to the grand final.
He wants to say something.
Oh, you want to say something? Okay.
혹시나 또 결승에서 지면 인터뷰를 못 하니까 지금 얘기하고 싶은데 이번에 준비하면서 많은 선수들이 도와줬는데 하스덤 선수랑 그리고 대무슬림 선수 그리고 크랭크 선수랑 그리고 헐트 선수가 많이 도와줬는데 감사합니다.
So in case I lose in the finals and don't get an interview, I want to thank the Muslim, Hastem, Crank, and Hart for helping me in my practice games. So really a lot of thanks to them.
그리고 하나 더. 제가 지금 한국 액션 숙소에서 살고 있는데 정말 오래됐어요. 근데 그 토탈 비스킷과 제나가 계속 끊임없이 지원해 주니까 제가 계속 게이머를 이어갈 수 있는 것 같아요. 저번에도 말했지만 이 자리를 빌어서 또 한번 감사드립니다.
And also a lot of thanks to Total Biscuit and Jenna Bain because they always support me when I'm in Korea because I can live in the Axiom house and train there with the Axiom guys. So a lot of thanks to them.
And and my boss Uber and Fred, Hun, thank you.
Are you done? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MMA show where things are only green and white. MMA, congratulations. He's through to the grand final yet again here in WCS Europe, and he'll go up against TCM's Yoda after the break. Don't miss it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the World Championship Series Europe Premier League Grand Finals weekend. Now, a little earlier on in the show, we said to you guys out on the internet that you could take part in our cheerful competition by sending in your virtual cheerfuls. That's still going on, and it'll carry on all the way through the grand final, so keep them coming. Make sure you're using the hashtag #WCS. But the winner here in the studio has been decided, and it is this gentleman. Do you want to come up and join me? There we go. Okay, what is your name? Okay, what is your name? Bjorn. Where have you come from? Where have you come from?
Germany, actually, Hamburg. Actually.
From Hamburg. Okay, from Hamburg. Okay, Joe Miller will be very happy to hear that. Well done, Bjorn. Show the camera. There we go.
How bad? Actually, I have the Kappa sign. Yeah.
And the Yoda.
Let's just go through these. How bad? Seed Shank. The Stefano. Phoenix lifting the trophy.
Have you actually watched any of the games? Because it seems like you've been drawing a lot, Bjorn. It's very, very good. I like these a lot. That's fine. All right, that's fine. I think we've got the idea. He's done a lot of drawings. They're all very good. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner is Bjorn. There you go, sir. Right, okay. I guess. Before we go any further, congratulations to Bjorn, by the way. Before we go any further, we get into the grand final. You'll also be aware that we love our StarCraft 2 players here in Cologne. We've looked after them over the last couple of years, and they are absolutely top-notch players. Brilliant professionals when it comes to playing StarCraft. But when it comes to TV, not so much.
It's so awkward. Yeah, I have still time. And I can still play. And I get older.
Makes me scared. I have no answer.
I want to be in the world. I don't like to watch Korean community because they are so bad. Smoke parties with anyone.
Well, I think
everyone is thinking it. Someone has to say it. I'll probably be a girl and take a shower. That should be so fun. Everyone's thinking.
2-0. Artvin.
No. These days, actually, I had a lot of nightmare involving snakes.
Offline, they can't say. Just shy and on-red. Understand?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Like nurture.
Perfect.
One more time. I'm scaring woman when woman speaking bad words. My favorite feature about Apollo is just the braveness every day. Put on his pants, shirt, and to walk out in the world and just kind of own it.
Yeah, I was doing it. I thought there should be like a 10-second stare.
I'm MC. You are watching World Championship Series Premier League. My name is Todd and you're watching WCS.
Hello, my name is Will.
You're watching WCS TV on ESL TV. Enjoy.
Right, here we go then. Time for the grand final, everyone. Some fantastic memories in there. Great to have some fun with the players over the last couple of years that we've been privileged to be able to work with the WCS guys. See all the players come through. You featured in there as well. What nightmares were you having with tanks?
I don't remember. I don't remember this interview or the questions, but I know this was done after I lost to 132.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe my mind was a little bit troubled.
You were a little bit sad
with their units. After I lost to Yoda, you made the finals.
That's where we were going next, because it is the grand final. Two fabulous players who've been in absolutely terrific form over the last few months. And I can't think of a better two players to have in that fight. Yoda has gone through the last two games 3-0, 3-0, and his group games 2-0, 2-0. He hasn't lost a map in like a month and a half in WCS. MMA is just throwing it down like an old champion that he is. I don't know how we separate these two. But the good news is I don't have to, and you two do.
I mean, it's going to be incredibly tough. Yoda got here not losing a map in a long time, especially in the bracket play. MMA, he went 3-1, 3-1 against really formidable opponents. 40G. I put my money on 40G when I saw him, and he smashed him. And I gave MMA a few tips, but thank you for, but I can't be thanked at all.
No, that's all you. It was all you.
All right, but they're both done incredibly well. And given their current form and the way that they are played, they are the best two players in WCS Europe right now, like without a shadow of a doubt. So seeing them battle it out in the final, as a Terran, even if I wasn't Terran, I'm looking incredibly forward to this.
As a Protoss, Todd, this is your opportunity to tell the world your innermost feelings about TVT.
It's a good matchup. For me, actually, Yoda versus MMA is, as you said, a little bit of a battle of current form versus more of a renowned player. As in MMA, he's been a big champion. He's won way more tournaments than Yoda, mostly only won one. I think.
Just the one.
So in terms of bigger name, I guess we all agree that MMA is. But current form, who do you think is in the better? Both of them were pretty impressive.
When I play against either of them on ladder, actually, they absolutely obliterate me. So there's not much to separate them either. They both excel at very similar things.
In the way that they do it, there isn't.
This could be a sign. We're searching for some clue right now to separate these two players. Right? This could be a sign that has passed over. I might be scratching at straws here or something. Trying to find something we can separate these two players, because they have been absolutely fantastic all the way through this season. So you two can't do it. I can't do it. We'll find out from the commentators in a moment whether they can separate them. But what do we do? I mean,
I think. Can't you tell us a little bit about their TVT?
They both play insanely aggressive with doom drops, quite comfortably in this series. In fact, one big difference is that MMA likes to go for extra CCs and plays macro style, whereas Yoda, he'll just go for your throat. But when you're playing against a player like Yoda that is out to kill you, more often than not you have to do the exact same thing. And sitting up, watching the games, Yoda really didn't want to play MMA. And that is because of how good MMA is playing and how strong doom drops are these days. And these guys, there's not much to separate them at all.
It's also because, as we heard from MMA in the interview, they've played each other a lot in the gym. Because MMA has spent time there and he's got to know who these guys are.
And I mean, even walking off to their gaming stations, they're still chatting and talking. So we're probably going to see some mind games going off in this series. That could easily happen.
Todd, your thoughts on the matchup and how these two hope with each other? You've played friends in the past. I remember, you and Grubby spent a long time together in 4King together, traveling the world together, playing with each other, practicing with each other. And then when you faced each other in tournaments, how did you cope with it?
It's difficult. Obviously, they once the game starts, there is no friends, but even more so, in terms of their lovers, if they're very familiar with each other, trying to anticipate what the opponent is going to do, to anticipate what you're going to do. That's the difficult part, to get the better end of the
So do you ignore it? Do you think, well, okay, he knows what I can do build otherwise. I know what he can do. So is it one of those like snap moments where you just go, right, I'm just going to do something crazy, just to throw him off?
That's one way to go about it, just to say YOLO, pick a build, and that's what you will do, I bet. But
I would definitely do that.
I don't know what they will pick. I think they're going to try to really think hard on what their opponent is most likely to do and try and do what would be a good counter.
MMA's build so far in the last 2 days. He's just looking over the last 8 games that he's played. 8 games that he's played here this weekend have all been very different. I mean, yesterday very impressive because he knew he had to kind of come out with something a little bit different against 4GG, and he proved that he could play any kind of style he wanted.
Yeah, certainly. But in TVT, there's already going to be a lot of different builds you can do. There's literally 8 or so that are very, very viable. So between these two, it's not going to come down. It's not going to come down to, hey, I know which one you kind of like to do. It's going to come down to, I'm going to cover up my weaknesses. I'm going to cover up my weaknesses as good as possible and just play to my strengths and be, as Todd said, very decisive. Like, you can't second guess yourself because this guy's going to be thinking what you're going to do. You have to be decisive and go with it.
Predictions. Predictions. Which way are you going? Which way are you going?
It's tough one. It's tough one.
Do you want me to get a coin out? I mean, it might be as good as anything we say right now. Okay, all right, Ben, the expert, Terran, the expert.
My brain is actually with Yoda, but my heart's with MMA here. I think it's going to be 4-2 or 4-3 either way.
Is that what you expect? Is that what you expect?
I think it's going to be close games. I think it's going to be close games. Yeah, I think it could be 4-2, but I would be very shocked if it's a 4-0. I'm going to go with Yoda. Let's say Yoda.
Okay. Well, as you can probably hear, there is. Carmack has returned to the studios, which means we now have to the familiar chant of Dimaga. I can guarantee one thing about this final: it won't be Dimaga that wins. That's for sure. I like that. Oh, well done. That was very good. Well done. That was very good. We like that a lot. Okay. Keep those chanting lungs because you're going to need them. I heard a lot of MMA earlier on, but I've got a feeling they might be shouting for Yoda too in the crowd. So we'll find out who the crowd like in just a moment. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand final of the World Championship Series Europe, Season 3, 2014. MMA versus Yoda. And here's your commentary team, Kalaris and Apollo.
A previous WCS champion in MMA takes to the stage again in the grand finals against the man who currently is having the performance of his life. Yoda looks for a championship after being without one for so long since the entire Extreme Masters World Championship.
It really is about MMA, who has been a champion for every single year that he's played StarCraft in. From 2011 and onwards, he's won a tournament every single year. Versus Yoda was just a code 8 player, wasn't really anybody. He sprung up in that Intellectual Masters World Championship, won a title. He then dropped down severely since then. But as you said, he's back on form. He's on a 10-game winning streak in this tournament. 3-0 versus MC yesterday, 3-0 versus Gordon today. Undefeated in the playoff section of the World Championship Series. But he does go up against his biggest challenge yet, which is, of course, a former WCS champion himself and a 7-time overall StarCraft 2 champion MMA.
And this is MMA here, our first competitor of the final. He's a player that technically, during the round of 32, has already beaten Yoda. He beat him 2-1 there. Cheeky.
I like it.
You like it.
I do like that wing.
He's your golden boy.
Yes, he is.
He is your golden boy. And he also beat him at DreamHack Moscow as well. 2-1. So technically, in terms of TVT, I would say MMA goes in with a little bit of an edge here. He's had to practice it before for 4GG. And here is Yoda.
The funny thing with Yoda is what a lot of people don't really know about him, especially if you don't really travel to these events. Yoda is such a shy little guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's very lovable, very friendly, but incredibly shy. So for him to be able to come out like that, and you saw it on his face, he's like, "Oh my God, I'm doing this little thing on my chest, fist on my chest." But yeah, serious business. This is going to be an epic series. It's going to be full of aggression. We're going to see both these players go at each other, just try to get the momentum going. But MMA has so much experience backing him here. He is, as mentioned, a 7-time champion. It's his 3rd final this year, and he's playing for his 8th StarCraft 2 championship right now.
Absolutely huge. Best of 7. Let's start things off on Deadwing. Up to the top left-hand corner, we have our blue Terran representing TCM. It is Yoda. And down to the bottom right-hand corner, he's a previous WCS champion representing Team Acer. It is MMA.
Yeah,
no
there's
surprise
here that MMA has the backing that he has with the legacy that he has in StarCraft 2 and the legacy that he has every time on the road to BlizzCon last year, this year.
And to be honest, MMA
is in the history books of StarCraft 2 and will forever be.
And here we see him playing
not for BlizzCon today, as we've seen him multiple times before, but for that other championship.
It's been a long year, Claris. 3 seasons of WCS completed.
This is the last day, the last game of 3 seasons. We've had 3 awesome seasons, potentially different champions this year.
Definitely different champions
this year. MC, of course, Season 1 champion.
Stardust,
Season 2 champion.
And now a Terran
to take the throne
next one.
come into this next one. And already Yoda
choosing command center first here. Not a very regular build that we see very often.
Considering that MMA's gone gas first and has opened up with the most aggressive opener versus the least aggressive opener.
This one
is going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, explosions ahead. I mean, Deadwing is one of those maps where if you do spawn in cross positions, then you're very, very far away from one another. So Yoda is trying to bank on that to start this series off in the best of 7. But again, we're going to see a lot of punches pulled from both sides here. I suspect MMA, with all of the preparation he put into someone like 4GG at the beginning of the round of 8, he's going to be geared up and ready to go for this TVT, whereas Yoda hasn't really had to play any TVTs in this tournament, aside from MMA at the very beginning, which he lost. So I still personally have to give the edge to MMA.
Both of these players, though, have been training together.
It's not just living, it's not just living and practicing here and there together. It's actually discussing the game. How can I improve Yoda? How can I improve MMA? They've had these discussions to push themselves both further and as better players. And it will play a lot into this because they discuss what your weaknesses are, what your strengths are, and they're going to be highlighted and potentially exploited throughout this series.
But let's see how this is going to shape up
because Yoda's the player scouting who had gone for this early command center build, and he is going to see that he's up against gas first, and he's going to have to mount a good defense. He's going to have to get a factory up fast, Hellions, Vikings, you name it. MMA, though, no information, doesn't know where his opponent is. He's somewhere up north, not exactly sure where. And he knows, he doesn't know, but he needs to know, but he needs to know. He has to do damage in this game. If he doesn't do damage, the SCV count's going to be so high because the economy is going to be so high. The unit count and upgrade count will go out of control soon.
MMA is
let's just say he's got a ticking bomb.
And that's the risk you run. That's the risk you run. If you're going to open up like this, on either side, really, Yoda going for that heavy economy play early on just has to thwart it. And then he should be fine, but it's going to be Cloak Banshees on the way. MMA looking to seize the advantage early on.
What defense is there for Cloak Banshees yet? We have the second gas being taken for Yoda. Starport will start shooting. He's got to react to this can assist with the Hellion production if it isn't going to be Banshee. If it was some kind of, Hellion Marine drops along the lines there, he could use that for a switch up. But he's going to have to use something a little bit better for anti-air here. And it is going to be an engineering base, you can see on the production tab here. So turret, Viking, he's going to have to build, I say, 3 turrets, 1 each mineral line, 1 around the production to be safe. 5 is of course included in that mix too.
And to be honest,
I actually rather like Yoda's position.
It's looking good. Scan and sees everything instantly. The Banshee as it pops out. Never mind the tech lab whirring away.
MMA's got zero information. He doesn't know what he's up against. He doesn't know how far behind he's going to be in this game. Look at the worker difference, already 5. And it's going to continue to grow. It's 2 command centers versus 1. Double sets of mules. 10 minutes earlier than MMA. Here come the turrets. It's a perfect opener here from Yoda. He's gotten away with this greed.
MMA goes in with the SCV.
And to be honest, the 3 letters I say are FML.
Yeah, not so good. Not so good. Doesn't really get too much. Sees the command center and it's like, oh well, I know exactly how you've opened up behind all of this. The Banshee's on the way, but the missile turrets are already set up, Sean.
And Viking is bad up here too. So the detection's there. The Banshee can't really go on the edge of the middle line to pick off an SCV or not because the Viking's going to come in.
Very difficult start here for MMA in this series, but still, a lot to play out. We've already seen MMA play on this map against 4GG. He played a blistering game, a blinder, but in the end, Banshee's going to get too much.
7 worker difference.
Needs to make that up. That's for sure. He actually got to work on the add-on of all things because he can't find any other room. And we'll get out of range of that scan. So that's a small pickup, 1 scan's worth overall.
Is he going to get anything? Nothing. That was there is a second Banshee. There is a second Banshee. MMA's thrown down a very fast third command center, realizing the trouble that he's in here.
He's been liking these economy openings in terms of trying to catch up at least, going for that triple command center a little bit faster than would normally be geared up for.
The way that this is playing out, we're going to see mech versus Bio. I would expect Yoda to be aggressive, considering he's got a huge lead. You don't really sit back and allow MMA to get back into the game. I would expect Yoda to be really powerful in this game. Lots of movements out here, pushes early, depending on what further information he can get.
Finds a little hole there. Anything in MMA can get is not too bad at all. Worker count at 34 against 40. So still in favor of Yoda here.
But the thing is, Yoda has followed up with a further scout, right? So with a third command center coming in, MMA will start to catch up in this game, and eventually will have a better economy than Yoda has, despite Yoda having a brilliant opening. The thing is, MMA is incredibly weak right now. Army supply much heavily in favor of Yoda. If Yoda was able to find an area to exploit that weakness, he'd be in good shape. But he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what's going on the other side of the map.
Getting that Hellion is nice there for MMA, so that eventually when he falls to fly over that third command center, he can, without it being spotted, which is nice. But at the same time, just a few units moving out here in the middle for Yoda, actually being picked off by MMA.
Imagine the Hellions that Yoda has running through the natural of MMA right this second.
So much power.
He bursts through that natural. Look, there's nothing there. It's completely open, completely vulnerable.
If he goes with Blue Flame,
I mean, he should have that already, right? So he's got that on the way. He bursts through that. But here comes a scan. I would expect it to be Yoda. It is Yoda. He sees the past third already in. He's like, whoa, wait a minute. He's got a third command center. He's got a third command center. Okay. And then to be honest, I'm not even sure where Yoda's game is himself in this game. Is he? Am I in the lead? Am I not in the lead? Did my early economy work out for me? And from this point, he has to start to feel the game out more. He can't rely on his scan. He needs to get out active.
He's almost playing in essence a very 4GG heavy style of just very, very heavy Hellions. But again, we saw how MMA was able to deal with that in the previous game on this very map. So if he kind of suspects something like that going on from the Yoda side of things, then he could deal with it. Definitely.
Because MMA is starting to get a lead in this game again. So Yoda really has to move soon. He definitely could try to break through this third though. It's open, it's vulnerable. There are no tanks yet in this game really. Well, one thing that Yoda's going to do by the looks of it is going to try and drop 4 Hellions and then try to move around a little bit. He does have a third command center of his own and does also still have a supply lead. But double medivac drops, if these get into the mineral lines and gut the SCV production and SCV actual counts, things are going to change heavily in favor of Yoda again.
Oh yes, definitely. This is a good opportunity for him to do stuff, but at the same time, MMA is already setting himself up with just a few Marines on the perimeter, making sure that drop up to the top right isn't going to do a whole lot. The one on the left is going to be the big focal point here, as there's not as much to be able to spot that early on. And he loads up yet another drop.
MMA is really focusing on his Viking production. They're looking to take air control here, set the starport with the tech lab on it as well, can allow him to build Banshees in this mix too. Very good against mech. But here comes the drops.
Was able to spot that before with the Marine. So we'll take down the medevac, but at the same time, Blue Flame Hellions now going to work on some of these SCVs. Hasn't killed too many of just yet. 5 in total, but the Bio should be able to push that away nicely.
Yeah, so from Yoda, not amazing, not terrible. So.
And that other drop on the left hand side hasn't done it just yet. It's speeding away now, trying to get over there as quickly as possible. But he's taking precautions himself. He's making sure that nothing can go on this left-hand side, even having a missile turret there. His army is gathering a lot of momentum itself, with the army supply being just slightly in favor of him by around 10. And Banshee production hasn't begun just yet for MMA, who looks to have been setting up for it.
Yeah, he's setting up for it, and he will do that for sure. But here comes a drop.
Morphing into Hellbats as well, trying to get on top of these SCVs. MMA didn't react as quickly as he would like. Loses 13 SCVs.
So combining those two drops together, that's a success now. It's a very good success there. The worker count 69 for Yoda, 52 for MMA. But MMA, upon going for this air movement earlier on, has got a fusion core kicking in. Was that spotted? What is spotted by Hellion? The fusion core.
Might have been. But even if it was,
he saw it. He saw it. So double starports coming in.
calls coming in.
Yeah.
That is probably the biggest part of all this game there, that he got that scout because MMA switched into air early. And if he hadn't have noticed the fusion core, he could have been blindsided by air production and of course battle cruisers coming in.
Yeah.
Big
I think it could have also been triggered. Nice pickup here by the Vikings. One's going to get away. One's going to get away. Very close to both of them dying off. These Hellbats have a little work to do. Remorphing into the Hellions.
I'm really worried for MMA. I'm really worried for MMA.
Yeah, this could be dangerous.
So much resources into this air move. But remember, Yoda's playing mech. He already has +2 air attack on the way. He's got additional starports on the way because he saw this transition early enough. He's going to have a lot more air than MMA does. He's going to have all Vikings. And to be honest, heavy Viking count is probably better than battle cruisers. So
it's going to be a little scary here for MMA.
Not really sure where he can go from this position. He's taking a 4th.
And this is so interesting. To watch because in the end, this is the build that MMA wanted to use against 4GG in the previous series, but now he's gathering a little bit more momentum with it himself. Of course, Yoda, having spotted it, can try and counter it a little bit differently to how 4GG did because he pushed across the map. But we're going to get to see a bit more of MMA's plan come to fruition here.
I'm really worried about the upgrades for MMA. Just now, double armory is going to throw them air upgrades in very shortly here. But we have a second armory for Yoda. He's already started Raven production as well, and it comes down to Viking Raven really at the end of the day. Vikings are awesome. Ravens are even better to complement them because of the point defense drone, obviously, and the Hunter Seeker missiles, or should I say Seeker missiles. So Yoda's in pretty decent spot. Both players kind of scanning each other, looking around. That is Yoda having 2-3 scans to find out the army. He sees the battle cruisers just on the edge there. Yoda's going to take a 4th soon, but I also think he's going to maybe get ready to take a fight. But I like Yoda's position.
Small movement forwards here by MMA. It's almost to just trade off some of this army if you can find a hole.
Bio's useless in this game now.
Exactly. Not really wanting that when he's going up to these high-tech units, especially against the power that we're going to see from Yoda as well, who knows everything.
It's time to take to the skies, Kalaris. Fly with the birds, Kalaris.
The best way to open up this best of 7. This is going to be pretty good. This game could really go the distance. Neither player has really made a big pivotal move just yet.
And the funny thing is nobody really wants to attack each other either. Because the defender's obviously going to be more spread out. He's going to be closer to his reinforcements.
And air battles are pretty edgy,
to be honest. I mean, unless you have a clear advantage, you never really want to take a fight. And the only brave ones do that.
Will might sit back.
I think Will might sit back for a little bit here.
Yeah. Can your Mato cannon make up the difference in terms of upgrades that Yoda has a slight edge on? I mean, it's a tough question. Tough question in the end. Your Mato cannon, you don't really get to see a whole lot of it. And what is he going to focus down on? The Thors, try and bring those down fast. I think they even tank one Yamato cannon, right? So it's going to be difficult in terms of target priority.
Yoda hiding his air arm very well here, just to the top left. He's those Vikings and Ravens around. MMA does not know exactly what's happening here. It will not really what's happening, but what the unit composition. He saw the army, but not that air part. And neither player moving out here. MMA does have a 5th, and he's starting to catch up and add on his own Ravens and own upgrades shortly as well. 6 command centers production for MMA.
One of which is up to the top right, just hiding that, trying to mine up some of the bases that potentially could have been Yoda's later on.
Time to get rid of some Hellions here, these sacrificial Hellions.
Well, you have to do something, I guess, guys.
Doing a lot.
Yeah, getting some of the bio. If we can get some FCVs, that'd be nice as well. But in the end, killing off FCVs means that MMA's army will be a little bit bigger later on.
Now it's the one thing that Yoda doesn't have actually that MMA does is this fit. And to be honest, gas is actually rather important when you're trying to build up this huge air army which both players are doing. So I do like the fact that MMA does have this fit base and mining properly from it with his SCVs here.
Especially considering that MMA hasn't moved off this side of the map apart from that small bio spot. So you could have taken it a bit earlier.
MMA's only got 2 Ravens in his army compared to 7 Yoda. And it's 14 Vikings for Yoda, 12 for MMA, but it does have 5 battle cruisers in there.
PDDs and Hunt Seekers though. I mean, PDDs especially because it's going to soak up so many shots. Battle cruisers make PDDs disappear though very, very quickly. So it's going to be very interesting to see this battle come to a close.
Both players have seen each other's army. They're scanning, looking around. They know each other's army. MMA's in the middle of the map. I'm not sure he's ready to take this fight yet. I think he needs more upgrades and, to be honest, more Ravens.
Yeah, it's about building the perfect army at this point, because neither player really wants to take the fight yet.
I mean, Yoda seems to be the one who's a little bit more confident here, better upgrades, higher Raven count, higher Viking count.
The Thor's mixed in, if those Vikings do actually clump up, is a big difference maker as well for Yoda.
Absolutely.
MMA has to be very careful.
Oh my god, MMA's got vision on Yoda, Yoda has not got vision on MMA.
He's being sneaky. He's being very sneaky with that air army. At the same time, neither player still wants to take the fight. There is a little bit of insecurity about this. Yoda's pushing very far forward.
Maybe MMA can surprise Yoda coming from behind here if he's not quite ready, potentially.
But he's looking to flank. It looks like he is going to try and flank. He saw the Spio Force down at the bottom right, but where is the air army? One command center is going to get picked out there.
It's going to be such a crazy fight.
Missile turrets as well. Looking to bolster the forces in the middle of the map. Slowly edging towards him.
Actually sneaked away with a set of Bio Force on the left-hand side. You're going to be able to snipe that fifth base. There is no coverage of his Elnogataro. There's nothing to hit the spot. He's going to snipe that planetary easily there. So that's a really nice side move here from MMA, which is not really a part of the main battle, which we will see shortly.
Yeah, it's hard to wiggle that out.
Yoda's crawling forward with turrets.
Wow, extra turrets actually going down here for MMA. Slow push indeed. Wow, bringing down a few of those, but here comes the Bio. Right on top of his face, Military Fortress is not going to last long against those Marauders.
But they're going to have to fight soon. They're going to have to go head-to-head with this air army.
And a lot of upgrades on the way here for MMA, but he probably won't have too much time to get those out, as the battle cruisers now poke forward, pull back just a little bit as well. It's very hard to actually fully engage into this. Here comes some Yomata cannons though, bringing down some of these Thors. Very important.
Get rid of that splash of Viking fight.
PDD took a few of those shots as well to keep one of those battle cruisers alive.
Oh my god, they're going to have to fight.
Very close. Very close. More PDDs. Here comes some Underseeker missiles. Those Vikings need to be separated off at the front. Good move there by Yoda to keep his other Vikings out of the splash zone.
So close here. The turrets will make a difference too.
3-2 against 2-2. So not too bad in terms of the upgrades when it comes to it.
He's destroyed a lot of money. He's destroyed that fifth base of Yoda, but Yoda is creeping forward. And of course, he's going to be able to start eliminating a lot of these turrets at the front wall.
Very difficult. There's so many PDDs, so many Hunter-Seeker missiles saved up here for Yoda. He slowly pushes forward.
One mistake and the game can end.
Definitely. Here comes some Hunter-Seeker missiles. He actually brings one of those. Hunter-Seeker missiles on a lot of Vikings. He needs to separate those up. He takes quite a bit of damage.
Ravens took a lot of damage versus that Seeker missile.
Very careful. This is excruciating to watch. MMA is slowly being pushed away out of his corner.
I think it's time to get the tanks to the right-hand side where that planetary is. Can't allow MMA to mine so freely up there.
He's going to have to slowly move forward to get the Hellbats in the mineral line, trying to do some damage. Here come on, Seeker missiles. He's trying to separate everything off. The battle cruisers are going to take big splash damage during all of that.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of the energy off these Ravens, though. They're eating a lot of these missiles.
Yeah, they are. There's more Hunter-Seekers, but they will fizzle out. Those Hellbats still doing quite a lot of damage. He's trying to clean that up. And these two tanks slowly going to work on all these barracks that really aren't doing a whole lot during this. 3-3 is finished up, so technically you could go back and bio, but why would you do when it's got to this point?
Yeah, he's got it. He's got a lot of money.
So, scans. Always wants to know where this army is moving. It's got to be so careful. I can't imagine playing in this position where both players have some more armor.
Yoda's going to really suffocate MMA now. He's bringing the rest of his forces down. In the middle of the map, there are still those Marauders, though. I'm going to snap off a couple of these back tanks.
If they can get that trade, that's not too bad. He still has some money in the bank, so that's not terrible, but they will tank that away.
Again, MMA's looking for a way in. One mistake costs the game. Really can at this point.
The missile turrets really help.
I mean, one Seeker missile that lands in the middle of these Vikings, game ends.
Yeah, it's basically that simple. Yeah, you have to be careful about your control. You're given a good opportunity, a large amount of time. Oh, but a nice poke forward there by Yoda to start the fight off. Fizzling out one hits a battle cruiser, but that's not too much at all.
Yoda going around with a hit squad of tanks and Hellbats to clear up the rest of MMA's economy. And Yoda really needs to take that 50 on 4 bases all game long.
And here comes a lot of Hunter-Seeker missiles once again. He can't stick around. Still fizzles out. We've got to just get right out of that range, but at the same time, we've left the back cruisers vulnerable at the front, so 1 or 2 did die. More joining the fight here, but again, it's this starve-out tactic. The battle cruisers have gone forwards once again to try and do some damage. It will actually die before the Hunter-Seeker missile even hit. Here comes the Hunter-Seeker missile! Oh, Yoda's a
big for Yoda. Those are very big. Yeah, you got a couple of big hits there. That's the first time that we've really seen any Seeking missiles connect there. That's very nice. All these Ravens, very nice. All these Ravens very, very low. Another hit, and they're gonna.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like he's straight back up to max, but he's got to continuously try to whittle this down, break it down. More Hunter Seekers this time from both sides. Actually, one hits that, and there was another one actually hitting Yoda's army, trying to weaken a bit of Aleph as well. He did hit a lot of those Vikings, having to drop mules to repair.
He's going to repair that. He's also got his fifth base up and running, but MMA still mining from that one on the right-hand side, which is a bit of a nuisance for Yoda for sure, but it's good to see that Yoda's got that base on the left-hand side back up. And it's just kind of trading off a little bit here.
Drops the scan, sees that base just the top right, sends just a few units up there.
Yeah, it's kind of split off these tanks. To kind of defend those back bases.
How do you really break? Good job, Marine. You've done well so far. How would you really break this frontal position, though? He walks forwards with some Hunter Seeker missiles on some siege tanks. So he will break those down. But aside from that, how do you break this position with the missile turrets?
You've got it. The way that it's going to work, I would imagine, is they're going to edge away over each other, and then the player who has the most money can replenish what he's edged away.
Yeah,
will have a better chance. But MMA's put up quite a bit of bio here from the back.
So a lot of Marauders trying to break down this ground position. If you can get away with those missile turrets and try and hunt that down, but a lot of PDEs are soaking up some of the damage during all of that. That means that all of those Ravens don't really have too much energy to be able to go into combat later on, because you have to spend all of them on PDDs. And there was a small force at the back trying to intercept the reinforcements.
Yeah, very nice there by MMA. I didn't really see this Marauder production. He will break out from this, out this little contain, and the game will extend for a little bit longer here.
I asked the question, how do you break out of it? I guess Marauders did the job just right.
Yeah, they definitely did. And MMA breaks out the contain, and the game slows down once again, even though the game was rather slow, but very tense at that point.
Look how calm he looked considering the situation. Very controlled.
He managed that very well, because a lot of people would have just struggled in that position and forced the fight they would have probably lost. But he was patient. He lost the base, and continued to mine on the right-hand side. He managed to keep that base alive. But these Marauders are going to try and snipe that planetary once again, but there are a couple of tanks in support.
There's only two, though. Planetary is going to fall very fast with that amount of Marauders, with 3-3 as well. So, he's going to refinery in the end. I suppose some Hunter Seekers could force that to run away for quite a while.
And here we go. Approached past the 30-minute mark.
I can't believe after that the game has actually stabilized. Of all things, but MMA with that base up the top right there has gone relatively unhindered.
Terran versus Terran at the highest level produces some of the best StarCraft 2 games. So it's good to see the ups and downs here. But MMA going to start mining from a lot more bases, and this is the thing that's going to give him the edge for the next part of the game here. Is that he does have the better income and therefore have the better bang, because at this point Yoda is still only on. Has been working in his corner of the map, whereas MMA has a base to the top right. He has his corner of the map, three other command centers to the bottom left there. So, or two now, but MMA just has a lot better longevity in this game to stay in it for longer, to trade, fight, rebuild, make another army. Whereas Yoda, not so much. I mean, it looks like he's got a lot of money, but it comes down to gas at the end of the day. He's just got 1,500.
So what are you going to do with the minerals when all the gas is gone, right?
Exactly. The gas is a couple of Ravens, really. It's like 6-7 Ravens.
And that is a lot of Ravens that he has in this army. He actually got some Hunter Seekers. He's going to have to run away from all of that. They do fizzle out, but these ones don't. Good connections. Brilliant start there for MMA in this counter-offensive. As two Banshees are going to go to work and kill off the planetary.
That's really good there from one turret missing from the other side of the map has left that planetary vulnerable.
He has to find some way to really deal with these locations.
MMA is pushing this weak spot on this left-hand side. The air is weak, the tank line is deep, but if this air can break through, there are turrets.
Still looking for another fight here up towards this top left base. He knows that this is the pivotal mining base right now of Yoda, because every other location he pretty much has laid claim to. Okay, so a few Hunter Seekers once again. They will kill those tanks. And a poor SCV for his troubles. But the game slowed down just a little bit.
MMA is looking for a way in here.
Yeah.
If he breaks this spot, that's a wonderful position. He's using Seeker missiles excellently on the tanks. He's wearing the tanks down, because if he gets the tanks down, then obviously the Marauder and Marines can go in. And he's got rid of about 3 or 4 tanks.
Another good hit there. Yoda's not quite on top of things when it comes to retreating out of those Hunt Seekers. He's taken quite a few. And again, he takes it straight to the siege tanks again, bringing down a lot of them.
Look at the siege tanks there. Look at the supply. If a couple more of these go down, the Marauder and Marines will go in, and they'll get rid of the turrets and the planetary.
Yeah, if he just keeps pushing back that position, it's a really good.
Starving him from that gas.
He was leapfrogging forwards with the point defense drones to cover that position. It's very, very well done so far.
Yeah, really good play here. Really good play here from MMA. Another Hunter Seeker missile going down on that tank at the back.
The Mules don't want to be anywhere near that one. So going to go straight to the repair.
Right inside, loses caught off there. Loses 2 of them. Slight mistake there from Ace for MMA. But he's going around left hand side with his Ravens.
Trying to get a bit fancy here.
More tanks going down.
He's just finding these positions for the siege tanks. If he can keep breaking them down slowly, and he's trading away siege tanks for energy in essence.
Which is ideal. Obviously, with Yoda who's struggling with income, whereas MMA isn't. This is ideal.
It's the gas again. Look, he's at 400 or so gas and 3,000 minerals. If he keeps these Seeker missiles, this is great here by MMA.
Closing out the point defense drones, coming in with the Seeker missiles, getting more hits, and he's going to push through his fire soon.
Yeah, and you can't counter with Seeker missiles because by the time he's throwing them down, try and bring this down. If he can get this, he can deal a lot of damage to the economy, but has to pull back. Seeker missiles causing him a lot of problems there.
Yeah, really good point defense drones. Really good point defense drones there from Yoda to keep that planetary alive position. Must not lose this position. But at the same time, is this position? I mean, it is the position he wants. He needs more of these type of expansions. It's not. You can't just mine one base. MMA is all over the place. He's got the entire map here. Exactly. He only needs more than just this one base. MMA scanning to the top right, saying, "Oh boy, I'm in such a good position right now. This guy doesn't even have any other bases. Just this one to the left. If I keep the pressure on, he's gonna run out of money. Trading, as you said, energy for these tanks.
And he knows that. I mean, look at the production tab. It's 6 Ravens in production for MMA compared to Hellbats that are really going to do massive amounts when it comes to a straight up engagement after he keeps wearing him down.
And MMA's building the great wall of turrets on this right-hand side, or he can just kind of keep away Yoda from even floating any units.
Oh, and the Planetary Fortress once again is laid siege, and it's going to end up falling.
He's going to lose it, I think.
Not the best position at all. If he loses that, he loses a lot of income. He's getting supporting so hard, but he keeps it alive somehow. He's going for a counter-attack. He knows he can't really hold at that location. He runs into a Planetary Fortress wall, and he's got to find another way.
He's like, oh my god, you got a Planetary Fortress there.
This is difficult right now. Very, very difficult. He needs to find room with his own Hunter Seeker missiles, with point defense drones as well. Drops trying to keep some of this economy dead and buried over on the left-hand side.
MMA, fantastic there, still starving that base despite not really being there present with his army, but he's going to look to take his flight very shortly here. He's going to move in.
Seeker missiles. There's one of those Vikings that isn't moving so far, and he's going to take a big hit to those Vikings as well as the siege tanks.
Again, MMA's going to move in with point defense drones and Hunter Seeker missile. These turrets continue to do this.
MMA's first point of view here is going to try and bring down even more siege tanks. Gets a lot of splash damage on them. Doesn't even care to look. He just walks away from those explosions as he looks to just prevent any damage from happening on this left-hand side base, right-hand side base as well. Throwing down Hunter Seeker missiles on this.
And he's realized that he's killed up all the tanks. He's added Marines and Marauders back to his composition here to take the fight versus the ground as well. So nice mix up there from MMA. Get rid of some of these Hellbats. They'll be quite dangerous versus the Marines.
That could be quite a bit of damage. Actually, most of them fizzle out just but one. And
the army behind us is gathering momentum against MMA. Probably with the tanks, he could probably win the airfight, but he would definitely win the airfight if there's a bunch of Marines in support. Nice switch up there from MMA.
Yoda scrambling. A missile turret is currently working on this command center, so why not? Look at his gas bank. He has 100 gas to his name. He needs to find if he just didn't went for it. I mean, of course, some Seeker missiles could be a big problem, but this is just all over the place.
MMA is stretching the ability of Yoda to build the right army against what MMA has.
Okay, Hunter Seeker missile actually went down on both of these armies here. That's quite a lot of them. Do fizzle out in the end, but this Marauder force is just getting right on top of the opponent. GG! Yoda taps out without the big fight even happening. And MMA, the longevity, pulls through.
It was just a perfect strategy game there from MMA. Was put in a very difficult situation from the get-go. Recovered, came back into the game after being behind with his economy. Was then put in a difficult situation from Yoda, who moved out despite MMA trying to hide the battle cruiser kind of switch up. Yoda found it. He then positioned MMA in a submission type move, MMA was able to break out of. And then the Super Late game, MMA was in control, and he was expanding better, he was controlling his economy better, he was suffocating Yoda better. MMA looked fantastic in the later parts of that game. All his moves with his units, his point defense rounds, the Seeker missiles, the switch back into bio. Brilliant.
What a way to start off this final. Yoda really brought out a strong game. In the end, how are you supposed to break someone like MMA when he is showing those kinds of levels of understanding of TDT, bringing down the tanks, trying to get to that one spot, that one key spot to bring down the economy. MMA played that brilliantly from breaking out to counter pressure himself.
And bit of a cheeky grin on MMA, probably feeling quite confident in himself to be able to go the distance in this finals. Of course, the best of 7 here. But Yoda, just game number one now. There's one big difference. I think we can pick up from both of these players. Outside of the actual game they're playing now, is that MMA has tons of experience on Yoda when it comes to playing these best of 7 finals. Of course, with MMA 7 titles to his name, the majority, if not all of them, have pretty much been best of 7s. He knows how to play this type of mental warfare when it comes to gaining momentum, picking the right strategies, builds, picking apart your opponent, playing out 7 maps if need be. Yoda's a little bit limited in that experience, of course, just playing in that one grand final in Extreme Masters back then.
Yeah.
And he's definitely a very skilled player. Both of them are bantering between each other in the chat lobby. They're grinning.
And you've got to remember as well, that the transition from game number 1 to game number 2, dead wing, big obviously great opportunity for a game to evolve as it did there in the first game. Next map, merry-go-round, not really as big. Opportunities for a little bit more poking and prodding earlier on.
Of course, it can go the distance.
It's a little bit easier to get to your opponent and really start to exert yourself upon them.
And this is so good for MMA, just to kind of flex his muscles a little bit, because that's going to scare Yoda. Yoda was on top of the game almost all of it. He had the better start, he had the better mid game, he had an awesome contain, yet couldn't beat MMA. So question marks are going to surround Yoda, and how the hell do I actually beat MMA? And then of course on the flip side of things, MMA is showing the world right now that he's on form, he's on fire. He's going to BlizzCon in a couple of weeks, and he's a contender for the title after a DreamHack Moscow win, and he's looking at winning this for his second WCS championship as well. Who really can stop MMA this year?
Let's get into it then. Game number 2. As we have this man spawning up to the top left, already one game up in this grand finals, representing Team Acer. It is MMA. And down to the south, he's been on fire so far. In that last game, unfortunately, he burnt down. Spawning as our blue Terran, representing TCM, it is Yoda.
Has to stay composed now, because a lot of the times in StarCraft, when you lose to an all-in, or you lose to something which could have easily been stopped, sometimes players do get tilted by that, but also other players like, that's fine, I could have actually beat you if I'd done this better. But in that game, where was the difference? Where can you think about that? You'll think about that for 5 seconds before jumping into map number 2.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Really know how because it's going to take a long time to break down that map and kind of think about it a little bit more, and what he did bad and what he could do better. And that kind of game is very difficult going into the next game immediately, because if it does get to that long stage again, where MMA is playing on fire, he's making all these right moves, he's playing at the speed of lightning as well. I don't know, man. This is definitely Yoda's
time to
down and
buckle down and
so easily to
not
MMA.
give in so easily to MMA. But look at this.
Yoda going command center first again.
But this time,
MMA has gone for the gas burst,
not for the gas burst, but he has a gas hit, and I think it's going to be a Reaper by the looks of it.
And MMA's also got an
SCV scout, and he's going to go over there and be like,
you really trying this again on me?
Guess so. And that barracks is very delayed. So this Reaper's going to have an absolute field day over here.
And it's a barracks gas as well, which isn't the best versus Reaper. If you knew it was going to be Reaper exactly, then even a second barracks is better because you can start to climb up with the Marines to actually defend against the Reaper here. But MMA,
he's already going to work on this SCV. Knowing that if he can slow it down in any way, shape, or form, that Reaper is going to have a lot of fun. He gets his command center on the way behind all of us.
I mean, it's going to be single Marine production. Yoda's going to be trying to climb up to a factory, which won't really take impact in this game anytime soon. So the Reaper is going to have a field day with a Marine or two, and then SCVs. He will definitely have
dancing and dancing. He can just keep coming back and after healing up. So this bunker is very, very important. He has to keep his Marines healthy and live to make sure that Reaper can't do everything it wants.
It's funny that Yoda's got this bunker. He doesn't even know what he's playing against, but he's about to find out.
And that Reaper starting to cause some problems. He needs to repair his SCV almost, but he's definitely going to lose at least one. A second one will end up falling. Marine looks to help out, but run away.
Whoa! Snake from MMA. A millimeter south. He could have jumped down there.
That was unexpected.
That was unexpected. Not what happened there.
No,
that's a little bit unfortunate. That's a little bit unfortunate there for MMA, of course, but brilliant news for Yoda. Catching out. That was just MMA's mistake, unfortunately.
Things like that don't really happen too much at this level, but
he killed two SCVs already, and his command center is pretty fast too. I mean, it's a Reaper expansion, which is actually one of the faster expansion builds you can choose as Terran. And as long as he can keep this base from not mining really again, grab an SCV again. Problem is his factory's just a little bit behind here.
Reaper's still poking around, having a little bit of a field day.
The second Reaper here, Yoda's like, no man, I'm not too sure what you're doing here behind this. This could have been second barracks potentially, but he's just whatever. He's just gonna chill, and then we'll take this expansion, which is good for MMA, by the way.
At least pushing our way from that natural is really, really nice. I mean, MMA here starting his tech lab on the way.
I like Yoda's choice here. He can't really build SCVs from the natural because he's going to get picked off by the Reapers. He's like, all right, I'll lift in the main and build them from there, and then just kind of build up my SCV count inside the main base. I'll take my
bit of a slower start to this game number 2 with a few fireworks at the beginning. But aside from that, where are you going, SCV? Maybe a bunker? Maybe a bunker for good measure. For good measure.
It could delay this expansion further.
Yes, he will. And yes, he will.
All right. The next follow-up is actually rather interesting here because Yoda's still without any information in this game. This bunker won't complete, by the way.
No.
But MMA's going for Banshee. Hell yeah.
It might complete. It's like, no, I don't want to happen.
Do it now. He loses everything else. Great micro hit by MMA.
And those Hellions could just run past if they wanted to. He pops up there, sees the bunker, wants to get out.
It's a little bit. He's bringing another SCV. He's going to try to keep this contained.
Oh wow!
MMA's building a Viking here. Scan for the first time from Yoda. Actually sees the
structure and setup
here. But MMA's going to try and contain it. If he contains for long enough, if Yoda gets stuck on one base, then obviously MMA's going to shoot.
That's funny that he
cannot let this contain happen.
He didn't see the tech lab though when he scanned there, so he can't really fully. He has a Viking out, so he has some precaution. He's getting Widowmine as well to just try and bolster himself here, but this is a bit of an odd situation. He is beyond this. No, you're right. I mean, he needs a lot of units or tanks to push this out, and right now he kind of has it. Just adding on extra barracks to keep his production going. Try to evacuate and was spotted very quickly.
And that's fine by me.
Oh, jeez, going straight to the minimal line. He has to come back and defend against this because he's not losing mining time. He's also losing SCVs. He's down to he's lost 8 here, and he's going to lose some of his fighting units as well.
Oh dear, Yoda.
Good control as well by MMA to keep a lot of those Hellions alive and still pose a threat. Widowmine. Okay, so gets just out of range.
This is unbelievable. MMA is absolutely on fire right now. He's hashtag MMA on fire. He's doubling his opponent's supply. He's got his command center rocking away with the SCVs. It's 38 to 25. Yoda is so much much in trouble. He's so far behind.
Yeah.
We've got the Heli production coming out. MMA starting to build. An army to just over on the natural very shortly. The supply is huge between the both of them. And technically here, MMA is just played superior. Yoda got caught with a greedy build again. He fell behind. We're about to see Hellion Viking just over on that natural very shortly here as it counts up. There's going to be turrets added into the mix because a Raven was squeezed out on top of this. And it's not like an all-in because MMA has 42 SCVs. He's got a healthy economy. He can throw down a third command center while doing this and moving out. So I'm really finding it a little bit difficult here for Yoda to hold on. He's got Bios, who's going to have Marines without stim, without combat shields, without any upgrades, which are obviously terrible against Blue Flame Hellions.
Yeah, I mean, how does he even hold on against this?
He needs like 2 bunkers on his front wall, but he hasn't really identified what he's playing against yet.
Oh, he's not going to see either. He's not going to see. He's focusing all his time on this idea of going for the counter. Good split off of one SCV there to only get 1 kill.
Yeah, this buys him a little bit of time here.
Brings a few of these Hellions back, which decide to attack the
2 kills, whatever. MMA throws his third down. He's going to move out very shortly here. There's 2 out. If Yoda goes out, oh my god, don't move out.
No.
I mean, he doesn't really know the whole unit count here. He's about to walk into a Blue Flame death.
Yeah, he feels he has to do something, but he sees these Hellions and he's like, oh, why are you out here?
You come to me. You come to me. I come to you.
That's okay.
That's okay. He's going to get everything together and walk over this.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal. It's actually going to be brutal. This is not going to go well. This is not going to go well. Not at all.
Good night, sweet prince.
It's been a nice time, but your end is nigh. One siege tank falls to Blue Flame Hellions alone. The Marines at the back trying to hold on against this as well, but he gets his entire army wrecked. GG! MMA 2-0 lead here in this grand finals, and right now his preparation and form in TVT is looking very, very strong.
One thing that you have to remember as well is that let's just rewind a little bit. Who did MMA have to prepare for the round of 8? 4GG. 4GG, the terror versus terror expert. MMA obviously put in a lot of thought, going into that series. And it's obviously helping them out here as well. And then on top of that, with practicing with Yoda and knowing Yoda inside out, and then putting the preparation against 4GG into play here, MMA is rocking it. Is looking unstoppable right now. A great macro gaming game number 1. He didn't really have that many weaknesses. Turned it around. This one was just beautifully played with minimal amounts of units. Great micro, great decisions, great overall army movement. What really is going to stop MMA right now? It's 2-0 up, and this could end very, very fast.
Yes, it could.
MMA is confident. Coach Inu is confident. Everyone's confident for an MMA victory right now. I mean, he tweeted early before the finals begun, I'm to go win my second WCS championship.
And I'm not surprised. I mean, if you think about the round of 8 bracket as a whole, whoever comes out of the TVT that they've been preparing for at that level, with such a Terran heavy bracket, it's going to pay so many dividends. And right now, with 2-0 up here, moving on to Nimbus, Yoda has to do something so special to try and work his way out of this, because MMA is looking so on form.
He's looking incredible.
He's looking like a winner.
He's looking like a BlizzCon first place contender as well. And builds up the hype ready for that tournament as well. As we approach the road to BlizzCon now. But Yoda's got to pull on the brakes. If he loses this next game, it might as well be over. It's very difficult to come back to win 4 games in a row against world-class MMA. This map is the most important map that Yoda can play. He has to win this.
Absolutely has to. Going 3 games down would be catastrophic. Spawning to the bottom left-hand corner, it's our Red Terror representing Team Exa. It is MMA. And spawning up the top right-hand corner, it's our Blue Terran representing TCM. It is Yoda. Rowdy crowd.
All right, no more command center first, I think, here, Yoda.
Let's focus a little bit more on regular openings.
He could though. He could go command center. There we go. Okay. It would be a bit crazy. It would be a bit crazy.
Yeah, gas first from Yoda versus the fast barrage here from MMA. So MMA can go Reaper again here with the 12 gas, which is going to do. So it is going to be a Reaper expansion, which I do like on this map actually. Against gas first, Reaper expansion. You're going to need an engineer bay more than likely with the Reaper expansion because what Yoda's building towards is more than likely going to be Banshee, and the more common of all is Banshee expansion. He can though switch it up. It can be like a Marine Hellion with a mine kind of play. It could be a super one base all in where he commits to Banshee then tank and Vikings moving out like that. But the most common is going to be gas first Banshee expansion. Whether he does that or not, we'll find out shortly. But MMA, if he does play against that common opening, we'll absolutely need an engineering bay. There's no way you can get out a Viking and Raven in time to deflect it. You maybe get a Viking, but you're going to lose a lot to cloak. But it all comes down to what view both of these scout and of course, more importantly, what Yoda chooses to do with this early gas factory. Of course, early factory.
And it being cross spawns here, unfortunately, MMA's Reaper's going to take a little bit longer to actually get over there and really get keen eyes on what's going on. May even get denied depending on unit positions, etc. But it's very difficult with only just a few Marines at the beginning to fully deny that. There's only actually one way to jump up with a Reaper on this map, and it's on that left-hand side of Yoda's base. So at least Yoda can prepare himself in terms of his unit positioning.
Yeah. And he's gone for a Marine then Reaper. He's gone for a Marine then Reaper. That's interesting here.
Oh wow!
He could obviously use the Reaper Marine from an SCV from moving out shortly, depending on how greedy Reaper's going to be able to push MMA's Reaper back, and also the Reaper can be useful for scouting here too. Because it is a 4-play map. He sent out a late SCV. There usually is going to be some blocking defense to the scouting SCV. Reaper can avoid that.
And Hellions in production. Yeah, with the second gas being added on. Could happily get a very, very strong composition here.
There's going to be a tech lab. There's going to be a tech lab on that. Barracks. It's MMA. It's going to MMA. It's going to use the Reaper now. This is confusing as well for MMA. He's the Reaper. Reaper expand versus Reaper expand. No, it's not the case here.
Exactly.
But a very early engineering bay from MMA. Very, very early. Anyway.
Okay. Well, how quickly does he add on missile turrets, etc.?
For a +1 attack, though, he's actually building to a timing, or could build towards a timing here with very fast upgrades. Greedy play from MMA for sure, but also the turret does offer him detection. I mean, but it still looks like Reaper expansion versus Reaper expansion in MMA's eyes. He could get surprised here.
Yeah, he could. Because right now, Starport switching on up.
Yoda? Oh my god, I didn't actually notice. Yoda hasn't actually found MMA. Look at the bottom left. Look for his so we thought his opponent was top left, which is actually delaying a lot of this.
That is a bit of a shame, because this army is quite strong.
It's strong, but there's 6 Marines out. And because if he'd gone in at that time, it would have been 4, but now it's going to be 6.
If Hellions get good shots off, then maybe they can make up some ground, but it's going to be difficult. Right now, we're really that well lined up.
Yeah, I don't think this can work, actually.
Was going to try and poke. And the first volley of the Hellions there was only really focusing down on one Marine. Tried to focus on the 2 in the middle that were lined up, but
deflects that very easily. Reaper gets in, gets a full scout as well. Sees the Starport. If he sees the Raven, this is even better.
Might even get SCV. Oh wow! And denies a lot of mining time. The Hellions tried to poke at the front, but his attention was turned.
And sees the Raven, so he knows he's not playing Banshee and Cloak. So the Raven has to use it tomorrow. Yoda's falling apart.
Yeah, this is not a good start for Yoda.
He's going to have +1 attack. He can have +1 armor soon. He's going to build towards a timing around 1 now. You can imagine he's going to go up here and be like, is that his command center starting? Oh, jeez.
MMA is just running Yoda.
No! He's in a wonderful...
This is spiraling that control from Yoda. He somehow needs to stabilize.
There's a 9 SCV worker difference after 5 were killed there. MMA has a boss. Why? He's building a bunker just to make sure he doesn't die anytime soon. He's getting a factory will go towards a Starport now. And he's just going to have medivacs with a lot of biogrades, with 1 upgrade. Because he should start that +1 armor in a second.
And how do you shut it down from Yoda's side of things? Does he have to get siege tanks to force this back? What's his options?
Well, he's gone for pure Hellions. He's probably going to play mech here, you'd imagine. He's gone for a 3rd commander as well. There's no way he's playing bio in this game. He has to play mech, so he's going to have to build a second factory shortly. You can't play off just reactor Hellions. He's going to have to get blue flame. And it has to be on top of when the Marines and Marauders move out. Whether they drop or they try to walk on the ground. He has to be there. He has to be dealing damage. But he needs blue flame. Absolutely
saving these blue flames. Against all this bio, puts all of his weakened Marines into that bunker just to make sure that if anything's to come along, then those are the most protected ones.
This Thai League is going to be unbelievable.
It's going to be difficult to hold.
It's going to be unbelievable here. Yoda has to hold on versus He has to hold on. He has to hold on. The Viking and Raven can help him with another Viking potentially can assist versus the medivacs here. So hopefully he can hold on, otherwise this will be a 3-0.
And it hurts so hard because of how much Yoda, how much MMA knows about his opponent. He sees the full extent of his infrastructure. He saw that command center at the back was so late. The third command center being applied as well.
MMA says, he goes, okay, wait a minute, he's gone 3 command centers, he's gone 3 command centers, he's pretty weak right now, this time he's going to kick ass. That's what he just said. Third barracks coming in as well from MMA, and now Yoda scans and says to himself, oh my god, oh my god.
We're back to that 3-letter acronym.
Because the medivacs are on their way, and he knows they're on their way. Blue Flame is trying to be rushed out here, and Yoda is, oh my gosh, playing with fire here. Medivac. He's going to get a medivac. He's going to get a medivac. He's going to try it while defending drop at the same time. So maybe if he can defend and deal damage to MMA, he can crawl back into this. Obviously, that takes away units from the fight here.
It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult. 42 armies play against 27. Technically, the mecking player can, rock it up in terms of supply with those siege tanks popping out. Very, very supply heavy in essence. But I mean, there's a lot of production behind all of this for MMA. He's even added on his armory to get up to 2-2 if he wants to, but this push out has to be deflected with major gusto.
He has to stop this push. He has to stop this. The second engineer main armory is done, so 2-2 is going to start in a second. MMA's going up to 5 barracks now as well, so the unit production is never ever going to end. If MMA slows down Yoda with this push, if he kills him, he's dead, it's 3-0. If he slows him down, the follow-up's going to be worse. Yoda has to stop this. He must not take damage. He hasn't. He hasn't got his cities right now. He can't take damage to this. It's so important.
He's only got one siege tank out, right?
I mean, that is just in time. That is a lifesaver here.
Yes, it is. He's also got a few Hellbats in those medivacs, so he's going to try and drop them straight on top of this army. But at the same time, this is a very, very strong bioforce. Just slightly average.
Completely exposed, by the way. Obviously, with Yoda having everything. There is that Viking and Raven a help. MMA has a look in it. MMA has a look in it. We'll drop Swamp Marine in there. The tanks take the damage.
Okay, to spread out a lot of this. Trying to micro against all of these Hellbats, splitting quite nicely. Gets it. If he kills off all of the Hellbats, and tries to get to that soft, squishy innards of the siege tanks. It's very, very vulnerable. There's not that much bio left over, but it's enough. It's enough to break through. The siege tanks fall down, and with that, he cripples the army. GG! MMA 3-0 up in this finals is making Terran versus Terran look easy.
Oh my gosh, we're going to have an incredibly fast evening here. MMA wants to go home. He says, by the way, if you didn't know, Yoda, I've got BlizzCon to play in 2 weeks. I've got to prepare for it. I've got to practice, man. I've got to practice. Get out of the way.
My TBT's okay. I need to be looking at my other matchups and powering those through.
Oh my. Excited here. Yoda just is getting completely smashed in this final, sad to say. And it's happened now. He has to win 4 games in a row against a 7-time StarCraft 2 champion. Against a former, just a couple of seasons back, WCS champion. Yoda's road to actually recovering to come back to the player he used to be. MMA knows. He's like, I can't lose this now.
He must have so much confidence going into this. How do you lose that attitude when you've just dismantled your opponent in 3 very, very different games? MMA is looking untouchable.
I mean, in every single department, MMA is winning.
Yes,
there isn't a way where Yoda's actually doing better here. Unfortunately, he's obviously getting a little bit unlucky at times. Not scouting your opponent's base is incredibly unfortunate there. But he's got to focus here. He's got to control himself. He's got to not let emotions get to him. He's got to settle down, and play like he played earlier today. Play like he played yesterday. Remember, leading up to this grand finals, he kicked butt. 3-0 versus MC, Season 1's champion earlier this year, and then 3-0 Golden, who was undefeated to that point, and then all of a sudden he's getting 3-0 himself. It's a complete turn of events.
Keeping your composure at this point as Yoda must be extremely difficult, but he has to muster everything he has within himself to make an unbelievable recovery. How are you supposed to do that against a guy like MMA who has prepared for TVT so diligently, has brought the games to the table in the grand final, and has run rings around Yoda? This is going to be a tough one. He's crushing him right now. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. He knows it. He's getting absolutely destroyed in this finals. It's not even close. It's not even close. And unfortunately, he's got to dig deep to find a way back into this. And he has to take it a single game at a time. If he starts thinking, I've got to beat MMA 4 times in a row. You can't. You're not going to do it that way. You have to do it one game at a time. The next map is King Sejong Station. Think about what you're going to do here, win this map, then think about the next one and continue on like that. And MMA has one of the biggest cushions he's had in his entire career in terms of finals. Let's get into it. As we now have game number 4. Will MMA make that 4-0 clean sweep, or will this man Yoda make the recovery? He's got a long road ahead of him here in the very last game potentially of the night. King Sejong Station is our map, spawning down to the bottom right-hand corner. Currently 3 games up in this best of 7, representing Team Acer. It is MMA. And to the top left-hand corner, it could be the last game that we see him in here. The finals of WCS Europe 2014, Season 3, in the blue, representing TCM, it is Yoda. All right. So MMA is gonna open up gas first, likewise Yoda. So both are gonna go for this aggressive opening here. This can create wild scenarios, of course, when both players are aggressive, can throw units at each other. It all comes down to like I said earlier. Yoda just has to chill out. He needs to calm down and just. He's making mistakes. MMA's capitalizing. This will be a 4-0. So hopefully Yoda can turn this around. I'd love to see this go further. Game 1 was excellent. If there was been like game 1 all the way through, could have gone down as one of the biggest and some of the best StarCraft we've seen in quite a while. But game 2 and 3, no, not so much. But you're right. Game number 1 was a blinder. Truly fantastic. And right now, Yoda needs to bring all of that focus and energy back from game number 1 and try and apply it here on King Sejong Station. But on the flip side of things, MMA could do whatever he likes. He could do anything and just try and break the back of Yoda because he has ample time available to him here. Yoda just checking for proxies here. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't want to lose the game easy. Has a quick look at his natural outside his main base. It does slow down his build in comparison to MMA's a slight bit here. Obviously with necessity not working. And we'll have to go home. In the end. Absolutely nothing. As MMA back at home is like, I've just beaten you in plenty normal games. I can just play normally again. He believes he is superior to his opponent. He's proved it in the past 3 games. Why not play straight down the line? Mirrored so far. At this point, second gas has been taken at the same time here. Starports will be added on. More than likely see Tech Lab 3 thrown into the mix very shortly as well by both players. And it is just going towards the Banshee. So far it does look like a Banshee expansion play. Completely through to this. I wonder if one of these players randomly, because it is technically random, chooses a Raven. They would get the better up guard, obviously. In that regard, obviously, Raven Marines around is better, and then with the Viking on top versus the Banshee. Let's find out. MMA's build, I think, in the end lines up a little bit better for that, considering his gas. We shall find that in just a second. As he does opt for Raven. Oh, please. Oh, no. So Yoda goes Banshee. Gas versus Banshee versus MMA, who just goes for the Raven straight away and has 5 Marines. So in this position, MMA is already building the defense necessary versus Banshees, obviously.
And that doesn't bode very well for Yoda again. And MMA's going to move over with his SCV here. He's going to have a look at the natural and he's going to say to himself, no command center. No command center. He's on one base. He's probably gone gas first. He's actually more than likely.
He's just going to spot. He's just going to spot everything.
Go on, I don't have to scan. I don't have to do anything. I walk in, I walk out. I see you've gone Banshee, and he's got a Raven, he's got a Viking, he's moving over to additional marine production. By the looks of it, he's got his command center down. Unfortunately, unless MMA makes mistakes, Banshee shouldn't get out.
I would say Yoda, save yourself the trouble, just cancel the cloak and just do something else from here. He's got his command center on the way. It's a little bit behind them.
Unfortunately,
a little bit of a shame there for Yoda. A little bit of a shame there for Yoda.
MMA wisely and very smartly builds his second command center next to the first one, that he isn't too spread out thin, or he only needs to defend a certain area.
He's hunting him down.
Yeah, he's trying to catch this Banshee. Good control by Yoda and good focus not to lose that too easily.
If he'd have lost that,
still lose it though. If MMA baits this Banshee too far in, he's actually going to chase it out.
Yeah, and that Raven can keep up. He is actually so close. It's so close because that Raven's vision will just run out, just barely. But he can still keep chasing. He can keep an eye on the blur. And he will run out of energy.
It will. It's got
a while.
left. It should be okay.
He wants it. He wants it.
Marines and Raven coming to help.
This should be okay in the end. Going too far, Viking.
Nice pull on MMA. Nice pull back. So then we just have tank Marine. Raven's built up a lot of energy here. MMA could actually drop in a second.
Could he not go for a contain?
He can go outside of the rock area on the left-hand side here very easily. Just set up his siege tank there.
I was going to say that they would have a Viking advantage, but it has to fly so far that it's not going to be too big a deal. Because obviously there's still Viking production and reactor actually on that stage.
Yoda's actually going to do okay here because he does have so many Vikings, so he can push this back. MMA doesn't really have a lot of Vikings,
exactly.
So it shouldn't be too difficult. It shouldn't really hurt Yoda that much.
So it should be okay. He's just going to claim his natural now, as is Yoda. So this is going to kind of balance out in the end. That Widowmine at the back is also quite nice there for Yoda, taking precautions against if something were to come along, but at the moment not going to be the case. Unless the Raven went around to try to jump down auto turrets.
I think that he can't siege and contain the natural, but he can still drop the main base, by the way.
Yeah. Where do you think there's room? Just at the very bottom of... Whoa, where is he going?
It eliminates the air wall.
Using the auto turret wall again. We saw this against 4GG on this map actually, and it's going to use that to draw some of the fire away. Bring the Marines as well. Actually they took a lot of damage there. Likewise, his Marines are dying pretty quickly as well. The siege up, and he does force this back thanks to the extra Banshee power behind all of that.
Thank God Yoda didn't die, everybody.
Yeah, he keeps himself alive. But for how much longer? Well, he's going into this mid game. I would say okay.
MMA. Technically Yoda's in a lead. MMA invested a lot with that push out there compared to Yoda who didn't, and now Yoda's on the bounce. Yoda didn't really lose anything. He still has a lot of those units left over, and is actually going to seize the position where MMA was trying to seize before. And with the Viking lead that he has, this is actually going to work quite well for Yoda. He could be away, looking for a way to actually win his first match in this position.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity with 3 siege tanks against only 1.
MMA spots it now. He's trying to get his tank in position just in time. MMA tank.
Little guy. Well, you tried, but unfortunately you will be unsuccessful. You fall very fast.
Yeah, very good position here.
It's going to be difficult for MMA to really do a whole lot against that because he lost the 1 tank that he had to his name, and now he's at 3 tanks again, just about to finish.
One just about to finish. MMA's definitely in trouble. For the first time in this entire series, MMA's in trouble.
This natural being sieged up quite considerably. Very difficult to break out of this location, and one thing that really does hurt as well is the Banshee, to be honest with you. I mean, the Vikings can try and poke back and forth with that and try and push it away.
He's lost the air wall. 3 Vikings and this Raven is going to get picked off there.
That's a nice start with the Vikings in the end.
MMA is actually going to start to break out of this. Despite the supply being in favour of Yoda, MMA can break out of this very shortly, and he has that 3rd command center, which we talked about a little bit earlier, coming into play too.
Yeah, he understands the need to and the moves that he needs to make to break out something like that, but Yoda is not letting up at all. He's bringing these drop down to the bottom left-hand corner, looking to find alternate routes through. As he has still.
I mean, he could actually kill every single SCV at command center in that third, by the way.
Yeah.
It depends on where MMA is with his units, of course. Yoda is pushed out as expected here.
MMA feeling the pressure.
MMA feeling the pressure a little bit here. He's a little bit supply blocked at 81 supply.
This is looking good for Yoda so far. Looking to bring himself back into this series. Again, it's a long climb, but this is certainly just getting a bit of a foothold. MMA
is almost done here. Plus one attack will be done to both, and a couple of tanks to support. How much damage will these 60 Marines get?
His army supply is huge in comparison. 68 against 37.
Yeah, I mean, Yoda's just going for a crazy 2 base 5 barracks, lots of doom drop style. He sees the command center, by the way, and he's going to unload first to get maximum damage output from these Marines. And then go in
and sieges up again on the perimeter just so that he can really draw his opponent's attention away, because as he fires with the siege tanks, the Marines go in and gut that line very, very fast. Just going to focus down the command center as well. And the siege tanks doing considerable work. And he even just brings down a ton of Marines.
And with the style that Yoda's playing, it's 2 base forever. It's like when you play the style, you might as well have a tattoo that says that, because you will be just over and over and over dropping units. And right now he has MMA in a really good position. MMA's hurt and supply blocks again. MMA's making mistakes now. For the first time in this series, Yoda's fighting back. Yoda's bringing a lot of units over. I wonder if he has what 87 army supply to 54. He may just have enough to roll over MMA, who is trying to guard 2 bases at once, being very spread out to defend his natural and third. MMA is without combat shields for the next 30 seconds as well, which does play a massive part of this fight. Yoda weighs up this army, and to be honest, I think he can do this.
Yeah, he sees it as his opportunity to deal the lethal blow, really. I mean, there's a centaur on the way trying to keep an eye on what's going on, but in the end, I mean, it's not really going to matter too much, because this army is huge. He goes straight on. This is a big concave that he has here. Brings down one siege tank to the south very, very quickly, and he's just going to absolutely rip this apart. He has so much firepower in this bio.
Yoda fights back.
Yoda takes it to the front, to the natural. That bunker is going to fall. So much power behind this army for Yoda, and MMA is dealt the first blow to him in this series.
Yes, he is.
Good game. It's going to be cold.
He stops the landslide from happening, and he's going to calm his nerves a lot with that. And as you can see, Coach Real going over there. Saying well done. That's exactly what I've told it to do. It's all me.
Takes all the credit. But anyway, not quite. But anyway, it's now given Yoda a little bit of a lifeline overall. But still, MMA has room here. Let's look back at how that game played out. And to be fair, MMA looking for a lot of damage at the natural. Have to go for something like that. Didn't have to sacrifice a lot of his army there. But tried. That was his a little bit of a risk involved there. Didn't work out. He still has a few games in hand.
Now a couple of words of advice going over to MMA's side. He's like, be careful. There's no need to commit to these type of attacks too early on. Not certain what your opponent's going on. Something like that could be said here. But I would imagine the more important part is, come on, man, you're still 3-1. It's still just one game. You still let that phase you. You're still the better player. You're still the champion. Probably the words that were said something along those lines. No one knew. I guess we'll see. Hopefully come back. Hopefully get a map to his name. Hopefully get a map to his name and then take it to 3-2 for the draw. Then play for the draw.
And Foxtrot Labs will be our next map between these two, because it is the best of 7. We get to see every map technically if it goes all the way, which is quite nice, because some maps we hardly ever get to see too much. Foxtrot Labs isn't as common as it is compared to its counterparts in the current map pool, but we get to see it. In a TVT here. And there is certainly room for MMA to still push forwards and get a 4-1 victory, because he looked good in those first 3 games. He gave Yoda a little bit of an opportunity to get back there.
Unfortunately, we're about Yoda has this next one, but Yoda has selected random, so we'll have to remake that. So we do have a couple more minutes as well.
Unless he gets Terran,
that would be fine.
All right. He did. Wow. All right, game 5. Random versus MMA. That's so useful. Thank you very much, gods of RNG. RNG.
That is funny.
Let's get into things. He's none the wiser. That's the best thing about it.
He's like, did you get Terran?
I hope that's you.
He's probably like, he's probably asking why. Why are you asking me? And then everyone's like, you pick random. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's funny. To the intros. Up to the top left-hand corner. It's our blue Terran representing TCM. It is Yoda.
That's funny.
I can't say I've ever seen that happen before.
That's actually the first time I've ever seen that happen. Probably the first time it has ever happened in professional game like this.
And down to the bottom right-hand corner, it's our Red Terran, one game away from the WCS Europe Championship. It is MMA. That's tickled you, man.
It has. I mean, it goes into random and it gets Terran anyway.
That was very useful, as I say.
All right.
Regame.
So the builds here, we do have a gas burst again by Yoda. He's going to play his cards again. Very similar to how he played before Maybe Banshee again, whereas MMA has opened up for more of the traditional opener once again here with the Reaper opening. And we saw this play out. On Nimbus earlier. These two builds against each other. We will see it again. But I'm glad that Yoda. Put the brakes on. I'm very happy that he was able to take one game there to start to turn this around. It would have been a little bit disappointing, especially the couple of finals that we've seen recently in StarCraft have not been the most amazing. So it would have been nice to have an epic one here. Hopefully, we still can.
There's still room for it if Yoda can keep pulling this back and this being false cross positions as a map with in essence two different maps in one. They know where each other have spawned, despite it being a 4-player map. Just in case you're a little bit newer to these maps in StarCraft, but in the end, it gives you a good opportunity to be far away from his opponent and bring out something in a similar vein to what we saw in Deadwing, but obviously it's not as big.
I do like this map for mech, by the way. I think this is a pretty decent mech, so we could definitely see that come out to play.
Is it because of the way in which it's created in the middle, all the tropes and things like that?
It's nice to be able to siege up in the high ground positions. Take good spots. There's a lot of good positions. That's the spot I took against Funker, by the way. I did take his third away. So that's how I know it's good against.
But then what was the end result? of that?
That's not.
Did you? Oh, okay.
That's the guy with the voice who has the. Did play Terran on this one. So we'll see how it's going to play. He jumps in and sees 3 Marines already. He's going to try to get around another way in. See the factory there. He's going to see the factory there, so he does know that he's playing against gas first. And the command center, defensively on the high ground here from MMA. And he's going to have to start to press defense here. Of course, Yoda knows that this is Reaper, knows there's probably an expansion behind it too.
Yeah, so even though he's been reluctant to really send that proper scout, he knows what's going on. MMA preparing himself a bunker pretty darn fast at the beginning of this, just making sure that nothing's really going to get done.
Yeah, if there was like a Hellion Marine movement out here, you want the bunker to stop any of that, and also you can put all your concentration inside the main base. Couple of Marines in there, you're pretty much safe. If he goes wild and tries to run by, usually they don't do that. So you can focus heavily on defending your main base. So that's why he's done that.
And even spotting at the front here with the Reaper that didn't really do massive amounts of there other than spot factory, get confirmation of build. If he tries to go back in again, Marines are well positioned to deny, and he is the supply depot to spot up top as well.
Engineering bay, nicely timed here. Should be good for turrets to come in.
You're going to go a little Reaper.
You kind of want to see a Banshee, just to be sure. And also, more importantly, see the expansion and also technically the add-ons. See the expansion and add-ons. So
he could get out. Well, the Hellion will chase him down.
So Banshee Hell Unit looks like at the moment could switch up to Marines in a second. Cloak Force cancel just this second. This is expecting the MMA to be ready for this. Which MMA should be building turrets for.
We don't mind there as well. Please put it behind the gas geyser because it's so hard to spot.
MMA is defending with turrets, but going to drop with the Wintermine Marines. So he's going to pick up everything and go for a counter drop. which could work out marvelous here.
How many units does he have back at home?
So only the 4 Marines and 1 Hellion.
But if the Widowmine gets a good detonation,
exactly. A nice counter move from MMA.
A little poke forwards here if the Banshee, but doesn't really get too much done. Missile turret does zone that out.
But there's also a Widowmine that just popped out for Yoda and a Raven. So I think Yoda, if he stays where he is, he's fine.
His time is diminishing here.
I think he's expecting this counter move. Like you said, these guys have played against each other a lot. MMA's going to try this anyway. It shouldn't work. This is definitely they've played against each other. Yoda knows that MMA likes this as a follow-up, and it's dealt with very easily. Very smart, very easy defense there from Yoda. No casualties taken. And this is a 3 command center build, by the way, from Yoda. So
nice.
So
wait, did he spot that?
MMA did not.
Okay. A little bit of a shame there for him, but in the end, at least neither player was really taking too much damage going through all of this. MMA is actually setting himself up with siege tanks, adding on some extra production as well, so he's going to have a lot of production here.
MMA's motive in this game will change if he sees that command center for sure.
Yeah,
obviously this is a lot of greed coming out for Yoda, which could be capitalized on.
And he does have his units still at the front here, looking to at least contain, in essence, anything that would like to move out. And actually he's going to poke forward to see that this natural has been taken at this particular moment in time. Boost on out of there. And the Widowmine, technically, if the Raven moves out with everything, that shouldn't really do much. He does technically see that. Sends 1 Marine forwards. No.
MMA still not really gotten any more information in this game. Yoda doesn't need information because he's the player that's taking the risk. By going these 3 command centers, he just kind of needs not to die. There's a massive airspace at the back of your main base here, which is difficult to deal with against drops. You can come in from a lot of angles here. So it is very annoying to play against. MMA knew and could exploit that. Obviously does not at the moment. The Viking patrol is ported to the north side of here, and also Vision, which you see both players focusing on. Yoda's got a blue dot to the north, likewise MMA's got a red one down south. This is just to kind of scout and see anything from coming in. Destroying that beautiful mineral line of yours inside the main base.
Viking on patrol to deny anything going on as well.
Set up 5 barracks factory here, so he's playing like Yoda did in the previous game. So the way that this now shapes up to play is that Yoda just got to sit tight and not take losses and find himself in a better position the longer the game goes on. But MMA's got to make some stuff work here. No 3rd command center. Obviously will not be further in upgrades past 1-1.
And MMA, I mean, if he does lose this match, he doesn't want to be losing traction on the series. I mean, losing 2 games after having a nice 3-0 lead must sting just a little bit. Of course, he still would have a cushion, but the scan got dropped. He saw a few of those siege tanks at the front, and he still has these units poised.
It's about doom drops, really.
Yeah.
MMA is going to try to doom drop with this style. Obviously, if you're playing on 2-base holding, you can't just walk through the middle and try to deal damage. Well, Yoda's already ready for that. Here comes the doom drop. But it can't go to the main. So it's going to have to go. I don't know. There's no really way for it to go, unfortunately. There's 2 Vikings, a Raven, and turrets. Maybe that left flank is vulnerable, but the Marines are so close.
I can't see what Funk is saying, though, because if you do get the middle ground between everything, if you cut off locations of production from the main army, but
if you can get the round, it's risky. It is risky. Yoda is very risky. Very close. MMA messes up. He loses everything, by the way.
Siege tank on the low ground, maybe to support. It's very difficult.
Do you really risk it?
Do you really risk it? I mean, do you risk it? I mean, he has to do something. I mean,
MMA sees that the rocks are being broken, and the Yoda's more than likely going to try to move down here to kind of take this position. So he's going to wait and move. As Yoda goes down, he scans, he looks. He's confident he can do it. He thinks he can do it.
He's going to go straight there. He's going straight to the ramp, trying to drop in this location, focusing all of his attention here.
And he's filtered on the ramp. They can't attack him.
That's going to take a lot of splash damage. A lot of damage is actually done to them here, but one of the siege tanks does end up falling. Vikings as well as the Banshee helping out, and Yoda's able to clean it up.
Too much there. Yeah, the Raven and the turrets at the back.
It's not enough.
Marines popping out.
It's not enough. He pushes this away. He claims his 3rd base. So easily he loses medevacs. This is a catastrophe for MMA.
This did not work here. He's got a couple of SCVs down here, 4 or 5 SCVs. Yoda didn't attack up the ramp. He surrounded perfectly. He was patient. He took the fight wisely, and he just destroyed everything that MMA's got. And this gives Yoda a nice position to be in.
MMA doesn't want to be stumbling here. Does not want to be stumbling at all because at the moment Yoda has every advantage in this game. Yeah, he left the USCB's there, but who really cares? I mean, he had that third base. Was about to go and claim it, but he's feeling a little bit apprehensive now because of this extra move out.
More tanks here in the middle. This is a little bit weird. Neither of them over there. Yoda spots it. Yoda knows. Yoda knows he's there.
He's going to cut off the reinforcements.
He knows where the army is. He's scanning for his back. He's going to come for it. There are 2 tanks around that command center to help protect that ramp.
Those Marines stimmed up a little bit early because they thought the third command center was still there, but it wasn't. So had to pull on back. You can't go up that ramp, MMA.
Yoda's got such a good position right now. He's got it as a siege tanks on siege.
Oh, brilliant move here by Yoda to try and claim the second game, but at the same time, there's a lot of Marines are actually filtering through here. For MMA, but it's just so much firepower from the siege tanks at the back for Yoda to crush away this army to keep himself alive.
MMA's letting these finals slip away for him right now. Yoda won the last one, and he's looking to win this one as well. You know he's got a massive army advantage. He's coming over to the other side of the map, and if MMA does not have the right defense, he will lose this map. He's got a minimal amount of siege tanks. He's got a lot of Marines around, but as we can see, Yoda has not lost any of his tanks. He's still got like 7 around here.
Same Marine.
He doesn't even really need a siege up. He can just move in.
He just has the more powerful army. He can happily do whatever he wants at this point. Siege is up, looks to push this away again. He's going to get the better trades in the end. It's a concave action. Wasn't too bad there for MMA, considering the position of it all, but he still has so many tanks alive.
There's 2 tanks left there for MMA, and that is it right now. The siege tanks on siege. What is going to happen now? Yoda's going to pick up and drop aside the main. He scans, he sees the third. MMA is obviously very defensive around the third, and Yoda's going to go to the main, surely here.
Yeah, he has a good opportunity to.
Surely. This is so weak inside that main base. Pick everything up. It's a beautiful going to be moved.
Yeah, constantly just keeping the pressure on.
This is going to be so difficult to stop the engineering base, the production, the command center, the SCVs.
He's putting him in checkmate very, very soon.
MMA naturally doesn't know where he is.
Not at all.
Just scanning the main, he reveals it. Now MMA's going to get there, but he won't be there in time.
That's too much firepower here from the army of Yoda, looking to put the finishing touches on this game, bringing himself to 3-2 very soon. The Marines are scrambling for MMA, looking for an opportunity to try and get towards this army, but there is not. There is no opportunity. There's so many siege tanks here shelling away at this position that this is do or die for MMA.
Yeah, it's do or die. He loses 14 SCVs in the defense. Can he break it?
He might be able to, but he just doesn't have enough Marines in the end. The 2 siege tanks at the back still power on through. MMA has very little left to his name. Even the Marines on the natural lane waits for that GG. Yoda takes a second map, keeping his hopes alive here in the grand final.
Yoda's making it happen here. 2 games in a row. The comeback is on. One more game, and it's actually tied up here. So wonderful turnaround from Yoda. We didn't think we'd see this, but he's made it work. And it looked like we were going to see a 4-0 from MMA. And now the pressure's on MMA. Lost 2 games in a row now. And that was a good set of performances from Yoda. 2 games in a row. And he's not crumbling to the pressure. This is about to turn into a good finals.
Inu now has to settle the nerves down at MMA. I mean, obviously, he probably doesn't have too many nerves. He has been in this position a lot. He's been in finals. He is a champion of the past, but losing those two games, Yoda's taken the wind out of MMA sails overall. It's actually brilliant to see that Yoda has been able to battle back. It could have been so easy to just completely stumble yourself as Yoda, 3 games down, and just lose it there and then. Fighting back, it's really nice to see. Really nice to see.
There's a couple of ways to look at it now. MMA starting to feel the pressure? Is he being too aggressive in these games? Is he? All these movements he's doing. The previous map to this, he moved out, tried that attack, didn't work, started to die to a counter. Here again. Moved in, throws Yoda again, started to lose it again, and found himself in a bad position. So if you go to the source of the problem, it seems to be MMA's movements out, right? So he's got to be definitely careful about that coming into the rest of these games here. As Yoda is capitalizing on these mistakes or of this aggressive tendency from MMA. The next map is going to be Overgrowth. I do like this map, very tense 2-player map for both of these. Yoda does it. He's looking focused. If you think about what he was looking like before. forward.
His head in his hand.
Biting his nails.
Now he's ready to go.
And now he's ready to go.
He's ready to
turn this round.
Let's get into it, man. Game number 6. Yoda slowly bringing back this title potentially against MMA. As we get onto Overgrowth. Down to the bottom left-hand corner. It's our blue Terran representing TCM. It is Yoda. And up to the top right, we have our red Terran. He was doing so well at the beginning of this series. Now, not so much. Can he continue on with a stronger performance here on Overgrowth, representing Asa? It is MMA.
And for Yoda, this is pretty much the last big tournament for the entire year for him. He isn't qualified to play at DreamHack Winter. He's not going to BlizzCon, the 2 big tournaments coming up. Obviously, the qualification period hasn't started for the next Intel Extreme Masters. So right now, this is it. This is it. This is what you've been playing for. This is what every player wants to have, and this is the biggest StarCraft tournament he's got right now in the grand finals after a long road to get here for Yoda. You think about season 2 last season, got to the round of 16 and got eliminated by MC. It was his first time in the Premier League. It was his first time in Cologne. Now he's in the grand finals. A season later. MMA. It's all about the win here. All about the motivation, the confidence to go towards BlizzCon with a win. And we do see a gas first build from MMA, whereas we see a Reaper opening from Yoda.
And if you think about Yoda's road as well as a player, the only time he's ever won a tournament, I believe, in the grand finals against one of his mentors in essence, right? Against MVP at the World Championship. That was the only time he's ever won a Premier. And now, staring down the opportunity to take another one off another great Terran. MMA.
That's right. But Yoda's got a lot of information from that SCV. Goes in through that SCV, sees this gas first build. Now can start to prepare his game plan. He's going to expand on the low ground, not going to play too safe here. As we have seen MMA, who did open up Reaper before and throw the command center in the main. And then he's going to start to prepare the necessary defense against the follow-up, but the follow-up, obviously unclear, is going to be trying to be figured out here by this Reaper. Starport down on that tech lab nice and early. Reaper's freedom to go in there if he decides. He's only a single Marine. Nice and easy, but he's just sitting in the middle.
Chilling out, doing a little dance. It's okay. Yeah. I wonder what MMA is going to actually bring here. Because overall, again, taking the wind out of the sails, as I mentioned before, it's got to weigh a little bit heavily on MMA's mind.
I mean, it's really funny because every game to us, MMA's just one game away from winning. He still is on this map. Could be the champion. That's like the thing that's starting to escape our minds. We're focusing so heavily on Yoda. MMA can be the champion still on this map on Overgrowth and claim his second title.
But at the same time, Yoda's already shown some resilience. He's already shown a lot of resilience. He's going to go for Cloak Banshees here to start things off against Yoda's opener, which in terms of the a little bit slower, so it's going to be a bit harder to really negate
MMA's build. It's is he getting double tech lab builds? Excuse me. You don't really see this too often. It's going to be Banshee pressure. You must not lose the Banshees because they are going to be your air control and then into attack follow-up, an attack push here. The two key things for Yoda to do: kill the Banshee, get tanks out.
Yes.
But right now he is building by the looks of it, very similar to how MMA played previously. He's got Marines and he's probably going to get a Medivac and try to drop this.
I mean, we already saw a build like this used against MMA by 4GG back on Catalina in the previous series, and it can be brutal. Yes, very scary to deal with unless you're fully aware of what's going on.
3 turrets for the Banshee defense, Vikings and Marines, but no tanks. Maybe this is the weakness. Maybe this is the hole that MMA's picked up on.
Tanks already moving out into the middle.
Yoda focuses very heavily on units that are not very good
against these tank pushes. There is the tech lab onto the factory where attacks can be made. This battery must not be lost.
No, it must not. He has the vision between these two missile turrets to actually give him.
Will take a couple of hits to wear down these Marines. Approaching the mini, maybe caught here. It's going to lose the battery. Good news for Yoda. Good news for Yoda.
Yeah, because now, what does he have in the air? He has one Banshee on the way, but it's quite far away. He needs that.
What's going on here? The Widowmine will die, but he knows what's going on. He's actually not building tanks here. He actually switched over to a battery of his own.
Actually, that could be alright if he actually brings down the Marines, but at the same time, he needs to bring those down first, and he loses all of his Marines himself. That 1-6 tank is...
Yoda needs a tank man. I can't believe he's trying to go for this Banshee. He didn't really know the follow-up, and MMA's going to break this natural despite losing that first Banshee. This is turning around in MMA. Maybe against championship here. Just because that tank wasn't made, and now the tank can see on the ramp. This is so bad. It's decent, but it's not decent, but without the knowledge of what's going on.
The army supply very much in favour of MMA. Second siege tank on the way as well. The Marines laying waste to this position, and they walk up the ramp. This is desperate here for Yoda, because right now he's on top of his production facilities.
The turret that's going to give the detection for the Banshee. The clock going down in the starport.
This is spiraling way out of control. This one siege tank has to do so much work, but there's so much here for MMA. He's on top of the siege tank. He's going to bring that down as well. GG! He's able to do it. 2-2 in the end. He makes the final. He makes the championship. Two-time WCS Europe champion. What a way to end it.
He claims his second tournament victory this year, his second WCS title, and his second tournament victory in just about a month. He won DreamHack Moscow at the end of last month, or middle of it. He's been able to pick up this title. Unfortunate for Yoda, attempted the comeback. It was brilliant, but not quite able to do that versus MMA. And it is MMA, the champion. So congratulations to MMA. Unfortunate there for Yoda. In a couple of seconds, I will be joined, or we will be joined by Todd and of course the Muslim. So a quick talk about that. Absolutely brilliant finals there from MMA. Clear cut, awesome stuff. Sounds like a lot of microphone movement. We were going to have these boys ready for us in a second.
Yeah, I think so.
Todd, are you with us? Hello, Todd. Hello, Todd. Welcome to the desk. Hello to Muslim. Welcome to the desk. I feel like I've got a stick up my backside because I'm turning around like this a lot. Finals, what did you think about that then, Todd?
Interesting. I was afraid it was going to be a 4-0, but somehow Yoda woke up and brought it back for some time, and then I thought, oh my god, this is going to be the epic comeback. And then MMA say no, it's not going to be the epic comeback. I'm just going to one-base you and finish it. Really good game.
The crowd is getting ready for MMA and Yoda in the Pride tournament. Muslim, quick thoughts here before we do go over to that. What do you think of MMA's performances here in the final? Warrants a top-tier class Terran player, obviously.
Absolutely fantastic play, like by both of them actually. The first game especially, he looked like he was on the ropes. He had Yoda outside, containing him with Mech, Ravens, Vikings, turrets. He was really handling MMA. MMA's fortitude going 3-0 from that point on. Really solid by him, and pulled out a really cool aggressive build in the late game, and the last game of the series. Yeah, played awesome. Yeah, I love MMA.
That's a fantastic campaign ready for BlizzCon, right? 2 tournaments in a month. You can do well BlizzCon here as you send MMA on ready for that.
I think you said it pretty well, which is performance here. He's definitely one of the contenders to possibly win the whole thing. At least do very well in this game. After the games that we've seen here out of him, I wouldn't be surprised if he did well there.
You think so? All right, then final questions. And thank you very much for coming to this weekend. We did a great team. I feel like I should rub each other's back. You did fantastic. And Todd there as well. What was the best thing from this weekend for you? Some of the highlights before we hand it over. They're almost ready for us.
I really liked the fact that Yoda did so well. He's been so nervous. We're finally seeing the resurgence of a great player. I guess seeing MC Fallout was pretty cool too.
Last hit top before we hand it over.
It wasn't cool.
You like the Terran vs. Terran final, right?
Yeah, I liked it. But I think the players' progress and hard practice really showing in these games was my highlight.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. For joining me up here for one final time. And it's now time for the prize ceremony.
Thank you very much, Jen. Thanks also. A big round of applause, please, for Funker, the Observer. also our fantastic commentary team. All four people have done a fantastic job all season long. Kalaris, Apollo, the Muslim, and Todd as well. It's been a fantastic season from all four of you, and our observer Funker as well. I have two more people that have joined me here to make the presentations. Mr. Mark Alberts is here, the Senior Product Manager for Blizzard, and of course the Product Manager for WCS Europe, David Kugelman. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to help us present the checks and the trophy. Okay. Our runner-up for the WCS Europe Season 3 2014 Premier League is a man who has played fantastically well since the round of 16, has a record of 10-0. Came into the grand final on the crest of a wave. It wasn't quite enough though, but he has had a phenomenal season. The runner-up for WCS Season 3, TCM Yoda. And he's got plenty of spending money there. $15,000 goes the way of the TCM player after a fantastic season. Our champion, and a returning champion. He was the champion in Season 3 in 2013. He's since made another final in WCS Europe in 2014. He is the first ever WCS Europe double champion. From Team Acer, MMA. Never mind. Just one quick thing. In English. One thing for your fans.
경기하면서 계속 막 MMA 응원해주는 소리가 함성 소리가 들렸거든. 계속 경기하면서도 목 아프실 텐데 너무너무 감사드린다고.
It's really thankful. It's really thankful to the fans who are shouting MMA. You could actually hear that while he's playing, and it was, but he's really thankful for all the fans cheering him. Okay, that is it. We have had an absolute blast here in 2014. It's been a real pleasure and a joy for all of us here at ESL and at WCS to bring you all of the coverage from WCS Europe through Seasons 1 to 3 in 2014, but all things must come to an end. And it is the end of 2014 for us here in Europe. But don't forget, next weekend, WCS America finishes off, and then it's the big one, ladies and gents. It's a little while away. For now, though, we're going to enjoy some party celebrations with MMA. WCS Europe champion.
원더 원 스트라이크. 3루 쪽에 내안타 첫 안타를 만들어내고 주자가 나가 있는 볼티모어입니다. 볼티모어에 와서 50경기에 출전을 했고요. 타율 2할 3푼 3리. 자, 2루수로 갑니다. 잡아서 2루에 포스아웃. 1루에는 던지지 못했습니다. 선행 주자만 잡아내는 디트로이트.
안드리 선수가 의식적으로 바깥쪽 볼을 밀어서 타격을 했는데요. 디트로이트의 킨슬러 선수가 정확하게 잡아서 좋은 수비로 깔끔하게 처리를 해주었습니다.
자, 첫 안타를 허용했습니다만 일단 아웃카운트 하나 더 잡아냈고요. 이제 8번 타자 라이언 플레어티로 이어졌습니다. 시즌 타율은 2할 2푼 1리, 홈런 7개, 32타점, 6타수 1안타, 2득점을 기록하고 있는 포스트 시즌에서의 활약입니다. 1루에는 헌들링. 쇼 파울. (28살) 3년차의 플레어티인데요. 투아웃 이후에 타석에 들어서 있습니다. 선발 투수 데이비 프라이스. 주자 1루. 바깥쪽. 변화구 살짝 벗어났습니다. 원볼 원 스트라이크. 마차도 선수가 부상으로 빠지면서 그 자리를 또 메워주고 있는 플레어팀입니다. 원더 원 스트라이크. 자, 배트가 부러지면서 이안 킨슬러 잡아냈습니다. 코스는 좋았는데 생각보다 뻗질 못하면서 이안 킨슬러 클러브스로 빨려 들어가고 말았습니다. 잘루 1루로 처리가 됩니다. 2회 초도 득점과는 연결이 되지 않았던 볼티모어의 공격이 끝이 났습니다. 0대0입니다. 2회 말로 가겠습니다.
Be free. Motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. Solomon.
아주 작고 작은 변화를 시작해보자. 마법이 시작되지. 작고 작게 되는 달려 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 오늘을 뛰어넘어 놀라운 내일 되지. 다같이 생각을 혁신해봐. SK 이노베이션.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 설경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근
(2014) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 3차전이 진행이 되고 있습니다. 1, 2차전은 볼티모어에서 경기를 가졌고 볼티모어가 2승을 챙겼고요. 이제 장소를 바꿔서 디트로이트에서 경기가 진행이 되고 있습니다. 3차전, 4차전이 펼쳐지게 되겠는데요. 오늘 경기 승리를 거둬야 4차전이 펼쳐지게 되는 상황으로 갈 수 있습니다. JD 마르티네스, 알렉스 아빌라, 닉 카스티아노스 순으로 공격 진행되겠습니다. 2회 말 디트로이트의 공격 선두타자는 JD 마르티네스. 시즌 타율은 3할 1푼 5루리, 홈런 23개, 76타점. 이번 포스트 시즌 안타 2개인데 2개가 모두 홈런입니다.
네. 두 번째 경기에서는 마르티네스, 지금 타석에 있는 JD 마르티네스 선수하고 카스텔라노스 선수하고 백투백 홈런을 기록하기도 했습니다.
네. 여기까지만 해도 분위기 상당히 좋았는데요. 4년차에 JD 마르티네스, 휴스턴에서 이적해서 이번 시즌 뭐 제대로 꽃을 피우고 있습니다. 원발 원스트라이크. 바깥쪽. 자, 돌았다라고 판정이 내려집니다. 오늘 저 슬라이더에 지금 많이 당하는데요. 짐 울프 1루심. 자, 돌았죠?
네. 오늘 경기가 마지막이라는 생각으로 양팀 선발 투수가 등판을 했기 때문에요. 이게 정규 시즌 같으면은 본인 스스로가 힘 조절을 해가면서 투구를 하겠지만 오늘 경기는 어느 때보다도 중요한 경기고 또 양팀 선수들, 선발 투수들에게 마지막 경기가 될 수 있는 그런 경기이다 보니까 매구 전력 투구를 하는 그런 모습을 보실 수가 있습니다.
투볼 투 스트라이크입니다. 선두 타자 JD 마르티네스. 바깥쪽, 이번엔 곤란했습니다. 풀카운트가 됐습니다. 디트로이트로 팀을 옮겨서 아주 좋은 타격감으로 일치월장한 이번 시즌 JD 마르티네스. 풀카운트 승부로 왔습니다. 버드너리 승부구, 빠른 볼 삼진입니다. 자, 지금 승부구는 계속해서 빠른 볼로 가고 있거든요. 이걸 계속해서 삼진으로 당하고 있는데요. 삼진 3개째가 되고 있습니다. 지금 미겔 카브레라, 빅터 마르티네스, 제이디 마르티네스 중심 타자를 모두 삼진으로 잡았어요.
저희가 그 화면에서 중심 타선의 활약상을 보여드렸었는데요. 오늘 경기에서는 첫 타석에서 이 세 명의 클리너 트리오가 모두 삼진으로 물러나고 있습니다.
네. 자, 이제 다음 경기들이 LA 에인저스 그리고 캔자스시티의 또 3차전이 기다리고 있고요. 오늘 경기는 이제 그렇게 펼쳐지고 그리고 내일 또 다시 또 경기가 펼쳐지게 되죠. 지금 LA 에인저스도 자 밀었습니다. 알렉스 아빌라 좌측 따라갑니다. 좌측 선상으로 안쪽으로 떨어졌습니다. 자 허둥대고 있습니다. 델먼요. 수비 자세가 영 불안한데요.
올 시즌 좌익수로 18번밖에는 출전하지 않은 델몬 영이기 때문에
네.
아무래도 수비에서 불안한 모습을 지금 보여주고 있습니다.
자, 팀의 첫 안타 알렉스 아빌라. 바깥쪽 체인지업인데요. 잘 밀었고요. 선상 안쪽으로 떨어졌고 몸이 좀 무거워 보이네요.
허리가 잘 안 숙여지는 듯한 그런
네.
모습을 보이고 있습니다. 지금.
아이고.
이게 좌익수 쪽으로 많은 출장을 하지 않다 보니까 볼이 휘어져 나가는 방향을 제대로 읽지 못하면서
네.
볼을 한 번에 처리하지 못하는 그런 모습이었고요. 디트로이트는 뭐 선취 득점으로 올릴 수 있는 절호의 찬스를 맞이하게 됐습니다.
원아웃 주자 2루 7번 타자 닉 카스티아노스입니다. 저거는 몸쪽 넓게 들어갔습니다.
저희가 오늘 경기 전에 5월 18일 그 디트로이트하고의 경기에서 버드 노리스 선수가 벤치 클리어링을 하는 그런 장면을 나왔었는데요. 디트로이트 선수들은 이미 2연패를 당하고 있기 때문에 굉장히 예민한 상태입니다.
네.
몸쪽 승부를 조심해야 되는 버드 노리스 선수입니다.
카스티아노스 빠른 볼 스트라이크. 카스티아노스는 포스트시즌 첫 번째 경험이 되고 있는데요. 자, 홈런을 때려내는 장면이죠. 포스트시즌 8타수 1안타인데 그 1안타가 홈런이었습니다. 포스트시즌에서 첫 안타를 홈런으로 때려냈던 카스티아노스. 스윙, 바깥쪽 빠른 볼. 빠른 볼이 상당히 위력적인 모양입니다. 지금 빠른 볼에 계속해서 배트가 따라가지 못하고 있어요.
몸쪽과 바깥쪽 인코너와 아우트를 적절히 사용하면서 또 결정구로 슬라이더를 간간히 쓰는 그 노리스 선수의 볼 배합에 디트로이트 타자들이 전혀 지금 예상을 못하고 있습니다.
원아웃 주자 2루. 자, 득점권에 처음으로 주자가 나가는 디트로이트. 원볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 우측으로 떠서 날아갑니다. 우익스 뒤로 마르케이키스 잡아냈습니다. 태갑할 수 있습니다. 3루까지 열심히 내달리고 있는 알렉스 아빌라. 일단 진루타가 됩니다. 투아웃 주자 3루로 바뀌었습니다. 다음 타자는 8번 타자 앤드루 로마인입니다. 첫 번째 포스트 시즌을 경험하고 있는 앤드루 로마인. 이번 시즌 타율은 2할 2푼 7리, 홈런 2개, 12타점, 8타수 2안타 기록하고 있고요. 삼진 4개를 당하고 있습니다.
1차전에서 결정적인 수비 실책을 했던 로마인 선수가 그걸 만회할 수 있는 아주 좋은 절호의 찬스를 맞이하게 됐습니다.
자, 기스 번트를 냈습니다. 자, 2루 쪽으로 갑니다. 자, 로마인 글러브 플립 아웃입니다. 자, 이번에는 조나단 스쿠의 수비가 좋았는데요. 자, 지금 스포츠 감독이 달려 나오는데 챌린지를 할지 안 할지 조금 지켜봐야 될 것 같아요. 거의 뭐 비슷한 상황이었거든요. 그리고
그렇죠.
일단 시도 자체는 상당히 좋았습니다.
그렇습니다. 오늘 경기가 마지막 경기이기 때문에 디트로이트의 오스머스 감독은 뭐 할 수 있는 모든 거를 다 해야 됩니다.
네, 다시 한번 볼까요? 자, 글러브 플립으로 던졌고 아, 이거 거의 비슷한데요. 네. 이렇게 봐서는 정말 아웃일까요? 이 글러브 안에 이제 들어가는, 네. 여기서 거의 비슷하지 않습니까? 야, 이게 쉽지 않겠는데요.
사실 이거는 비디오 판독으로도 쉽게 결정이
네.
나기 힘든.
자, 결국 챌린지를 썼습니다. 아주 정말 이 비디오 판독으로도 쉽지 않을 것 같은 그런 정말 막상막하의 순간이고요.
로메인 선수로서는 아주 좋은 그런 시도를 했습니다.
네.
그죠? 네. 더군다나 버드 로리스 선수가 위력적인 공을 연속구로 던지면서 조금 타자들에게 압박감을 주는 그런 과정이었는데요. 로메인 선수가 첫 타석에서 좋은 그런 시도를 했습니다.
네.
이게 만약 세이브로 판정이 번복이 되면서 디트로이트가 선취 득점을 가져간다면
네.
더욱 그 마운드에 있는 프라이스 선수가 좀 더 편안한 마음으로 오랫동안 마운드를 지킬 가능성이 높고요.
이게 정말 느린 그걸 봐도 거의 비슷하게 지금 베이스를 밟고 포구를 한 걸로 보여지는데요. 동타임이면 보통 어떻게 되는 겁니까?
보통 동타임이라면은 세이브를 줘야 되는데요.
네.
네.
자, 아주 어려울 것 같습니다. 1루에서 세이브 아웃 판정인데요. 자, 판정이 났나요? 이제 뉴욕에서는 어떤 결정이 내려졌을지요? 아웃으로 선언이 되는군요. 자, 이렇게 되면은 스무스 감독으로서 상당히 좀 아쉽겠는데요. 자, 이렇게 해서 그러면 2회 말 공격 득점과 연결이 되지 않고 마무리가 됐습니다. 아웃 판정이 그대로 유지가 됐습니다. 너무나 아쉬워하는 앤드루 로마의 좋은 시도였는데요. 2회 말 공격이 이렇게 끝이 났습니다. 잠시 뒤에 0대0에서 3회 초로 이어지겠습니다.
너는 수트였다. 스마트를 더하기 전에. 이제 너는 매력이 된다. 이제 너는 매너가 된다. 로가디스 스마트 수트.
너는 수트였다. 스마트를 더하기 전에 너는 폭풍 비주얼이 된다. 그린 나이트가 된다. 로가디스 스마트 수트.
상쾌한 아침을, 신나는 드라이빙을, 나른한 오후를, 로맨틱한 순간을 위한 나만의 음악. 당신의 일상에 음악을 선물하세요. 네이버 뮤직앱.
이 작은 앱이 악성 코드로 괴물이 되기도 한다는 사실. 그래서 우리는 믿을 수 있는 앱을 고릅니다. 풍부한 앱 정보를 소개하고 네이버 마일리지 적립 혜택도 드려요. 잘 고른 앱을 혜택으로 만나다. 네이버 앱스토어.
국내 측근과 스포티비가 함께하는 포스트 시즌 퀴즈 이벤트입니다. 아메리칸 리그 2012-2013 두 시즌 연속 MVP를 수상한 강타자 누구일까요?가 오늘의 문제가 되겠습니다. 스포티비 페이스북을 통해서 정답과 댓글로 응모해 주시면 추첨을 통해서 치킨 교환 상품권을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 재미있고 흥미로운 댓글 많이 함께해 주시면 당첨의 확률이 높아집니다. 자, 3회 초 시작이 됐습니다. 9번 타자 조나단 스쿠브로부터 시작이 됐는데요. 앤드루 로마인의 아주 아쉬웠던 판정이죠.
오늘 경기가 어떻게 끝날지는 모르겠지만
네.
분명 디트로이트 입장에서는 이번 판정은 대단히 아쉬운 그런 판정이었습니다.
네, 선취점을 올릴 수 있는 절호의 기회였는데요. 놓치고 말았습니다. 그리고 지금 어쨌든 3회 벌써 2회죠. 아스무스 감독의 챌린지를 벌써 이제 써버렸으니까요. 자, 첫 번째 포스트 시즌이 되고 있습니다. 아스무스 감독의 모습인데요. 뭐 써볼 만은 했는데 결국 결과가 안 좋아서 아쉬움이 컸던 아스무스 감독입니다. 언더 원 스트라이크, 조나단 스쿱 바깥쪽 벗어났습니다. 투볼 원 스트라이크. 데이비 프라이스. 현재까지 안타 하나 허용하고 있고요. 삼진 2개를 잡으면서 가고 있습니다. 투볼 원 스트라이크. 2년 차에 조나단 스쿱 스윙. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 이번 시즌 타율이 2할 9리, 홈런 16개 45타점 기록하고 있는 스쿱. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 중견수로 높이 떴습니다. 던 켈리가 쉽게 잡아냅니다. 원아웃. 선두 타자를 일단 쉽게 잘 잡아냈습니다. 데이비 프라이스를 공략한다는 것, 뭐 아무리 우타자를 많이 배치를 해도 그렇게 쉬운 건 아니에요.
그렇죠. 일단 프라이스 선수는 아메리칸 리그를 대표하는 파이어볼러였고요. 뭐 변화구나 아니면은 뭐 속구나 여러 가지 그런 본인이 마운드 위에서 타자들을 압도할 수 있는 공을 충분히 가지고 있기 때문에 쉽게 공략하기는 어려운 선수입니다.
네. 자, 이제 타순이 한 바퀴가 돌았습니다. 원아웃 주전 가운데 1번 타자 닉 마케이키스입니다. 이급업쪽 번덜 원 스트라이크. 첫 타석은 유격수 땅볼로 물러났습니다. 홈런 하나를 이번 시리즈 때려내고 있는 마케이키스. 번덜 원 스트라이크. 다른 볼 스트라이크. 150km가 나옵니다. 네 시즌 연속해서 지구 우승을 차지하면서 계속해서 포스트시즌 올라가고는 있는데요. 1, 2치 구단주의 염원대로 지금 우승을 만들어내지 못하고 있습니다. 1, 2치 구단주가 지금 84세이거든요.
그렇죠. 빨리 뭔가 좋은 그런
네.
결실을 봐야 될 텐데요.
이번엔 그래서 데이비 프라이스도 데려오면서 또 특단의 또 투자도 했던 디트로이트인데요. 자, 몸쪽 볼 먹혔습니다. 1루 쪽으로 갑니다. 이안 킨슬러 처리했습니다. 투아웃. 지난 시즌에 부족했던 것이 이제 그 데이비 프라이스를 데려온 것은 결국 좀 더 강력한 선발 투수가 있으면 좋겠다 이런 바람이 있었고요.
그렇죠.
그리고
그리고
이제,
가을 야구
네.
그 이상 이제 본인들이 어떤 히스토리를 만들어 보겠다라는 그런 생각이었는데요.
네. 체인벌린과 그 호아킴 소리아도 이제 불펜 쪽을 강화하기 위해서 역시 데려왔는데 이게 뭐 데려왔다고 해서 다 그 마음먹은 대로 되진 않겠습니다만은
앞선 두 경기까지는 뭐 뜻한 대로 이루어지진 않았습니다.
네. 비슷하게는 그래도 나와야 되는데 불펜 쪽이 너무 지금
그렇죠.
안 좋아서요. 걱정이네요. 마무리 네이선도 지금 마찬가지고요. 자, 투아 주자 없습니다. 이번 타자 스티브 피어스입니다. 첫 타석은 볼넷으로 출루했습니다. 투아까지 잘 잡아냈습니다. 오늘 아직까지 한 번도 3자 범퇴가 없는 데이비 프라이스입니다. 이분이 많이 잡히네요. 퀴즈와 관련 있는 분인데요.
야구도 보시고 또 끝나고 치킨 교환권도 받고 이러면 참 좋을 것 같아요. 네.
원볼 원 스트라이크입니다. 오, 몸에 맞았습니다. 이상하게 스티브 피어스만 나오면 뭔가 좀 밸런스가 흔들리는 모양입니다. 첫 타석은 볼넷, 두 번째 타석 몸에 맞는 볼로 출루시킵니다.
프라이스 선수가 몸쪽 바짝 승부구를 던져봤지만 너무 이게 붙다 보니까 피어스 선수의 허벅지에 맞게 되는 힙바이 피치볼이 나왔습니다.
두 번 모두 출루하고 있는 스티브 피어스. 이제 3번 타자 아담 존스로 이어졌습니다. 투아웃 주자 1루. 자, 높이 떠서 날아갑니다. 하지만 내야 플라이. 자, 좌익수가 달려와서 잡아냈습니다. JD 마르티네스가 처리합니다. 3아웃입니다. 잔루 1루. 3회 초도 실점 없이 데이비 프라이스 막아냈습니다. 0대0이 계속해서 이어집니다. 이제 3회 말로 가겠습니다.
남자 피부도 이제 단계별 스킨.
몰라 뭐라는 거야 도대체가 단계 무슨.
남자를 바꾸려 하지 말고 화장품을 바꿔라. 무심한 거 발라도 하루 정도 척척. 남자라니까 브로스.
Being free, motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. Solomon.
이 작은 앱이 악성 코드와 선정성으로 괴물이 되기도 한다는 사실. 그래서 우리는 까다로운 검수를 통해 믿을 수 있는 좋은 앱을 고릅니다. 풍부한 앱 정보와 베스트 리뷰를 소개하고 앱을 구매하면 네이버 마일리지 적립 혜택도 드려요. 잘 고른 앱을 혜택으로 만나다. 네이버 앱스토어.
김자우십니다.
국내 치킨과 스포티비가 함께하는 포스트 시즌 퀴즈 이벤트입니다. 아메리칸 리그 2012, 2013 두 시즌 연속 MVP를 산 강타자는 누구일까요가 오늘의 퀴즈인데요. 스포티비 페이스북을 통해서 정답과 또 응원의 문구를 함께 재밌게 보내주시면 추첨을 통해서 10분께 치킨 교환 상품권을 선물로 드리겠습니다. 오늘 경기에서 계속해서 많이 나오고 있으니까요. 정답이 그렇게 어렵지는 않을 것 같고요. 뭐 좀 특이한 힌트라도 있으십니까?
일단은 문제 안에 힌트가 있는 것 같아요. 강타자라는 거.
네.
네. 하위 타선은 아니잖아요.
네.
일단은.
아, 이제 좁혀지는군요.
그렇죠.
네.
강타자. 네.
상위 타순이.
네.
네. 강타자.
많은 분들이 응모하셔서 또 치킨도 타시고 이렇게 야구 구경도 하시고 그러면 참 좋을 것 같습니다.
네. 자, 좌중간 쪽으로 안타가 됐습니다. 돈 켈리. 자, 오늘 히든 카드인데요. 돈 켈리가 첫 타석에 안타를 만들어냅니다. 선두 타자가 출루하면서 좋은 찬스를 만들어내는 3회 말 디트로이트의 공격입니다. 이런 단기전에서는 항상 의외의 선수의 활약에 대해서 많이들 얘기를 하죠. 레자이 데비스가 출전할 수 없는 상황에서 돈 켈리가 대신 출전했는데요. 첫 타석에서 좌중간 안타 기록했습니다.
새로운 선수들이 얼마만큼 활약을 해주느냐에 따라서 그 침체되어 있던 분위기를 다시 한번 끌어올릴 수 있는 그런 거는 새로운 선수들이 맡아서 해주면 그만큼 또 팀에 많은 힘이 됩니다.
네. 시즌 도루는 6개 기록하고 있는 돈 켈리입니다. 이안 킨슬러 1번 타자로 이어졌습니다. 자, 오늘 또 행운의 어떤 선수, 또 팀의 분위기에 행운을 가져다 줄 수 있는 플레이가 나올 수 있을지요? 지금 포스트 시즌 성적이 좋지 않은데요. 타율이 지금 1할 때입니다. 이안 킨슬러. 바깥쪽 낮았습니다. 텍사스 레인저스의 뭐 정말 저주를 퍼붓다시피 하고 지금 디트로이트에 왔는데 디트로이트는 어쨌든 팀에 기여를 하면서 포스트 시즌에 진출을 했습니다.
텍사스와 휴스턴 이쪽 팀에서 이적해온 선수들이 많아요.
네.
예.
포스트 시즌에서는 부진합니다. 파울. 이안 킨슬러. 텍사스 레인저스에 있고 싶었습니다만은 뭐 쫓겨오다시피 왔다고 봐야 되겠죠. 일종의 뭐 어찌 보면 좀 피해자죠. 두볼 원 스트라이크. 선두 타자를 처음으로 출루시키는 버드 노리스입니다. 바깥으로 떨어진 슬라이더. 일단 헌들리가 잘 잡아줬습니다. 3볼 1 스트라이크.
노리스 선수가 만약 킨슬러 선수까지 출루를 허용하게 된다면 정말로 중심 타자, 강타자들을 계속해서 만나기 때문에 정면 승부를 하는 게 좋습니다. 안타를 맞더라도 여기서는 정면 승부를 통해서 야수들과 함께 할 수 있는 야구를 펼쳐나가는 게 노리스 선수에게는 더욱 도움이 됩니다.
3볼 1 스트라이크. 자, 높이 걷어 올렸습니다. 자, 델먼 형입니다. 델먼 형. 네. 뭔가 좀 뒤뚱뒤뚱거리는 느낌이 없지 않아 있는데 잘 잡았습니다.
약간 불안한 모습이 있어요.
네. 수비하는 모습이 재밌는데요. 오늘 델먼 형 쪽으로 가면 계속해서 좀 벅시홀트 감독도 불안할 것 같고요. 관심을 많이 받을 것 같습니다. 자, 내일 스케줄은 이제 워싱턴과 샌프란시스코 그리고 LA 다저스와 세인트루이스의 경기가 또 펼쳐지겠습니다. 샌프란시스코는 좀 상당히 유리한 위치로 지금 원정에서 2연승을 기록하고 홈으로 돌아가게 됐고요. LA 다저스는 그래도 2차전을 승리를 거두면서 1승 1패를 기록한 다음에 하루 쉬고 또 류현진 투수의 3차전 등판이 기다리고 있습니다.
어느 경기보다 류현진 선수가 등판하는 경기를 우리 그 대한민국 야구 팬들께서 지금 기대하고 계십니다.
네.
그리고 샌프란시스코는 가을 야구에 대한 어떤 그런 DNA가 있는 것 같아요. 가을 야구만 만나면 정말로 팀이 완전히 바뀌는 것 같습니다.
샌프란시스코는 특히 짝수에 좀 강하고요.
네.
세인트루이스도 상당히 강하고요.
그렇죠.
쉽지 않은 승부인데요. 류현진 투수의 또 좋은 투구를 기대를 해보겠습니다. 부상이 있어서 좀 우려되는 부분이 없지 않아 있는데요. 2번 타자 토리 헌터 저거 파울.
예전에는 2번 타순의 작전 능력이 좋은 그런 선수들을 많이 2번 타순으로 배치를 했는데 요즘 메이저리그의 2번 타자들을 보게 되면 마치 4번 타자와 같은 2번 타자들을 많이 씁니다. 디트로이트도 토리 헌터라는 아주 좋은 타자를 가지고 있고요. LA 엔젤스도 마이크 트라웃이라는 아주 훌륭한 선수가 있고요. LA 다저스에도 푸이그라는 또 좋은 선수를
주자가 뛰었어. 볼이 뒤로 빠집니다. 자, 그대로 쉽게 2루를 도달했습니다. 던 켈리 도루 성공. 머나 주자 2루가 됐고요. 뛴 것도 뛴 겁니다. 갑자기 너무 이해가 되지 않는 바깥으로 많이 빠지는 와일드 피치가 나왔습니다.
전혀 예상을 하지 못했던 것 같아요. 버드 노리스 선수가 예상을 하지 못하면서 켈리 선수가 쉽게 스타트를 잘 끊었고요. 그러니까
네.
투구 폼을 잘 읽어서 스타트를 잘 끊어냈습니다.
온더 원 스트라이크 토리 헌터 바깥쪽 볼입니다. 18번 시즌을 맡고 있는데 포스트 시즌 8번을 경험을 했습니다.
사실 그 정도의 경력이라면 산전수전을 다 겪었다라고 저희가 이야기하지 않습니까?
네.
네. 정말 대단한 선수 가운데 한 명입니다.
자, 버드 노리스 피안 타율은 주자가 있을 때 더 좋아지네요. 투볼 원 스트라이크. 자, 빠른 볼 3루 안쪽. 자, 유격수가 3사 2루에서 태그. 아웃입니다. 자, 참, 그림이 또 이렇게 끊겨버리네요. JJ 하디 그리고 스쿠비 빠르게 이어가면서 하스무스 감독이 다시 나오는데요. 볼을 혹시 놓치지 않았나 하는 그런 부분도 좀 생각해볼 필요가 있겠어요.
그렇죠. 2루수 지금 스쿱 선수가 태가는 동작에서 과정에서 볼을 놓쳤을 수도 있습니다.
지금 화면에 잘 잡히지 않았는데요. 자, 빠르게 이제 돌아가는 상황인데 떨어뜨렸네요. 자, 여기서 태그를 하면서요. 볼을 잡지를 못했어요.
네, 잡지 않고
그리고 지금 주자가 가는 걸 완벽하게 막아버렸거든요.
몸으로 막고 있었죠.
네. 자, 이거는 문제가 되겠는데요. 자, 여기서 볼을 포구를 하지 못했습니다. 그리고 이제 주자가 돌아가지 못하게 완전히 길목을 막아버리고요. 깔아뭉갰습니다. 이루심의 콜은 좀 문제가 있어 보이는데요.
사실 이 전까지만 하더라도 2루 주자 켈리 선수의 주루사라고 저희가 이야기하려고 했었는데
네.
지금 스쿱 선수가 볼을 제대로 잡지 않은 상황에서 태그를 했기 때문에 이거는 분명 문제가 발생이 될 수 있는데요.
그대로 아웃으로 인정을 하나요? 자, 여기서 돌아간 상황인데 포구가 되지 않았고요. 이게 이루심이 포구가 된 걸로 지금 보고 콜을 한 것 같은데요.
네.
자, 이거는
떨어뜨리는 장면을 전혀 보지를 못했습니다.
네.
지금.
그러면 좀 좌익선심이 혹시 볼 수 있지 않았을까요? 지금 60제로 하고 있는데요. 이건 상당히
디트로이트에게는 어떻게 보면 불행이
네.
계속해서 따르고 있습니다.
챌린지를 여기서 써야 되는데 이게 지금 이미 소진이 돼버려서요. 쓸 수도 없고요.
경기 초반 쉽게 풀어갈 수 있는 디트로이트가 두 번의 그런 애매한 심판 판정으로 인해서 지금 글쎄요, 오늘 경기를 어렵게 다시 경기를 풀어나가고 있습니다.
네. 자, 그대로 진행이 되고 있습니다. 자, 3루간 쪽입니다. 잡아서 다시 한번 2루에 볼 잡지 못했습니다. 뒤로 빠집니다. 자, 어디까지? 홈으로? 홈으로 들어오지 못하네요. 자, 2루에서 아웃당한 것이 더욱더 아쉬움으로 남는 순간이 되어버렸습니다. 실책이 나오면서 주자 3루와 2루가 됩니다. 3루간 깊은 코스에 타고 JJ 하디의 송구가 좋지 않았고요. 뭔가 지금 유격수와 2루 쪽에서 수비가 잘 되지 않고 있는데요. 이번엔 악송구가 나왔습니다.
하디 선수가 잘 잡아서 연모션으로 볼을 던진다는 것이 너무 낮게 들어가면서 스쿱 선수가 처리를 하지 못했고요.
네.
사실 이런 장면이 나온다 그러면은 앞선 장면이 더욱 아쉽게 느껴집니다.
네. 자, 투아웃 이후에 주자가 3루와 2루로 바뀌었습니다. 이제 4번 타자 빅터 마르티네스입니다. 첫 타석은 삼진으로 물러났습니다. 초구 흔들리는 모습의 버드 노리스입니다. 바운드로 들어오는 볼 일단 잘 잡아주는 하운들리. 선취점을 만들 수 있을 것인지. 투아웃 주자 3루와 2루. 아홉 번의 타석에서 4개의 삼진을 당했던 빅터 마르티네스. 파울. 돈 켈리의 2루에서의 아웃이 상당히 아쉬움이 컸던 상황. 스쿠비보 재치있게 잘했다라고 얘기를 해야 되겠네요. 결과적으로는요. 포구가 되지 않았고 태그가 정확히 되지 않았는데
심판을 잘 속여서
네.
아웃 타이밍으로 가져가면서 심판 콜을 아웃으로 이끌어냈습니다.
파울. 원발 투 스트라이크. 버드 노리스의 첫 번째 위기가 되고 있습니다.
유격수 JJ 하디 선수의 그 송구 실수로 인해서 지금 현재 위기를 맞고 있지만 버드 노리스 선수의 그 볼은 전혀 나쁘지 않은 공을 계속해서 던지고 있습니다.
빅터 마르티네스 4번 타자입니다. 원볼 투 스트라이크. 낮게 들어갑니다. 95마일의 빠른 볼. 두볼 투 스트라이크. 사 번 타자의 역할이 여기서 한번 나올 수 있을 것인지. 다음 타자는 JD 마르티네스. 파울입니다. 두볼 투 스트라이크. 시즌 타율 2위 알투베에 이어서 3할 3푼 5리로 타율 2위를 기록했던 마르티네스.
한 가지 아쉬운 점은 시즌에서도 많은 삼진을 당하지 않았던 마르티네즈 선수가 이번 포스트 시즌에서 9타석에서 4번의 삼진을 당했다라는 게 디트로이트 타선에서는 굉장히 크게 느껴집니다.
앞서서 이제 장타력은 지금 중심 타자들이 살아있는데 정교함이라고 할까요? 좀 안타를 조금 더 많이 만들어낼 필요가 있습니다. 저발 투 스트라이크. 자, 위기의 순간마다 빠른 볼로 삼진으로 잡아냈었던 버드 노리스입니다. 저발 투 스트라이크. 바깥쪽 커트합니다. 95마일의 빠른 볼 바깥쪽으로 갔습니다. 이번 시즌 득점권 타율이 볼티모어가 20타수 9안타, 디트로이트가 12타수 3안타 비교가 되고 있습니다. 득점권에서 안타라면 2점을 뽑을 수 있는 좋은 찬스, 그리고 타석에는 4번 타자입니다.
노리스 선수는 패스트볼 외에 슬라이더, 체인지업, 커터 등을 던질 수가 있는데요. 지금 연속으로 해서 패스트볼을 던졌기 때문에 한 번 정도는 볼 배합에 변화를 주는 게 좋습니다.
저발 투 스트라이크. 다시 파울. 몸쪽 변화구로 가져가 봤습니다. 저발 투 스트라이크.
자, 긴장이 되는데요.
1루가 비어있기는 합니다. 하지만 다음 타는 JT 마이트네스. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 다시 파울.
앞선 두 경기보다 지금 마지막 경기에 타석에 들어서 있는 마르티네즈 선수가 보여주는 그 집중력이 훨씬 더 좋아 보입니다. 본인 스스로도 오늘 경기의 중요성을 알고 있기 때문에 경기 초반에 잡은 이 찬스를 꼭 살리고 싶은 그런 마음에 계속해서 커트를 해내가고 있는 마르티네즈 선수인데요. 분명 스트라이크 존을 넓게 보고 노리스 선수의 빠른 공에 대처할 수 있는 그런 타격이 필요합니다.
9구째 승부로 갑니다. 저발 투 스트라이크. 자, 9구. 자, 높이 떴습니다. 자, 우중간쪽입니다. 이루스 스쿠비 뒤로 자, 세 명이 모여들어서 중견수 하담 존스가 잡아냈습니다. 3아웃, 잘로 3루와 2루. 묘한 이 득점 찬스가 결국 점수로 이어지지 않고 있는 디트로이트의 3회 말이 끝이 났습니다. 0대 0입니다. 4회 초로 가겠습니다.
남자들이여, 클렌징도 부위별로 세심하게 하라.
어려운 말 하지 마. 남자를 바꾸려 하지 말고 화장품을 바꿔라. 무심한다, 씻어도 피지와 채취를 단숨에. 남자라니까. 우로스.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 설경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근길을 위한 웹 드라마를 모두 즐기고 싶다면 동영상으로 만나는 세상 네이버 TV 캐스트.
상쾌한 아침을 열어주는 신나는 드라이빙을 위한 나른한 오후를 깨워주는 로맨틱한 순간을 위한 나만의 음악. 고민할 필요 없는 맞춤형 음악 추천으로 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편하게 당신의 일상에 음악을 선물하세요. 네이버 뮤직에.
war ich bei der Frieda, dazu ich morgen wieder. Denn sowas wie die Frieda war noch nie da.
(2014) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 3차전이 진행이 되고 있습니다. 점수는 0대0으로 가고 있고요. 3회 말 디트로이트의 공격에서의 좀 아쉬운 순간이 다시 한번 나왔는데요. 지금 2회에도 그렇고 3회에도 그렇고 뭔가 지금 심판 판정에 있어서 운이 잘 따르지 않고 있습니다.
그렇습니다. 이거는 분명 경기에 막대한 영향을 줄 수 있는 그런 경기 내용이었기 때문에 디트로이트에서 조금 더 적극적으로 어필을 했어야 되는 그런 부분이었거든요. 근데 그런 부분을 이용하지 못하고 너무 그냥 인정해버리는 그런 모습이 조금 아쉽습니다.
넬슨 크루저부터 4회 초가 시작이 됐습니다. 첫 타석은 중견수 플라이였습니다. 선발 투수 데이비 프라이스. 데이비 프라이스도 지금까지는 안타 하나밖에 내주지 않고 있고요. 볼넷 하나, 몸에 맞는 볼 하나. 스티브 피어스에게 2개를 허용했습니다. 투발 로스 트라이. 자, 1, 2간 쪽으로 빠져나왔습니다. 우측의 안타. 위기 뒤의 찬스인데요. 선두 타자 출루합니다.
(3회) 말 디트로이트의 공격이 길게 가져갔던 것이 지금 프라이스 선수의 몸을 좀 더 차갑게 해가면서 마운드 위에서 던지는 데 있어서 조금 애로사항이 있는 것으로 보이고 있습니다.
이어지는 타석은 5번 타자 델몬영입니다. 첫 타석은 삼진이었습니다. 오늘 벅 숄터 감독의 선수 기용이 있어서 히든 카드인데요. 초거 스윙. 2차전에서 보여줬던 그 모습이 나올 수 있을지요?
넬슨 크루즈 선수는 다른 타자들보다도 백스윙이 할 때 중심 이동이 거의 없이 정확하게 치는 그런 스타일을 가지고 있기 때문에 빗 맞는 타구보다는 정확한 타구를 보낼 수 있는 그런 타격 스타일입니다.
넬슨 크루즈가 2011년이죠. 어마어마했죠. 홈런 6개, 13타점을 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈에서 기록을 했는데요. 텍사스 시절이었습니다. 타석은 델몬요. 언더런 스트라이크. 자, 3루 쪽 파울입니다. 델몬 형을 기록 보면 또 재미있는 것이 델몬 형은 2012년에 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈 MVP를 차지했는데 디트로이트 유니폼을 입고 그때는 양키스와의 경기에서 좋은 활약을 보였습니다. 홈런 2개 6타점을 기록하면서요. MVP를 디트로이트 유니폼을 입고 수상을 했습니다만 오늘은 디트로이트를 향해서 방망이를 휘두르고 있습니다. 낮게 들어갑니다. 2볼 2 스트라이크. 제발 2 스트라이크. 첫 타석 삼진으로 잡아냈었던 데비 프라이스, 알렉스 아빌라 배터리입니다. 2볼 2 스트라이크. 스윙 삼진. 빠른 볼에 배트가 따라가지 못합니다. 오늘은 2차전에 보여줬던 그런 클러치 히터의 능력이 안 나오는데요.
타석에서의 어떤 컴팩트한 그런 느낌이 없습니다.
볼이 빠질 뻔했는데 끝까지 잘 잡아줬습니다.
몸쪽 포심 빠른 볼이었는데요. 영 선수의 스윙이 타이밍이 늦어지면서 삼진으로 물러났습니다.
6번 타자 JJ 하디입니다. 원아웃 주자 1루. 첫 타석 3루 쪽에 내안타가 있습니다. 넬슨 크루즈와 장난을 치네요. 포스트 시즌에 타율이 좋아요. 지금 4할 2푼 9리 홈런 하나 2타점. JJ 하디. 바깥쪽 체인지업 벗어납니다. 원더 로우 스트라이크. 2볼 로우 스트라이크. (1차전) (2차전) 안타 하나씩을 기록을 했는데요. 1차전을 홈런으로 때려냈습니다. JJ 하디도 이번 시즌이 끝나면 이제 FA가 됩니다. 추후 계약이 또 어떻게 이루어지게 될지도 궁금한데요. 2볼 로우 스트라이크. 바깥쪽 3볼 로우 스트라이크. 자, 지금 바깥쪽으로 철저하게 가긴 하는데 계속해서 벗어나고 있습니다.
올 시즌 볼티모어에서 뭐 좋은 활약을 보였기 때문에 JJ 하디 선수는 좀 더 좋은 그런 계약을 이끌어내지 않을까라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
네. 넬슨 크루즈도 이번 시즌 끝나면 또 FA 계약이 되고요. 바깥쪽 스트라이크.
넬슨 크루즈는 뭐 무조건 잡아야죠.
텍사스가 잡지 못한 것은 굉장히 좀 결과적으로는 아쉬웠던 넬슨 크루즈가 됐고요.
텍사스 시절에서도 꾸준한 활약을 보여줬던 넬슨 크루즈 선수였는데요.
네. 아무래도 이제 약물 문제와 관련돼서 이미지가 많이 실추돼서 그런 부분들이 이제 본인이 결국 떠나가는데 텍사스가 강력하게 잡지 않았던 이유가 됐는지도 모르겠습니다. 3볼 1 스트라이크. 파울. 팀으로서는 이런 그 FA 계약 앞두고 있는 선수들 데리고 있을 때 좀 성적 확실히 내고 그 다음에 계약을 하든지 보내든지 해야 될 텐데요. 자, 풀 카운트입니다. 원아웃 주자 1루. 풀 카운트. 자, 중계수로 떴습니다. 던 켈리가 쉽게 잡아냅니다. 투아웃. 상당히 신중한 경기가 진행이 되고 있고요. 경기의 진행 양상은 조금 더딘 편이죠. 그리고 점수도 나오고 있지 않고요.
뭔가 경기가 좀 더 익사이팅하고 빠르게 흘러갈 수 있는 그런 부분을 분명 그 심판의 두 번의 약간은 그 애매한 판정으로 인해서
네.
경기가 조금 루즈하게 투수전으로 이어지고 있는 양상입니다.
자, 닉 헌들리 우중간 쪽으로 돈 켈리 따라갑니다. 잡았습니다. 3아웃입니다. 돈 켈리가 오늘 경기에서 많이 활약을 하고 있는데요. 자, 이렇게 해서 4회 초까지 진행이 됐습니다. 점수는 0대 0입니다. 4회 말 디트로이트의 공격으로 이어집니다.
아주 작고 작은 변화를 시작해봐. 마법이 시작되지. 작고 작은 변화 달려 오늘을 뛰어넘어 놀러 내일 되지. 다 같이 생각을 혁신해봐. SK 이노베이션.
Being free, motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. Solomon.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 설경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근길을 위한 웹 드라마를, 설레는 데이트를 위한 메이크업 비법을 모두 즐기고 싶다면 이제 네이버 TV 캐스트에서 보고 싶은 동영상을 마음껏 만나자. 동영상으로 만나는 세상 네이버 TV 캐스트.
I'm a fireball. (2013) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈가 진행이 되고 있습니다. 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 3차전이 이어지고 있는데요. 데이비 프라이스가 좋은 투구를 했었던 장면이었고요. 템파베이에서의 그 텍사스 레인저스의 경기였는데요. 포스트 시즌을 결정짓는 경기였습니다. 자, 뭐 이 장면도 또한 이제 돈 켈리의 2루에서의 그 아웃 그 장면이고요. 또 지금 뭔가 지금 이 디트로이트가 점수를 낼 수 있는 상황이 분명히 있었는데 잘 안 되고 있습니다.
네, 경기가 잘 풀리지 않고 있습니다.
네.
네.
점수는 0대 0으로 가고 있고요. 제이디 마르티네스 투수 너리스가 잡아서 1루에 토스 원아웃입니다.
아직 오늘 경기가 어떻게 끝날지 모르겠지만 디트로이트가 이런 경기를 오늘 보여주다가 경기를 끝내게 된다면 어느 누구보다도 디트로이트 선수들은 이번 가을 야구에 대한 후회가 많이 될 것으로 생각이 되고요. 특히 맨 마지막 오늘 경기가 마지막 경기가 된다면 아까 그 두 번의 심판의 애매한 판정은 더더욱 디트로이트 선수들에게 아쉬움으로 남을 것 같습니다.
알렉스 아빌라가 타석에 들어섰습니다. 첫 타석은 좌측에 2루타 기록했고요. 초구는 바깥쪽 벗어났습니다. 0대0 아직까지 점수를 뽑아내지 못하고 있는 디트로이트. 자, 안타 2개밖에 내주지 않고 있습니다. 데이비 프라이스와 지금 막상막하의 피칭을 펼치고 있는 버드 노리스. 포스트 시즌의 첫 번째 선발 등판인데요. 조금 긴장한 모습이 없지 않아 있긴 했습니다만 지금 실점 없이 잘 가고 있습니다.
아직까지는 디트로이트 볼티모어의 복 셔울터 감독의 그 선택이 옳았다라고 할 수 있습니다.
네. 바깥쪽. 자, 지금 2연패에 빠져 있기 때문에 이걸 뒤집는 거는 쉽지는 않은 상황인데요. 하나씩 하나씩. 이제 디트로이트는 3경기를 모두 다 이겨야 되지 않습니까?
그렇죠. 남은 경기가 3경기밖에 없기 때문에
네.
예. 남은 경기를 모두 이겨야만이 이제 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십에 진출을 할 수 있게 됩니다.
알렉스 아빌라. 멈춰 스트라이크. 세리블 원 스트라이크. 투구수가 57개. 그런 대로 지금 줄여가면서 잘 가고 있어요. 바깥쪽 스트라이크. 풀 카운트. 피치 트랙상으로 살짝 벗어나 보입니다만은 주심의 손 올라갔습니다. 풀 카운트. 6구 스윙 삼진. 삼진 4개째를 만들어냈습니다. 94마일의 볼이었는데요.
풀카운트까지 아빌라 선수가 자 볼을 골라냈지만 맨 마지막에 버드 노리스 선수가 빠른 패스트볼로 바깥쪽에 로케이션이 되는 좋은 공을 던지면서 아빌라 선수를 다시 한번 스트라이크 아웃으로 잡게 됐습니다.
오늘 삼진을 잡는 결정구는 거의 다 빠른 볼이거든요. 그 빠른 볼에 대응을 제대로 잘 하지 못하고 있는 상황에 디트로이트 타자들입니다. 투아웃 주자 없습니다. 7번 타자 닉 카스티아노스입니다.
노리스 선수가 본인이 가지고 있는 패스트볼에 대한 그 자신감을 가지고 있습니다. 지금. 네.
7번 타자 닉 카스티아노스 첫 타석 우익스 플라이 초구 스윙. 디트로이트의 이 타선이 터지질 않는데요.
디트로이트 입장에서는 본인들 의지대로 생각대로 경기가 안 풀릴 때는 조금 더 야구라는 운동은 단순하게 생각을 해볼 필요가 있습니다. 너무 복잡하게 생각을 하다 보면은 오히려 더 경기가 안 풀리기 때문에 좀 더 편하게 단순하게 야구를 생각할 필요가 있다라고 생각이 드는데요.
원볼 원 스트라이크. 적절한 투구수로 이어가면서 2안타로 디트로이트 타선을 꽁꽁 묶어놓고 있는 버드 노리스. 원볼 원 스트라이크. 오랜만에 변화우 스트라이크. 복 셔울터 감독 여유가 있습니다.
한국 야구 팬분들한테는 친숙한 감독입니다. 그죠? 예. 애리조나와 텍사스 감독을 했었기 때문에 그 시절 또 저희가 많이 봤지 않습니까?
2볼 2스트라이크. 버드노리스 이번 시즌 첫 11경기는 4승 5패 4.41의 평균 자책점인데요. 그 이후에 마지막 17경기에서 11승 3패 상당히 승률이 좋았습니다. 3.12의 평균 자책점 기록하면서 벅숄트 감독으로부터 인정을 받고 오늘 3차전 선발 등판 올 했습니다. 삼루 쪽 백핸드로 잡았습니다만은 파울입니다. 뭔가 분위기가 좀 디트로이트가 다급함이 느껴지면서요. 뭐 좀 몰아붙이는 그런 분위기가 돼야 되는데 어느 팀이 앞서 있는지도 잘 느끼지 못할 정도로 서로 좀 비슷하고 좀 느긋한 분위기예요.
이게 어떻게 보면은 포스트 시즌다운 그런 이렇게 치고받고 양 팀의 이런 그런 아기자기한 야구의 그런 맛이 있어야 되는데요.
네.
162개 그 게임 하는 그 정규 시즌의 그런 어떤 한 경기 같아요. 지금. 예.
결국 지금 득점을 해줘야 될 때 득점을 하지 못하고 있으니까 어려워지고 있습니다. 스윙 삼진 카스티아노스 3자범 테러를 처음으로 이닝을 마무리 짓는 선발 투수 버드노리스입니다. 좋은 투구를 이어가고 있는 선발 투수 버드노리스 삼진 5개째를 잡아냈습니다. 0대 0입니다. 5회 초로 가겠습니다.
너는 수트였다. 스마트를 더하기 전. 이제 너는 배려가 된다. 이제 너는 전략이 된다. 로바디스 스마트 수트.
남자 피부도 이제 단계별 스킨.
뭐라는 거야 도대체가 된 게 무슨.
남자를 바꾸려 하지 말고 화장품을 바꿔라. 무심한 것 발라도 하루 종일 척척. 남자라니까 우로스.
이 작은 앱이 악성 코드로 괴물이 되기도 한다는 사실. 그래서 우리는 믿을 수 있는 앱을 고릅니다. 풍부한 앱 정보를 소개하고 네이버 마일리지 적립 혜택도 드려요. 잘 고른 앱을 혜택으로 만나다. 네이버 앱스토어.
상쾌한 아침을, 신나는 드라이빙을, 나른한 오후를, 로맨틱한 순간을 위한 나만의 음악. 당신의 일상에 음악을 선물하세요. 네이버 뮤직 앱.
국내 치킨과 스포티비가 함께하는 포스트 시즌 퀴즈 이벤트입니다. 볼티모어와 디트로이트의 경기. 오늘의 퀴즈는 아메리칸 리그 2012-2013 두 시즌 연속 MVP를 수상한 강타자는 누구일까요가 오늘의 문제가 되겠습니다. 스포티비 페이스북을 통해서 정답과 응원의 댓글을 함께 보내주시면 멋진 댓글을 보내주신 분들을 추첨해서 치킨 교환 상품권을 선물로 드리겠습니다. 많은 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. 5회 초가 시작이 됐습니다. 8번 타자 라이언 플레어티부터 시작이 됩니다. 선발 투수 데뷔 프라이스 역시 2안타 허용하고 있고요. 실점하지 않고 있습니다. 투수전 양상으로 경기가 진행이 되고 있는 상황입니다. 바깥쪽 원볼 원 스트라이크. 그 어느 때보다 상당히 신중한 투구를 하고 있는 데이비 프라이스. 투구수 55개가 나오고 있습니다. 낮게 들어갔습니다. 날씨는 시작할 때보다 훨씬 좋아졌고요. 이제 그림자가 조금씩 경기장에 드리워져 있습니다. 쓰리볼 로우 스트라이크. 자, 선두 타자인데요. 볼 카운트가 불리한 데이비 프라이스. 쓰리볼 원 스트라이크.
타석에 들어서 있는 타자나 볼을 받는 캐쳐에게 있어서는 지금과 같은 시간대가 가장 볼을 보고 또 볼을 받기가 애매한 그런 시간대입니다. 그러니까 제일 받기가 어려운 그런 시간대가 바로 투수는 햇빛 쪽에 있고요. 타자는 그늘 쪽에 있을 때가 아무래도 가장 치기가 힘듭니다.
풀 카운트가 되었습니다. 첫 타석 2루수 직선타를 불러놨던 플레어티. 자, 이번에도 2루 쪽으로 갑니다. 이안 킨슬러 처리했습니다. 원아웃. 어찌 보면 투수전 양상인 것 같은데, 투수전 양상 치고는 시간이 굉장히 길게 이어지고 있고요. 자, 어스머스 감독과 인터뷰를 하는데 어떤 내용인지 한번 들어볼까요? 데이비 프라이스의 투구가 좀 어떠냐, 뭐 이런 내용을 물어봤는데요. 두 번째 질문은 로마인 선수가 1루에서 아웃을 당했던 그 상황에 대해서 물어보고 있는데요. 자, 우측으로 자, 우익수 따라가고 있습니다. 잡아냅니다. 도리 헌터.
아무래도 그 현재 중계 방송에서도 2회의 그 디트로이트 상황에서 그 로마인 선수가 2루수 앞으로 기스번트를 댔던 그런 심판의 애매한 판정을 가지고 다시 한번 디트로이트의 어스머스 감독에게 물어봤던 그런 내용입니다.
자, 토리언트가 잘 따라와서 잡아줬고요. 좋은 수비를 역시 토리언트는 보여줍니다.
현지 나이로 39살, 75년생인데요. 전혀 젊은 선수들과 비교했을 때, 경쟁을 했을 때 전혀 밀리지 않는 토리 헌터 선수였습니다.
9번의 골드 글러브를 수상을 했고요. 이 9번이 (9년) 연속으로 골드 글러브를 수상했던 토리 헌터입니다.
지금 디트로이트 유니폼도 잘 어울리지만 아무래도 토리 헌터 선수에게는 가장 많은 시즌을 보냈던 미네소타 트윈스의 유니폼이 제일 잘 어울리는 것 같아요.
네. 1번 타자 마케이키스 오늘 2타수 무안타. 투아웃 주자 없습니다. 2발 1 스트라이크. 파울.
토리 헌터 선수의 사진이죠.
2볼 2 스트라이크. 바깥쪽 볼입니다. 풀 카운트입니다. 마르케이티스 좌우 주자 없습니다. 파울. (1997년에) 미네소타에서 데뷔를 해서요. 2008년에 LA 엔젤스로 옮겼고요. 지난 시즌부터 디트로이트에서 뛰고 있는 토리 헌터입니다.
토리 헌터 선수의 아들은 미식 축구를 한다고 합니다.
네.
야구를 하지 않고 아버지의 대를 잇지 않고 미식 축구를 하고 있는 토리 헌터의 아들인데요.
자, 우측 파울.
보통 아버지가 훌륭한 야구 선수라 한다면은 자식들도 아버지의 영향을 받아서 야구라는 운동을 자연스럽게 따라할 수가 있을 법도 한데, 그럼에도 불구하고 아들은 지금 현재 대학교에서 미식축구 선수로
네.
활약을 하고 있다고 합니다.
아버지가 워낙 잘하면 아들이 아버지 넘어서기가 쉽지가 또 않지
그렇죠.
않습니까?
그런 부분도 아마 클 거라고 생각을 합니다.
네. 자, 승부가 또 길게 가고 있습니다. 8구째까지 승부가 이어졌고요. 다음 타자는 오늘 두 번 모두 유일하게 출루했던 스티브 피어스. 안타 없이 볼넷, 몸에 맞는 볼로 출루했습니다. 떠는 볼 삼진입니다. 3진 4개째를 잡아내면서 3자 범퇴로 5회 초를 마무리 짓고 있는 선발 투수 데이비드 프라이스입니다. 0의 행진이 계속해서 이어지고 있습니다. 이제 5회 말로 가겠습니다.
Being free. Motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. Solomon.
아주 작고 작은 변화를 시작해봐. 마법이 시작되지. 작고 작게 되는 달려 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 오늘을 뛰어넘어 놀라운 내일 되지. 다같이 생각을 혁신해봐. SK 이노베이션.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 설경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근길을 위한 웹 드라마를, 설레는 데이트를 위한 메이크업 비법을 모두 즐기고 싶다면 이제 네이버 TV 캐스트에서 보고 싶은 동영상을 마음껏 만나자. 동영상으로 만나는 세상, 네이버 TV 캐스트.
Heute war ich bei der Frieda, das tue ich morgen wieder. Denn sowas wie die Frieda war noch nie da.
2014 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈가 진행이 되고 있습니다. 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 3차전 경기입니다. 시리즈 성적은 디트로이트가 지금 2패로 뒤져 있는 상황이고요. 오늘 홈에서 3차전을 갖고 있는데요. 득점 찬스를 가질 수 있었던 순간들이 결정적인 순간 2번이 있었는데 그 순간이 모두 아쉽게도 심판 판정은 볼티모어에게 유리하게 반대로 얘기하면 디트로이트에게 좀 불리하게 내려졌습니다. 자, 앤드류 로마인으로부터 5회 말 공격이 시작이 되고 있습니다. 오늘 첫 타석 기습번 타주 잘 됐는데요. 앞서 화면에서 보신 것처럼 1루에서 아웃을 당했습니다. 선발 투수 버드 노리스, 자, 좌측으로 높이 떠서 날아갑니다. 관중석으로 넘어갔습니다.
양팀 모두 투수전이 전개되면서 지금 5회에 들었었지만 지금 타석에 들어서 있는 로마인 선수는 두 번째 타석밖에는 되지가 않거든요.
네.
그만큼 지금 현재 양팀 모두 팽팽한 투수전으로 이어지고 있습니다.
8번 타자 로마인, 9번 돈 켈리, 1번 이안 킨슬러로 이어지는 타순입니다. 자, 1루석 땅볼 스급 1루에 선구 아웃입니다. 벅 셔월터 감독과 인터뷰를 진행을 하는데요.
오늘 그 선발 출장한 그 피어스 선수와 델몬 영 선수 앞선 1차전과 2차전에서 나오지 않았기 때문에 오늘 선발 출장한 그 피어스 선수와 델몬 영 선수에 대해서 어떻게 생각을 하느냐라고 질문을 했습니다. 그래서 이제 델몬 영 선수와 뭐 피어스 선수를 포함한 모든 선수들이 경기에 참여하기를 원한다. 그렇게 해서 모든 선수들이 다 웜업이 돼 있으니까 준비가 돼 있기 때문에 뭐 자신이 있다. 뭐 이런 내용이었고요. 그리고 이제 버드 노리스 오늘 선발 투수로 등판했던 버드 노리스 선수에 대해서 굉장히 그 어슬레틱한 선수이고 경쟁심이 뛰어나고 이 컴페티션 할 수 있는 그런 능력을 갖추고 있는 아주 훌륭한 그런 투수라고 벅셔홀더 감독이 이야기하고 있습니다.
자, 오늘 3차전 선발로 낙점을 해서 투입을 했는데요. 뭐 지금까지 기대 이상의 투구를 보여주고 있어요.
네.
언더런 스트라이크, 멈쩍 스트라이크. (1997년) 이후에 첫 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈를 노리고 있는 볼티모어인데요.
어떻게 보면 볼티모어가 속해 있는 그 아메리칸 리그 동부지구가 가장 경쟁력이 심한 그런 지구라고 생각을 하셔도 좋습니다.
네.
더군다나 전통의 강호 뉴욕 양키스와 보스턴 레드삭스가 속해 있는 팀이기 때문에 사실 그 외의 팀들이 가을 야구하기에는 쉽지 않은 그런 상황인 가운데서도 매년 젊은 팀 템파베이를 비롯해서 올해 같은 경우에는 볼티모어가 또 가을 야구에 참가를 하게 됐습니다.
(1983년에) 이제 우승을 차지했고요. 그 이후에는 96년, 97년에 챔피언 시리즈에 갔습니다만은 거기서 좌절을 맛봤고, 지난 2012년에 디비전 시리즈에서 패했고요. 그리고 이번 시즌에 다시 챔피언십 시리즈에 도전을 하고 있습니다.
연도수로만 따진다면은 볼티모어도 사실 우승을 한번 해야 되는 그런 시기인데요. 네. 디트로이트 못지않게 월드 시리즈 챔피언이 필요한 볼티모어입니다.
30년이 넘었네요. 자, 우측 파울 지역으로 떨어집니다. 존 켈리 시즌 타율은 2할 4푼 5리 홈런 없이 7타점. 오늘 첫 타석에 좌중간에 안타가 있었고요. 도루도 있었습니다.
저는 윤성민 선수가 볼티모어와 메이저리그 계약을 하면서
네.
올 시즌 윤성민 선수의 활약을 굉장히 기대를 했었거든요. 근데 아쉽지만 그 기대를 다시 한번 내년으로 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
자, 불펜 쪽으로 연락을 취하는데요. 존 러셀 벤치 코치의 모습. 만반의 대비를 다 취하고 있겠죠. 자, 풀카운트가 됐습니다. 투구수는 아직 그렇게 많지는 않습니다. 자, 낫아웃이 됐습니다. 자, 돈 켈리 1루까지 여유있게 들어갑니다. 자, 스트라이크 아웃 낫아웃이 됐는데요. 돈 켈리가 뭔가 좀 행운을 가져올 듯한 분위기인데.
그나마 오늘 경기에서는 지금 켈리 선수의 활약이 가장 돋보이고 있습니다.
네. 흔들리가 바운드 되는 것을 제대로 잡아주지 못했고요. 뒤로 빠졌습니다. 두 번 모두 출루했습니다. 멈춰 떨어지는 변화구에 완벽하게 이제 헛스윙으로 당하는 상황이었는데요.
와일드 피치가 나오면서 낫아웃 상황에서 1루에 출루를 하게
네.
되는 켈리 선수였고요.
자, 앞선 3회에서 1루에 출루해서 도루도 하나 성공시켰습니다. 또다시 출루한 돈 켈리. 문제는 이안 킨슬러가 지금 부진합니다. 바깥쪽 볼입니다. 원볼로 스트라이크. 오늘 2타수 무안타. 지금 지난 7번의 타석에서 안타를 때려내지 못하고 있는 1번 타자 이안 킨슬러. 몇 경기에 치르지 않기 때문에 이게 무안타가 조금만 길어져도 상당히 좀 침체되어 있는 그런 분위기거든요. 스윙. 정규 시즌이면 지금 뭐 한 7타석 못 쳐도 뭐 그럴 수 있거니 하겠습니다만은 지금은 이제 뭐 한 경기 한 경기가 거의 마지막 경기 아니겠습니까?
그렇죠. 더군다나 이안 킨슬러 선수가 올 시즌 보여줬던 본인의 그 커리어라면 벌써 안타 한두 개 정도는 신고를 했어야 하는 그런 상황인데요.
네.
아직까지는 뭐 본인의 그런 성적에 알맞는 활약을 보여주고 있지는 못하고 있습니다.
이안 킨슬러 1차전 안타 하나, 2차전 안타가 없고 3차전 오늘도 2타수 무안타. 1루 견제. 와, 위험했습니다. 원볼 원 스트라이크. 파울 팁. 뭔가 정교한 맛이 없네요. 배트는 굉장히 크게 돌아가고는 있는데요.
저희가 보기에도 스윙이 크다는 거를 지금 크게 돌리고 있다는 거를 느낄 수가 있는데요. 네. 1번 타자라면은 장타보다는 정확한 이 컨택이 필요로 합니다. 더군다나 지금 팀이 2연패를 당하면서 몰리고 있는 상황이기 때문에 최대한 본인이 출루할 수 있는 그런 타격을 하는 게 좋습니다.
원볼 투 스트라이크. 낮았습니다. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 포스트 시즌 통산 4개의 홈런을 기록을 하고 있고요. 2010년에 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 템파베이 상대로 3개 홈런을 때려냈고요. 이후에는 2011년에 역시 템파베이를 상대로 디비전 시리즈에서 홈런 하나. 배트 돌아가는 거 보면 뭐 홈런 하나 때릴 기세인데요. 자, 투볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 높이 뜨고 말았습니다. 멀리 가지 않으면서 이루스 스쿱 잡아냅니다. 1번 타자 이안 킨슬러의 부진은 계속해서 이어지고 있습니다. 3타수 무안타가 됐습니다. 이어서 토리 헌터로 이어집니다. 브루스 데이비스가 이제 합류하지 못한 것이 지금 추구 받아쳤는데요. 우측으로 뜨고 말았습니다. 그에게는 잠시 뒤에 이어가야 되겠네요. 마켓 키스가 잡아내면서 3아웃입니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 이닝이 종료가 됐습니다. 5회 말까지 점수 0대0입니다. 잠시 뒤에 6회 초로 가겠습니다.
너는 수트였다. 스마트를 더하기 전에 이제 너는 매력이 된다. 이제 너는 매너가 된다. 로가디스 스마트 수트.
너는 수트였다. 스마트를 더하기 전에 너는 폭풍 비주얼이 된다. 그린 나이트가 된다. 로가디스 스마트 수트.
상쾌한 아침을, 신나는 드라이빙을, 나른한 오후를, 로맨틱한 순간을 위한 나만의 음악. 당신의 일상에 음악을 선물하세요. 네이버 뮤직 앱.
이 작은 앱이 악성 코드로 괴물이 되기도 한다는 사실. 그래서 우리는 믿을 수 있는 앱을 고릅니다. 풍부한 앱 정보를 소개하고 네이버 마일리지 적립 혜택도 드려요. 잘 고른 앱을 혜택으로 만나다. 네이버 앱스토어.
I'm a fireball. (2014) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 3차전 경기가 진행이 되고 있습니다. 자, 데이비 프라이스를 7월 31일 트레이드 데드라인에 얻었는데요. 이제 12월 3분의 1이닝 동안 최근에 이제 무실점 행진을 계속해서 이어가고 있습니다. 자, 피어스의 타구가 뒤쪽으로 뒷금을 넘어갔습니다.
아무래도 시즌 중에 크리스 데이비스 선수가 그 복용한 금지 약물로 인해서 25경기에 그 경기 출장을 하지 못하게 되는 서스펜드를 당하게 되는 그런 상황인데요.
네.
지금 현재 그런 상황에서도 볼티모어가 좋은 경기력을 보여주면서 가을 야구에 진출을 하게 됐고요. 또 아무래도 그렇게 되면 이제 크리스 그 데이비스 선수의 복귀 시점이 과연 그 징계 이후에 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십에 올랐을 때 과연 팀에 복귀할 수 있느냐 없느냐 지금
네.
이게 또 현지에서는 이슈가 되고 있습니다.
자, 파울 타구라 지금 강하게 지금 마스크에 정통으로 맞았는데, 순간적으로 어지러운가 본데요. 포스들에게는 이런 일이 흔히 가끔도 발생하기 때문에 상당히 좀 조심스러운데요. 네, 아주 강하게 지금 포스 마스크에 맞았습니다.
이미 아빌라 선수는 9월 14일 날 지금과 같은 부상으로 인해서 7경기를 출장하지 못했던
네.
그런 경험이 있는데요.
조금 더 확인을 해볼 걸로 지금 보이고 있죠. 자, 일단 잠깐 경기가 지연이 되고 있는데요. 네.
지금 장면이 아까 말씀드린
네.
9월 14일 날 지금 아빌라 선수가 부상 당했던 그 장면입니다. 아빌라 선수의 그 아버지이죠.
자, 일단 아빌라 선수가 조금 더 상태를 확인하기 위해서 들어갔다가 다시 나오는 걸로 보여지죠? 네, 일단 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 다행입니다. 아빌라 선수가 아니네요. 할러데이 선수가 지금 포수를 그냥 바꾸나요? 일단 아니면 잠깐 시간 동안에 좀 자리를 지켜주는 건지 아니면 포수를 바꾼 건지요. 조금 확인을 해봐야 되겠습니다. 자, 아빌라 포수가 이제 주전 포수라서 이렇게 갑자기 또 빠지게 되면 이것도 또 영향이 있을 것 같은데, 자, 포수를 바꾸고 가는 것 같죠? 자, 브라이언 할러데이로 포수가 바뀌었습니다. 자, 이게 또 새로운 변수입니다.
선수 보호를 위해서 일단은 아빌라 선수를 뺐습니다.
네. 포수가 브라이언 할러데이로 바뀌었습니다. 바깥쪽 볼 잡아당겼습니다. 좌측으로 떴습니다. 좌익수 JD 마르티네스 쉽게 잡아냅니다. 원아웃. 스티브 피어스 처음으로 출루를 하지 못했습니다. 할러데이는 지금 26살이고요. 2010년에 디트로이트의 6라운드로 지명이 되었습니다. 2012년에 데뷔를 했고요. 지금 3년 차에 포수 브라이언 할러데이입니다.
경기 중에 포수가 바뀌었기 때문에 지금까지 프라이스 선수가 던졌던 볼 배합이 바뀔 수가 있습니다.
네. 아무래도 어떤 그 연차라든가 이런 측면에 있어서 아빌라 선수가 있을 때는 프라이스 투수가 조금 많이 그 의존을 하는 면에 있다면 이제는 본인이 어떤 구종을 좀 끌고 갈 수 있는 상황이 됐거든요.
본인의 의지대로
네.
던질 수 있는 그런 상황이 왔죠.
자, 데이비 프라이스 스스로 이제 해결해야 될 부분이 더 많아졌습니다. 노벌 원 스트라이크 3번 타자 아담 존스. 찬스를 조금씩 만들어가면서도 점수는 나지 않고 있고요. 버드 노리스, 데이비 프라이스 피안타 2개씩만을 내주고 있습니다. 무실점 경기로 계속해서 이어가고 있습니다. 과연 어느 순간에 이 선발 투수들을 과연 무너뜨릴 수 있을지요. 오늘 2타수 모았다 삼진 하나, 스트라이크 플라이로 물러났던 아담 존스. 자, 유격수 쪽으로 옆쪽으로 빠지면서 중견수 빠지는 안타. 세 번째 타석 만에 안타를 만들어냈습니다. 자, 캔자스시티가 이번 시즌에 또 동화 같은 포스트 시즌을 만들어가고 있는데요.
메이저리그 역사 최초로 3경기 연속 연장을 가서 이긴 팀으로 지금 현재 이름을 올리게 됐습니다.
그것도 이제 홈런으로 또 연장에서 승리를 거뒀고요. 뭐 아주 재밌는 기록들을 많이 세우면서 연장전을 계속해서 펼치고 있는데요. 캔자스시티가 아주 화제의 팀이 되고 있습니다. 주자는 뛰지 않았고요. 4번 타자 넬슨 크루즈로 이어졌습니다. 오늘 2타수 1안타.
체인지업을 존슨 선수가 잘 따라가면서 백컨트롤을 잘 해가지고 중전 안타로 만들어내는 그런 타격 장면이었습니다.
원더 로우 스트라이크. 다른 볼 스트라이크. 바깥쪽으로 낮게 떨어지는 볼이었는데요. 아주 길게 팔을 쭉 뻗으면서 안타를 만들어냈던 아담 존스. 원볼 원 스트라이크. 자, 우측으로 뻗어갑니다. 우이스 뒤쪽으로 폴대를 안쪽으로 넘겼죠. 투런 홈런입니다. 넬슨 크루즈의 투런 홈런. 드디어 한 방이 터지는군요. 2대0으로 앞서기 시작하는 볼티모어입니다.
경기가 투수전으로 이어지는가 싶었는데 6회에 디트로이트의 포수 아빌라 선수가 부상으로 빠지고 나서 홀러데이 선수가 들어오자마자 안타와 함께 지금 크루즈 선수에게 투런 홈런을 허용했습니다.
자, 오른쪽으로 어찌 보면 가장 가까운 쪽으로 살짝 넘어가 버렸습니다. 네.
글쎄 저걸 잡은 디트로이트 팬은 다시 야구장 안으로 굴려들여 보냈는데요.
네.
이미 점수는 올라갔습니다.
넬슨 크루즈의 투런 홈런. 자, 포스트 시즌에서 넬슨 크루즈가 홈런을 16개째를 때려냈습니다. 이번 시리즈에서는 2개째. 결국 계속해서 어떤 찬스에서 이상하게 안 풀리면서 점수를 만들어내지 못했던 디트로이트고요. 홈런 한 방으로 점수를 내줘버렸습니다.
지금 타구도 보면은 랜슬 크루즈 선수가 잘 맞았다라고는 할 수 없지만 워낙 힘이 좋은 선수이고 손목 힘이 좋다 보니까 맞는 순간 본인이 손목으로 볼을 끌고 나가면서 이 파울 라인 선상 안으로 공을 끌고 들어왔다라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
네, 자 이번엔 투삼 땅볼 1루의 송구 델먼 용은 투삼 땅볼로 잡아냅니다. 넬슨 크루즈 역시 뭐 대단한 시즌을 이번 시즌 보냈고요. 뭐 그 연장선으로 계속해서 잘 이어가고 있습니다. 이번 시즌 40개 홈런 때리면서 정규 시즌 홈런왕을 차지를 했고요. 2대 0으로 앞서가는 점수를 만들어내는 넬슨 크루즈의 투런 홈런입니다. 결국 볼티모어는 이제 이런 것들이 뭐 간간히 터져줘서 경기를 수월하게 풀어가고요. 가장 무서운 대목이죠. 330피트. 파울티. 바깥쪽 볼. 그러니까 저게 또 디트로이트 쪽으로 운이 좀 따른다면 살짝 돌아 나가면서 파울이 돼야 되는 건데요.
그렇죠.
JJ 하디 파울. 또 하나의 문제는 아빌라가 이제 부상으로 빠지면서 바로 점수를 줬다는 거죠.
아무래도 주전 포수라고 한다면은 선발 투수에 대한 볼 배합을 충분히 익히고 있는 상황이었기 때문에
네.
주전 선발 포수가 빠진 아빌라 선수가 빠진 상황에서 홀랜드 선수하고의 프라이스 선수의 그런 볼 배합은 아쉬움이 남습니다.
네. 바깥쪽 빠른 볼 삼진으로 JJ 하디를 잡아냈습니다. 넬슨 크루즈의 6회 초 투런 홈런이 나오면서 볼티모어가 2대 0으로 앞서 나갑니다. 6회 말로 가겠습니다.
남자 피부도 이제 단계별 스킨.
몰라 뭐라는 거야 도대체가 된 게 무슨
남자를 바꾸려 하지 말고 화장품을 바꿔라. 무심한 것 발라도 하루 종일 척척. 남자라니까. 우로스.
Be free. Motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. 솔로몬.
이 작은 앱이 악성 코드와 선정성으로 괴물이 되기도 한다는 사실. 그래서 우리는 까다로운 검수를 통해 믿을 수 있는 좋은 앱을 고릅니다. 풍부한 앱 정보와 베스트 리뷰를 소개하고 앱을 구매하면 네이버 마일리지 적립 혜택도 드려요. 잘 고른 앱을 혜택으로 만나다. 네이버 앱스토어.
Heute war ich bei der Frieda, das tue ich morgen wieder. Denn sowas wie die Frieda war noch nie da.
국내 치킨과 스포티비가 함께하는 포스트 시즌 퀴즈 이벤트입니다. 문제는 아메리칸 리그 2012-2013 두 시즌 연속 MVP를 수상한 강타자는 누구일까요가 오늘의 퀴즈가 되겠습니다. 정답과 함께 응원의 재미있는 문구를 스포티비 페이스북으로 보내주시면 10분을 추첨해서 치킨 교환 상품권을 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 강력한 퀴즈가 잠시 화면에 힌트가요. 지나갔죠.
네.
자, 데빌로를 좌익수로 넣었어요. 결국 이제 좀 수비를 좀 보강을 하는군요. 오늘 델몬형 카드는 결국 통하지 않았네요.
그렇습니다.
자, 3루간 쪽 3루수 1루의 송구 카스티아노스가 플레이업 D가 막아냈습니다. 미겔 카브레라.
아까 크루즈 선수가 홈런을 치고 1루 베이스 러닝을 하면서 미겔 카브레라 선수에게 지금 뭐라고 했는데요.
살짝 약 올리는 건가요?
네.
3루 땅볼로 물러난 미겔 카브레라입니다. 초구 공략했던 미겔 카브레라. 자, 버드 노리스가 계속해서 투구를 하고 있습니다. 지금 2점 차밖에 되지 않거든요. 근데 디트로이트가 뭔가 흐름이 계속해서 말리면서 공격이 안 풀리고 있습니다.
사실 디트로이트에게 2점 차라는 거는 그렇게 큰 점수가 아닌데요.
네.
언제든지 큰 거 한 방으로 충분히 따라갈 수 있고 역전시킬 수 있는 그런 점수 차임에도 불구하고 이번 포스트 시즌에서는 굉장히 어렵게 느껴지고 있습니다.
배트 돌지 않았고요. 자, 승리 투수 요건을 갖추고 있는 선발 투수 버드 노리스입니다. 볼티모어로서는 또 기왕 이렇게 앞서가는 상황이라서 뭐 수입하면서 그냥 끝내버리고 싶겠죠. 97년 이후에 첫 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈가 조금씩 보이고 있는 상황입니다.
오늘 경기를 승리로 볼티모어가 가져간다면
네.
이제 상대팀 다른 편 그 지구에서 벌어지고 있는 LA 엔젤스와 캔자스시티의 경기를 조금 더 느긋하게 경기를 관전하면서 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 그 준비를 할 수 있는 그런 분위기를 만들 수가 있습니다.
네. 쓰리볼 원 스트라이크. 자칫 아메리카는 오늘 다 결정이 돼버릴 수도 있겠네요. 쓰리볼 원 스트라이크. 1루 쪽 땅볼. 1루스 피러스가 직접 잡아서 베이스 터치. 자, 중심 타자들이 영 힘을 내지 못하고 있습니다. 버드 노리스의 호투에 지금 꽁꽁 묶여있는 디트로이트 타자들입니다. 버디 노리스가 또 이렇게 잘 던져줄지는 몰랐는데요. 데이비 프라이스는 그렇다 치고요.
분명 벅숄터 감독이 이번 시리즈를 준비하면서 지켜봤던 선수 가운데 하나가 오늘 버드 노리스 선수라고 생각을 합니다. 얼마나 그 선발 투수의 중요성을 중요한가를 알고 있는 상대팀 감독과 또 벅숄터 감독이기 때문에요. 네.
핸드류 밀러가 또 준비를 하고 있는데요. 불펜을 과연 어느 시점에서 가동을 하게 될죠. 일단 6회까지는 던지기 하고 7회를 좀 한번 지켜봐야겠네요. 자, 투아웃 주자 없습니다. 타석은 5번 타자 JD 마르티네스. 2타수 무안타 3진 그리고 투삽 땅볼로 물러났습니다. 오늘 2안타밖에 나오지 않는 것도 그렇고요. 지금 중심 타선에서는 지금 단 하나의 안타도 나오지 않고 있습니다. 자, 또다시 2루 쪽으로 스쿱스 자리 잡고 있습니다. 1루에 송구 아웃입니다. 3아웃입니다. 3, 4, 5번 타자 무기력하게 물러나고 있는 디트로이트 타이거스입니다. 2대 0의 점수 계속해서 앞서 나가고 있는 볼티모어의 7회 초 공격으로 넘어갑니다.
남자들이여, 클렌징도 부위별로 세심하게 하라.
어려운 말 하지 마. 남자를 바꾸려 하지 말고 화장품을 바꿔라. 무심한다. 씻어도 피지와 채취를 단숨에. 남자라니까. 브로스.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 절경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근길을 위한 웹 드라마를 모두 즐기고 싶다면 동영상으로 만나는 세상 네이버 TV 캐스트.
상쾌한 아침을 열어주는 신나는 드라이빙을 위한 나른한 오후를 깨워주는 로맨틱한 순간을 위한 나만의 음악. 고민할 필요 없는 맞춤형 음악 추천으로 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편하게 당신의 일상에 음악을 선물하세요. 네이버 뮤직앱.
I'm a fireball. (2014) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 3차전이 진행이 되고 있습니다. 점수 2대0으로 볼티모어가 앞서가고 있습니다. 6회에 터진 넬슨 크루즈의 투런 홈런이 오늘 경기에 승부를 끌어가고 있습니다. 안타수는 4개 대 2개. 넬슨 크루즈의 홈런 포 한 방이 볼티모어를 과연 1997년 이후에 처음으로 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈에 진출시킬 수 있을지요? 자, 7회 초 이제 공격은 3번 서로 남겨두고 있습니다. 닉 헌들리로부터 출발하고 있는 7회 초 볼티모어의 공격입니다. 오늘 2타수 무안타. 데이비 프라이스가 계속해서 투구를 하고는 있는데요. 일단 2점이면 데이비 프라이스니까 조금 많이 내줬다고 해야 되나요? 이제 문제는 디트로이트 타선이 터지지 않는 게 지금 문제이긴 합니다만.
사실 7이닝을 던지면서 볼티모어 타선을 상대로 2실점이라는 거는 아주 잘 던졌다라고 이야기할 수 있습니다.
네.
다만 오늘 볼티모어의 버드 노리스 선발 투수를 상대로 디트로이트 타자들이 점수를 좀처럼 뽑아주지 못하고 있기 때문에 어려운 경기로 계속해서 이어가고 있는데요.
자, 현재로서는 패전의 위기입니다. 개인의 성적이 지금 문제가 아니라 팀이 지금 승리를 거둬야 되는 상황인데 바깥쪽 돌지 않았습니다. 지물프 1루심. 돌지 않았군요. 참아냈습니다. 닉 헌들리. 두볼 투 스트라이크. 높이 떴습니다. 내야 플라이. 1루수 미겔 카브레라 잡아냅니다. 아직 경기 끝나지는 않았습니다만은 글쎄요. 이번 시즌 그 트레이드를 과감하게 단행한 팀이 대표적으로 두 팀인데 한 팀이 바로 지금 데이비 프라이스를 데려온 디트로이트고요. 또 한 팀이 포스트 시즌에 진출하지 못한 오클랜드 아니겠습니까?
그렇죠. 데이비 프라이스와 함께 오클랜드의 그 존 레스터 선수의 그 트레이드는 큰 이슈를 가져오기도 했었고요.
네. 자, 좌중간 쪽으로 안타가 됩니다. 플레이어 T. 자신의 첫 안타, 팀의 5번째 안타입니다. 러마인 키를 넘기면서 좌중간으로 안타가 됐습니다. (9번) 타자 조나단 스쿱, 그리고 1번 닉 마케키스로 이어지겠습니다. 원아웃 주자 1루. 스윙.
아직 프라이스 선수의 볼에는 힘이 남아 있는데요. 사실 이 정도의 지금 투구수와 그리고 스피드라면 오늘 경기를 혼자서도 다 맡을 수 있는 지금 그런 상황입니다.
네. 27명의 타자 가운데 18명의 타자에게 초구 스트라이크를 잡았습니다. 다시 바깥쪽 스트라이크.
제구가 낮게 되면서 아주 좋은 로케이션으로 스트라이크를 집어 던졌습니다.
알버커키를 준비시키고 있는 디트로이트. 지금 투구수가 93개거든요. 이제 100개를 향해서 조금씩 가고 있는 선발 투수 데이비 프라이스. 노볼 투 스트라이크. 1루째로 밀었습니다. 1, 2간 쪽. 오! 자, 2루에 폴스 아웃입니다. 그래도 선행주자를 잡아내는 이안 킨슬러.
한 번에 잡지 못하면서 다소 위험했던 그런 수비 장면이 나왔습니다.
바깥쪽으로 많이 빠지는 볼이었는데요. 자, 밀어봤습니다만은 이안 킨슬러.
어렵지 않은 타구였지만 지금 선수들이 심리적으로 부담감과 함께 또 이게 마지막 경기라는 어떤 여러 가지 그런 복합적인 요인이 겹쳐가면서 내야수나 외야수 선수들이 지금 정상적인 플레이를 못해주고 있습니다.
투아웃 주자 1루. 자, 디비전 시리즈 와서는 지금 타격이 잘 살지 않으면서 전체적으로 많이 다운이 되어 있는 이안 킨슬러입니다. 1번 타자 마케키스, 오늘 3타수 무안타, 삼진 하나가 있습니다. 바로 스트라이크. 100개를 기준으로 한다면 거의 치료가 마지막이 될 수도 있겠는데요.
감독 입장에서 보면은 본인의 에이스 투수, 선발 투수를 이기고 있는 상황에서 내릴 것이냐, 아니면은 지고 있는 상황에서 내릴 것이냐, 가장 고민을 많이 하는 그 시간이 바로 6회와 7회를 지나면서 그런 고민을 많이 하는데요.
자, 스급 뛰었습니다. 2루에서 도루 세이브입니다. 바뀐 포스 브라이언 할러데이. 빠르게 2루로 성공해봤습니다만 발이 먼저입니다.
프라이스 선수의 폼을 완전히 투구 폼을 빼앗은 스쿱 선수입니다.
네. 도루가 2개밖에 정규 시즌에 없었거든요. 발이 그렇게 빠른 선수는 아닌데요. 스쿱에게 허를 찔렀다고 봐야 되겠네요.
이기는 팀에는 선수들이 뭐를 해도 자신감을 갖게 되고 뭐를 해도 다 잘 되는 것 같습니다.
네.
네.
더블 투 스트라이크. 안타라면 추가 득점 가능합니다. 바깥쪽 스윙 삼진. 마케이키스를 삼진으로 돌려세우는 선발 투수 데이비 프라이스. 한 번의 위기를 일단 또 잘 넘어갔습니다. 추가 실점은 없었습니다. 2대5 앞서 나가는 볼티모어입니다. 이제 7회 말 홈팀 디트로이트의 공격으로 가겠습니다.
아주 작고 작은 변화를 시작해보자. 마법이 시작되지. 자꾸 자기 되는 달려 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 오늘을 뛰어넘어 놀라운 내일 되지. 다같이 생각을 혁신해봐. SK 이노베이션.
Be free. Motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. Solomon.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 설경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근길을 위한 웹 드라마를, 설레는 데이트를 위한 메이크업 비법을 모두 즐기고 싶다면 이제 네이버 TV 캐스트에서 보고 싶은 동영상을 마음껏 만나자. 동영상으로 만나는 세상, 네이버 TV 캐스트.
Bald war ich bei der Frieda, das tu ich morgen wieder. Denn sowas wie die Frieda war noch nie da.
그대 생각 네 맘 따라 이뤄지는 하얀 내 마음에 우리 다시 만날라는 손 꼽으며 기다렸네.
(2014) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 경기가 진행이 되고 있습니다. 점수는 2대0으로 볼티모어가 앞서가고 있고요. 볼티모어가 오늘 승리를 거두게 되면 3연승을 기록하면서 1997년 이후에 처음으로 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈에 진출할 수 있는 경기입니다. 지금 아웃카운트 9개만 잘 막으면 돼요.
네, 볼티모어에게 있어서 이제 뭐 진출하는 데 있어서 딱 9개의 아웃카운트가 남아있는 반면에
네.
디트로이트는 이제 따라갈 수 있는 아웃카운트가 또 그만큼 남아있습니다.
네. 자, 오늘 경기에서 더 주요한 장면들이 지금 나오곤 있는데요. 오늘 버드 노리스의 이 호투, 가장 인상적인 부분 중에 하나가 되겠죠.
데이비 프라이스 선수하고의 맞대결에서 지금까지는 전혀 밀리지 않는 모습을 보여주는 버드 노리스 선수였고요.
네. 자, 기록을 다시 한번 정리를 해봐드리면요. 버드 노리스가 6이닝 2피안타 실점 없이 가고 있고요. 데이비 프라이스가 7이닝 5피안타 2실점 홈런 하나 허용으로 점수를 내줬습니다. 렉슨 크루즈가 3타수 2안타 투런 홈런이고요. 지금 디트로이트의 3, 4, 5번이 9타수 무안타입니다.
네. 앞선 두 경기에서는 그래도 디트로이트의 중심 타선이 좋은 모습을 보여줬지만 오늘 3차전에서는 다소 좀 아쉬운 감이 있습니다.
네. 이보다 더 좋을 수 없는 그런 투구력을 보여주고 있는 버드 노리스인데요. 현재로서는 결국 데이비 프리스를 누르고 있어요.
빠른 공과 함께 슬라이더를 가지고 디트로이트 타선을 요리하고 있는 버드 노리스 선수. 정규 시즌에서 보여줬던 모습보다 더욱 강한 모습으로 지금 포스트 시즌에서 가장 중요한 경기
네.
좋은 모습을 보여주고 있습니다.
이전 3번의 디트로이트와의 선발 맞대결에서는 17과 3분의 2이닝 23안타 16실점 했거든요. 오늘은 6이닝 2피안타 무실점 경기. 정말 포스트 시즌을 기다렸던 것 같습니다.
네, 오늘을 위한 그런 선수인 것 같아요.
네. 자, 일단 계속해서 버드 노리스를 올렸습니다. 자, 분위기를 좀 바꿔줘야 되는 상황인데요. 포스 할러데이가 나왔습니다. 자, 높이 추공략한 것이 뜨고 말았습니다. 3루 쪽. 자, 유격수가 따라가서 JJ 하디가 잡아냅니다. 브라이언 할러데이 추구 공략 실패.
오늘 볼이 상당히 좋은 버드 노리스 선수를 내리고 불펜을 끌어올리기 위해서는 조금 더 디트로이트 타자들이 타석에서 인내심을 발휘를 해야 합니다. 지금과 같이 공수교대가 바로 이뤄진 상태에서 첫 타자가 처구를 공략해서 파울플라이 아웃으로 물러난다는 것은 상당히 좀 문제가 있는 그런 타격입니다.
네. 투수만 줄여졌어요. 자, 이거 뭐 완봉으로도 가겠는데요, 이 분위기면.
아까도 말씀을 드렸다시피 아웃 카운트가 9개가 남았다라고 저희가 설명을 드렸었는데, 말씀을 드렸었는데 공 하나로 그 9개 가운데 하나의 아웃 카운트를 잡아냈습니다.
7번 타자 닉 카스티아노스입니다. 오늘 2타수 무안타. 타격이 지금 너무 안 되는데요, 디트로이트. 스윙. 포스트 시즌에 들어와서도 뭔가 좀 잘 되는 팀, 그리고 잘 되지 않는 팀, 이런 것들이 좀 느껴지고 있는데요. 잘 되지 않다가도 잘 되려면 결국 승을 하나 따내는 방법밖에 없는데요.
디트로이트 선수들이 이렇게 생각할 수도 있습니다. 이미 정규 시즌에서 볼티모어를 상대로 5승 1패라는 좋은 성적을 거뒀기 때문에 조금 더 편하게 갈 수 있다라고 생각을 하고 이번 포스트 시즌을 들어왔을 수도 있죠. 반면에 볼티모어는 그만큼 우리가 밀렸기 때문에 더욱 집중해서 경기를 해야 된다라고 선수들이 생각을 했기 때문에 포스트 시즌에 들어와서는 정반대의 결과로 지금 이어지고 있다라고 저희가 예상을 해볼 수도 있습니다.
97개의 볼을 던졌습니다. 투구수가 이제 100개를 향해서 가고 있는데요. 투 스트라이크 카운트에서는 지금 11명의 타자 가운데 10명을 다 잡아냈습니다. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 변하고 이번엔 높게 들어갑니다.
오늘 경기에서는 홈팬 뿐만이 아니라 디트로이트 선수들의 가족들도 아마 이 경기장에 많이 찾아왔을 것으로 보이고요. 또 가족들이 열렬히 응원하는 앞에서 마지막 시즌 경기를 치른다는 것이 사실 선수들 입장에서는 더군다나 가슴이 아픈 일이 될 수 있습니다.
풀카운트까지 왔습니다. 7번 타자 닉 카스티아노스. 앤드루 밀러가 계속해서 몸을 풀고 있었고요. 자, 법적 변하고 볼입니다. 자, 이렇게 출루를 해야 되는 상황입니다. 홈런 하나면 바로 동점이거든요. 뭐 그만큼 이제 충분히 힘이 있는 타자들이 많이 있는 디트로이트고요. 투수를 곧바로 교체할 것 같습니다. 그때같이 바로 나가는 벅 쇼트 감독. 잘 던졌고요. 100개 던졌으니까요. 투수 교체를 하는 거죠. 네. 자, 선발 투수 버드 노리스 첫 포스트 시즌의 선발 등판. 일단 승리 투수 요건을 갖추면서 마운드 위에서 걸어서 내려오고 있습니다. 점수 2대0입니다. 잠시 뒤에 두 번째 투수가 올라오겠습니다. 중계방송 잠시 뒤에 이어갑니다.
아주 작고 작은 변화를 시작해보자. 마법이 시작되지. 작고 작은 변화 달려 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 오늘을 뛰어넘어 놀러 내일 되지. 다같이 생각을 혁신해봐. SK 이노베이션.
Be free. Motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. 솔로몬.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 설경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근길을 위한 웹 드라마를, 설레는 데이트를 위한 메이크업 비법을 모두 즐기고 싶다면 이제 네이버 TV 캐스트에서 보고 싶은 동영상을 마음껏 만나자. 동영상으로 만나는 세상 네이버 TV캐스트.
I'm a fireball. 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 경기가 진행이 되고 있습니다. 자, 투수가 이제 교체가 되는 상황인데요. 오늘 아스푸스 감독으로서는 경기가 뭐 이래저래 잘 풀리지 않았는데요. 심판 판정도 그렇고, 그리고 주전 포수인 알렉스 아빌라의 부상으로 빠진 것도 그렇고요. 자, 투수는 앤드류 밀러로 바뀌었습니다. 이런 세 경기 5승 5패 2.02 평균 자책점 정규리그에서 기록을 했습니다. 라제이 데이비스를 준비를 시키는군요. 원아웃 주자 1루 초구 파울입니다. 8번 타자 앤드류 로마인.
디트로이트 입장에서는 지금 현재 2점을 따라가기 위해서는 주자를 모아야 하는 그런 공격을 보여줘야 합니다.
앤드류 밀러 포스트 시즌은 한 경기 1과 3분의 2이닝을 투구를 했고요. 안타를 내주진 않았습니다. 버드 너리스 오늘 최고의 피칭을 보여줬습니다. 6과 3분의 1이닝, 피안타 2개, 실점 없이 볼넷 2개, 삼진 6개, 꼭 100개를 던지고 승리 투수 요건을 갖춘 뒤에 내려가 있습니다. 자, 좀 근성 있게 좀 따라붙을 필요가 있는 디트로이트입니다. 바깥쪽 볼입니다. 95마일의 빠른 볼이 나오고 있습니다. 앤드류 빌라는 2006년에 디트로이트의 1라운드에 지명이 됐던 선수입니다. 디트로이트에서 데뷔를 했고요. 2시즌 보냈습니다. 플로리다도 갔다가 보스턴을 거쳐서 지금 볼티모어에 와 있습니다. 원더 원 스트라이크. 몸쪽 변하고 볼입니다.
지금처럼 좀 더 타석에서 인내심을 가지고 볼을 많이 볼 수 있는 그런 자세가 필요합니다.
네. 앤드류 로마인은 스위치 타자이기 때문에 지금은 오른쪽 타석에 들어서 있는데요. 오른쪽 투수에게 좀 더 강하고 왼쪽 투수에게 좀 약한 면모가 당연히 있습니다. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 83마일의 변화구가 나왔습니다. 키가 2m 1cm입니다. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 투수가 잡아서 2루에 던집니다. 2루에 포스아웃 다시 1루에서 세이브입니다. 더블 플레이가 될 뻔했습니다. 선행 주자만 2루에서 아웃이 됐고요. 투아웃.
밀러 선수가 피칭 이후에도 야수로서 본인이 보여줬던 그 수비 동작은 굉장히 칭찬할 만합니다.
확실하게 세이브입니다. 자, 라저이 데이비스가 드디어 타석에 들어섰습니다. 이 골반 쪽 부상으로 오늘 선발 출전하지 못했는데요. 라저이 데이비스가 있었더라면 또 분위기는 또 많이 달라졌을 수 있는 디트로이트이기 때문에 아쉬움이 큽니다. 변하고 자 1루수 쪽으로 플라이타우가 되면서 3아웃이 됐습니다. 대타 실패로 돌아가는 디트로이트 타이거스 오늘 공격 참 풀리지 않습니다. 점수를 내지 못하고 있습니다. 2대0으로 볼티모어 앞서가고 있습니다. 이제 8회 초로 갑니다.
너는 수트였다. 스마트를 더하기 전에 이제 너는 배려가 된다. 이제 너는 전략이 된다. 로바디스 스마트 수트.
남자 피부도 이제 단계별 스킨.
몰라 뭐라는 거야 도대체가 된 게 무슨.
남자를 바꾸려 하지 말고 화장품을 바꿔라. 무심한 것 발라도 하루 종일 촉촉. 남자라니까. 우로스.
이 작은 앱이 악성 코드로 괴물이 되기도 한다는 사실. 그래서 우리는 믿을 수 있는 앱을 고릅니다. 풍부한 앱 정보를 소개하고 네이버 마일리지 적립 혜택도 드려요. 잘 고른 앱을 혜택으로 만나다. 네이버 앱스토어.
상쾌한 아침을, 신나는 드라이빙을, 나른한 오후를, 로맨틱한 순간을 위한 나만의 음악. 당신의 일상에 음악을 선물하세요. 네이버 뮤직에.
I'm a fireball. 굽네 치킨과 스포티비가 함께하는 포스트 시즌 퀴즈 이벤트입니다. 아메리칸 리그 2012-2013 두 시즌 연속 MVP를 수상한 강타자는 누구일까요가 오늘의 퀴즈인데요. 정답을 아시는 분은 스포티비 페이스북에 정답과 함께 멋진 응원의 댓글 함께 보내주시면 10분을 추첨을 통해서 치킨 교환 상품권을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 많이 참여해 주시고요. 이제 경기가 끝날 때 저희가 당첨자를 공지할 텐데요. 시간이 얼마 남지 않았습니다. 자, 이제 두 번의 공격기를 서로 남겨두고 있습니다. 스티브 피어스 2번 타자로부터 시작이 되는 볼티모어입니다. 카레라 선수가 중견수로 들어갔고요. 라제 데비스가 이제 수비를 볼 수 있는 상황은 아니라서 돈 켈리가 빠진 자리. 자, 대수비가 들어갔습니다. 자, 데이비드 프라이스가 지금 정말 고군분투하고 있네요. 어떻게 보면 점수가 나지 않아서 득점 지원이 없는데요. 좀 애처로워 보입니다.
하지만 본인의 역할을 충분히 지금 최선을 다해서 막아주고 있는 데이비드 프라이스 선수입니다.
네. 자, 중견수로 떴습니다. 역시 대수비가 나간 곳으로 타구는 갑니다. 카레라가 잡아냈습니다. 원아웃. 너 2점 내주고 이 정도 던지면 최선을 다한 거죠. 볼티모어 타선을 상대로 해서요. 자, 내일은 이제 워싱턴과 샌프란시스코 그리고 LA 다저스와 세인트 카디널스의 경기가 펼쳐지게 되는데요. 류현진 투수가 또 카디널스를 상대로 해서 선발 투수로 올라오겠습니다. 자, 원아웃 주자 없습니다. 3번 타자 아담 존스입니다. 큰 거 조심해야 되는 타자들로 이제 나옵니다. 데비 프라이스 이제 100개 넘어섰거든요. 오늘 3타수 2안타에 아담 존스. 투볼 로스 트라이. 파울. 시즌 내내 잘 치다가 이제 포스트 시즌 들어와서 갑자기 이제 좀 타격이 잘 맞지 않으면은 그것도 참 답답할 노릇인데요.
네, 선수들이 장기간 동안 또 레이스를 펼쳤다가 그리고 나서 바로 또 포스트 시즌 가을 야구를 또 준비하면서 아무래도 컨디션을 맞추기도 힘들 것 같고요.
네.
또 체력적으로도 많이 지친 상황에서 선수들이 중요한 경기에 들어서기 때문에 여러 가지로 아마 지금 힘든 상황이기
네.
마찬가지입니다. 네.
파울. 이런 타격의 리듬 자체를 이제 포스트 시즌에 잘 맞춰서 와야 되는데요. 앤드루 존스는 지금 포스트 시즌에서의 타격감이 별로 좋지 않습니다. 두볼 투 스트라이크. 다른 볼 좀 높았습니다. 풀 카운트. 다음 타자는 정규 시즌 홈런 1위 그리고 오늘도 투런 홈런을 때려낸 넬슨 크루즈입니다. 홈런 211개를 때려내면서 메이저리그 최고의 기수를 만들어낸 볼티모어가 오늘도 일단 홈런으로 앞서가는 점수를 만들어냈습니다. 바깥쪽 볼로 선언이 됩니다. 볼넷으로 출루했습니다. 자, 그리고 넬슨 크루즈인데요. 6회 바깥쪽 살짝 빠진 볼이었는데요. 이걸 엄청난 힘으로 밀어서요. 바깥으로 흘러나가지도 않고 그대로 폴대 안쪽으로 떨어졌습니다. 저게 힘이 있으니까 가능한 얘기겠죠.
그렇죠. 예. 엄청난 손목 힘을 바탕으로 해서 전혀 그 프라이스 선수의 빠른 공에 밀리지 않고 오히려 타이밍을 조금 더 앞에서 가져가면서 히팅 포인트로 그대로 밀어서 우측 펜스를 넘겨버렸던 넬슨 크루즈 선수였습니다.
네. 자, 포스트 시즌 첫 저는 7경기 동안에 16개 홈런을 때려내고 있는데요. 카를로스 벨트란과 지금 동률입니다. 파울. 약간 서로 좀 언쟁이 있었나요?
네, 신경전이 있었던 것 같아요.
네.
네, 양 선수 간에
홈런을 치면서 약간 조금 약 올리는 듯한 그런 눈빛이었는데요. 지고 있는 쪽에서는 약이 많이 오르죠. 노벌 투 스트라이크.
아무래도 미겔 카브레라 같은 대선수한테는 자존심이 상하는 그런 경기라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
네. 볼 카운트 유리한 데이비 프라이스입니다. 인터벌이 조금 길어지자 타임을 요청하는 넬슨 크루스. (108개의) 볼을 던지고 있습니다. 데이비 프라이스. 바깥쪽 벗어납니다.
분명 경기 초반보다는 데이비 프라이스 선수가 지쳐있는 상황이기 때문에 힘으로 던지려고 하는 그런 동작들이 보이고요.
네.
또 공을 던질 때마다 본인이 그 기합 소리를 내는 그런 소리가 지금 계속해서 들리고 있습니다.
네. 이번 시즌 가장 많이 투구한 적은 지난 6월 25일 피츠버그전에서 120개를 던진 적은 있는데요. 최근에는 한 110개 정도에서 다 끊었습니다. 원볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 고군분투하고 있습니다. 데이비 프라이스. 디트로이트 타이거스의 유니폼을 입고 포스트 시즌에서의 처음이자 마지막 무대가 될 수 있는 경기로 분위기는 가고 있는데요. 언더 투 스트라이크. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 알버코키가 계속해서 몸은 풀고 있습니다. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 파울 잡힘 맞았습니다. 3루 쪽 파울입니다.
프라이스 선수도 마운드에서 최선을 다하고 있지만 지금 타석에 들어서 있는 넬슨 크루즈 선수도 결코 만만한 상대가 아닙니다.
홈런왕이니까요.
네.
유일하게 40홈런을 때려낸 넬슨 크루즈. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 맥 슈어저 1차전에서 내서 패했고 결국 2차전도 저스틴 벌랜더 내서 패했고 아스퍼스 감독 3차전 데이비 프라이스 내서 패한다면 참 할 말이 없네요.
만약 경기가 이대로 끝낸다면은 과연 그 선발 투수진을 사실 그렇게 하는 것이 정답이었나, 아니면은 뭐 프라이스 선수가 제일 선발로 맨 첫 경기를 맡아줬으면 어떻게 됐을까라는 그런 생각을 또 할 수가 있습니다.
투볼 투 스트라이크. 유격수로 합니다. 평살 코스 2회 포스 아웃 다시 1루에 1루에서 놓쳤습니다. 자, 이게 또 더블 플레이가 되지 않네요. 참 안 풀립니다. 이번엔 이안 킨슬러 쉬운 플레이인데요. 평범한 더블 플레이를 놓치고 말았습니다.
가장 기본적인 4-6-3으로 이어지는 더블 플레이였었는데요.
6-4-3으로요.
그렇죠.
네.
6-4-3으로 이어지는 그 병살 플레이였었는데 글쎄요, 안 풀린다고 해야 될까요? 아니면 킨슬러 선수가 어떤 경기에 있어서 집중력을 잃었다고 해야 될까요? 이거는 사실 뭐라고 설명을 드리기가 좀 어려운 그런 장면입니다.
자, 데이빗 로가 타석에 오우 제1루에서 잡혔습니다. 견제사에 당하는 넬슨 크루스. 자, 여기서 챌린지를 혹시 쓰나요? 네. 자, 잠깐 기다려 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 챌린지를 지금 쓸 것 같은 분위기인데요. 꼭 슈얼터 감독 잠깐 시간을 벌고 있습니다. 자, 그대로 수긍을 한 것 같죠? 네, 그대로 수긍하고 들어갑니다. 자, 역동작이 완벽하게 걸리면서 1루에서 넬슨 크루즈를 잡아냈습니다. 이렇게 해서 이닝이 종료가 됩니다. 이제 8회 말로 가겠습니다. 점수는 2-0입니다.
Being free, motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. Solomon.
아주 작고 작은 변화를 시작해봐. 마법이 시작되지. 자꾸 작게 되는 달려 오늘을 뛰어넘어 놀라운 내일 되지. 다같이 생각을 혁신해봐. SK 이노베이션.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 설경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근길을 위한 웹 드라마를, 설레는 데이트를 위한 메이크업 비법을 모두 즐기고 싶다면 이제 네이버 TV 캐스트에서 보고 싶은 동영상을 마음껏 만나자. 동영상으로 만나는 세상, 네이버 TV 캐스트.
나오십니다.
(2014) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 경기 진행되고 있습니다. 3차전입니다. 3차전이 이대로 볼티모어가 2-0으로 승리를 거둔다면 이번 디비전 시리즈는 여기서 끝이 나게 되고요. 볼티모어가 1997년 이후에 처음으로 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈에 진출하게 됩니다. 자, 아직까지 경기는 끝나지 않았습니다. 이제 8회, 9회 두 번의 공격 기회를 남겨두고 있고요. 자, 1번 타자로부터 시작되는 타순이 이제 좋습니다.
네. 마지막으로 오늘 경기를 다시 한번 따라갈 수 있는 그런 아주 좋은 타순 1번 타자부터 시작을 하게 됩니다.
네. 2-0, 2점 차밖에 되지 않다라는 생각으로 다부지게 좀 덤벼들 필요가 있는데요. 오늘 이안 킨슬러 3타수 무안타입니다. 지금 중심 타자들에게도 한 번씩 다 기회가 오거든요.
그렇죠. 올 시즌 보여줬던 디트로이트 타이거즈만의 그런 야구를 좀 보여줬으면 좋겠습니다.
변화구 스트라이크, 원볼 투 스트라이크. 선두 타자 출루가 그 무엇보다도 중요하고요. 포스트 시즌 1할 때 타율이 되지 않고 있는 이안 킨슬러입니다. 원볼 투 스트라이크. 2점 차. 어찌 보면 또 벅시홀터 감독으로서는 불안한 리드입니다. 원볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 3루 쪽, 오, 잡았습니다. 1루에 던집니다. 1루에 정확히 송구를 합니다. 플레어티의 멋진 수비가 나오네요.
집중력을 잃지 않은 플레이어티 선수가 진짜 소중한 아웃카운트 하나를 잡았다라고 이야기해야 되겠습니다.
네. 수비하기가 쉽진 않았는데요. 자, 3루 베이스라인 완벽하게 따라서 갔는데 숏바운드 처리가 아니고 그 앞에서 잡은 것이 상당히 좋았네요. 그리고 1루에 정확히 던져줬습니다.
지금 잡은 저 로케이션에서 1루까지 송구가 굉장히 멀거든요. 내야수 가운데서는 가장 멀다라고 할 수 있는 장소에서 플레어티 선수가 정확한 송구로 1번 타자 킨슬러 선수를 잡아냈습니다.
2번 타자 토리 헌터 오늘 볼넷으로 한번 출루를 했고요. 2타수 무안타. 변화구 스트라이크. 존 네이슨을 준비를 하는군요. 첫 등판이 되겠네요. 지고 있는 상황에서 등판을 해야 되는 존 네이슨이. 자, 뭐 아직 지고 있다고는 얘기할 수 없죠. 8회 점수 날 수 있으니까요. 파울.
좋은 마무리 투수를 오늘과 같은 분위기에서 더군다나 지고 있는 경기에서 몸을 풀게 한다는 게 참 아쉬움이 남습니다.
원볼 투 스트라이크. 버드 노리스에 이어서 던지고 있는 앤드류 밀러입니다. 원볼 투 스트라이크. 토니 헌터. 몸쪽 깊숙이 들어왔습니다. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 밀었습니다. 2루 쪽으로 정확히 갑니다. 스쿱스. 투아웃이 됐습니다. 앤드류 밀러도 올라와서 지금 잘 막아내고 있네요. 이 디트로이트의 타선을 이렇게 잘 막아낼 수 있나요?
이번 연도의 가을 야구는 아무래도 볼티모어와 캔자스 시티를 위한 가을 야구가 될 것 같습니다.
(3번) 타자 미겔 카브레라로 이어지겠습니다. 정규 시즌 보면요, 메이저리그 전체 디트로이트가 타율이 1위입니다.
네.
2할 7푼 7의 팀 타율. 오, 자, 이번엔 심판이 정확하게 맞았습니다. 팀 타율 1위 그리고 타점 1위의 디트로이트가 오늘은 단 한 점도 뽑아내지 못하고 있습니다. 오른쪽 어깨 쪽이 맞았나요? 제프 칼로우 주심. 보호대가 있는 곳으로 일단 맞았는데요.
현장에서 들리는 음으로 그 사운드로만 저희가 판단하기에는 굉장히 타격이 큰 걸로 느껴집니다.
미겔 카브레라 오늘 3타수 무안타. 삼진 하나가 있습니다. 스윙. 변화구의 각이 상당히 예리합니다. 더블 투 스트라이크. 자, 일단 출루를 해야 뭐가 얘기가 되는데요. 지금 어쨌든 2점 차입니다.
지금 타석에 있는 카브레라 선수는 치고자 하는 의욕이 많기 때문에
우측 파울.
밀러 선수는 유인구로서 카브레라 선수하고 상대를 하게 되면 좋은 승부를 펼칠 수가 있습니다. 아무래도 심리적으로 쫓기는 쪽은 디트로이트 타자들이기 때문에 타석에서 조금 더 이제 빠른 승부를 가져가려고 지금 보이고 있죠.
홈팬들이 오늘 홈에서 첫 경기인데 기대 많이 하고 왔을 텐데요. 이게 참 공격이 너무 무기력하네요. 노볼 투 스트라이크. 다시 파울. 카브레라 선수의 넘버원 팬도 열심히. 너무 심각해요 지금. 네. 경기가 지금 심각하죠. 이대로 이번 시즌이 끝날 위기에 놓여 있습니다. 자, 이번 쪽도 1루 쪽 땅볼. 스쿠비 잡아서 1루에 송구 아웃입니다. 3아웃 1, 2, 3번 타자 3자범 테러 물러나면서 정규 이닝으로 단 한 번의 공격밖에 남겨두지 않고 있는 디트로이트 타이거스. 점수는 2대0 볼티모어 앞서가고 있습니다. 9회 초로 갑니다.
너는 수트였다. 스마트를 더하기 전에 이제 너는 매력이 된다. 이제 너는 매너가 된다. 로가디스 스마트 수트.
너는 수트였다. 스마트를 더하기 전에 너는 폭풍 비주얼이 된다. 그린라이트가 된다. 로가디스 스마트 수트.
상쾌한 아침을, 신나는 드라이빙을, 나른한 오후를, 로맨틱한 순간을 위한 나만의 음악. 당신의 일상에 음악을 선물하세요. 네이버 뮤직 앱.
이 작은 앱이 악성 코드로 괴물이 되기도 한다는 사실. 그래서 우리는 믿을 수 있는 앱을 고릅니다. 풍부한 앱 정보를 소개하고 네이버 마일리지 적립 혜택도 드려요. 잘 고른 앱을 혜택으로 만나다. 네이버 앱스토어.
Heute war ich bei der Frieda, das tue ich morgen wieder. Denn sowas wie die Frieda war noch nie da.
그대 생각 네가 따라 길어지는 하얀 내 마음에 우리 다시 만날 날을 손 꼽으며 기다렸네.
(2014) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 경기 진행되고 있습니다. 3차전 경기입니다. 지금 2승으로 볼티모어가 앞서가고 있는 가운데 오늘 3차전도 볼티모어가 스코어 2대0으로 앞서 있습니다. 이제 9회 초말 한 번씩의 공격 기회를 서로 남겨두고 있고요. 자, 9회 초 공격은 데빌 러러부터 시작이 되겠습니다. 안타수는 5개, 2개. 디트로이트 타이거스가 전혀 오늘 타격적에서 힘을 발휘하지 못하고 있는데요. 자, 조나단 네이슨 마무리 투수가 올라와서 데빌 러 초구 충격 3루수 파울 플라이로 물러났습니다. 이번 포스트 시즌 첫 번째 등판인데요. (4일) 이상 정규 시즌에서 쉬고 올라왔을 때 10경기가 있었고요. 9이닝 10점 그리고 6개의 볼넷 기록을 했습니다. 선발 투수 데이비 프라이스 물러났고 마무리에 존 에이슨이 올라와 있습니다. 러너 주전 가운데 6번 타자 JJ 하리. 마무리 투수 잭 브리튼을 준비시키고 있는 벅 숄트 감독입니다. (2012년) 텍사스에서 포스트 시즌에 등판한 이후에 첫 포스트 시즌 등판이 되고 있는 존 네이슨입니다. 이번 시즌 정규 시즌에서 빠른 볼 55%, 변화구 43%, 체인지업 2%를 던지고 있습니다. 이번 시즌 상당히 어렵게 마무리 투수로서 활약을 했는데요. 세이브 35세이브를 기록을 했고요. 하지만 그 세이브를 기록하는 과정들이 상당히 어려워서 확실히 불펜 쪽에 디트로이트가 완벽하게 좀 해소가 되지 않았던 이번 시즌입니다. 텍사스에서 이번 시즌 디트로이트를 이적해서 마무리 투수를 맡고 있는 존 에이슨입니다. 투볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 높이 떠서 날아갑니다. 좌중간 쪽입니다. 좌중간 쪽 펜스 근처 중견수가 따라가서 잡아냈습니다. 카레라가 처리합니다. 투아웃. 디트로이트는 투수 운영에 있어서는 지금 할 만큼은 다 했거든요.
네.
이제 맞고 9회 말 공격이 남아 있는 거죠.
오늘 선발 투수였던 데이비 프라이스 선수가 정말로 자신의 역할을 8회까지 충분히 잘해주었기 때문에요. 네. 더 이상의 어떤 불펜이나 투수 운영을 이야기할 수는 없는 반면에 이제 마지막 남은 공격에서 디트로이트가 얼마나 점수를 따라갈 수 있느냐, 그걸 저희가 한번 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
닉 헌들리 초구 헛스윙. 지난 시즌 챔피언십 시리즈에서 보스턴에게 아쉽게 패해서요. 그걸 만회하기 위해서 이번 시즌 절치부심했고 데이비 프라이스 데려왔고 또 마무리 쪽 불펜 쪽 보강했고 했는데 이렇게 만일 3연패로 끝나게 되면 이건 정말 더없이 실망스러운 팬들의 표정에서도 느낄 수 있습니다만은 정말 허망한 표정입니다.
어느 누구도 예상치 못했던 그런 이번 포스트 시즌이기 때문에 사실 참 저희도 말씀을 드리기가 이렇게 경기가 끝날 거다라고는 전혀 예상을 못했거든요. 근데 지금 경기가 일방적으로 볼티모어가 완승을 가져가고 있는 가운데 경기가 흘러가고 있습니다.
아니 문제는 패해도요 아쉽게 패해야 되는데요. 지금 전혀 힘을 쓰지 못하니까 팬들이 지금 할 말을 잃었습니다. 뭔가 또 이렇게 치고받으면서
그렇죠.
좀 뭔가 패하더라도 수긍할 수 있는 그런 부분들이 있지 않습니까? 이번 시즌은 우리가 이렇게 해서 좀 부족하구나 하고 그런 부분들을 팬들에게 전해줘야 되는데 자, 닉 헌들리의 삼진으로 잡으면서 9회까지 이렇게 마무리가 됐습니다. 이제 정규 이닝으로는 단 9회 한 이닝이 남아 있습니다. 잭 브리튼을 과연 어떻게 상대할지 잠시 뒤에 확인을 해보도록 하죠.
남자 피부도 이제 단계별 스킨.
몰라 뭐라는 거야 도대체가 된 게 무슨.
남자를 바꾸려 하지 말고 화장품을 바꿔라. 무심한 것 발라도 하루 종일 척척. 남자라니까. 우로스.
Being free, motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. Solomon.
이 작은 앱이 악성 코드와 선정성으로 괴물이 되기도 한다는 사실. 그래서 우리는 까다로운 검수를 통해 믿을 수 있는 좋은 앱을 고릅니다. 풍부한 앱 정보와 베스트 리뷰를 소개하고 앱을 구매하면 네이버 마일리지 적립 혜택도 드려요. 잘 고른 앱을 혜택으로 만나다. 네이버 앱스토어.
혼자오십니다.
(2014) 메이저리그 베이스볼 아메리칸 리그 디비전 시리즈 볼티모어 오리올스와 디트로이트 타이거스의 3차전 이제 그 끝에 와 있습니다. 자, 디트로이트 타이거스 포기하지 말아야겠죠. 홈팬들이 저렇게 뜨겁게 마지막 순간까지 간절히 승리를 바라면서 응원을 하고 있습니다. 2점 차입니다. 2점 차의 의미가 어느 정도나 될까요?
그래서 디트로이트 타이거스에게는 뭐 큰 점수 차가 될 수는 없는 그런 점수 차이기 때문에
네.
충분히 따라갈 수 있습니다. 더군다나 올 시즌 좋은 활약을 보여줬던 선수들이 많이 있는 디트로이트 타이거즈고요. 또 한 방을 갖추고 있는 선수들도 있기 때문에 사실 스몰볼 야구보다는 몇몇 선수들의 강타자들에 의한 야구를 펼쳐왔던 게 디트로이트였거든요.
자, 마무리 투수 잭 브리튼이 올라왔고요. 이제 4번 타자 빅터 마르티네스, 5번 제이디 마르티네스, 그리고 할러데이로 이어지는 타순인데요. 힘 있는 타자들이 나옵니다. 빅터 마르티네스 오른쪽 타석에 들어서 있습니다. 초레드 스트라이크. 잭 브리튼 마무리 투수입니다. 26살, 메이저리그 4년차, 이번 시즌 마무리 투수로 자리를 잡아서요. 71경기, 41번의 기회에서 37번 세이브를 성공시켰습니다. 1.65의 평균 자책점 기록하고 있습니다. 원 스트라이크. 바깥쪽으로 낮게 들어갑니다. 원볼 원 스트라이크. 4번 타자 빅터 마르티네스로부터 9회 말 공격이 시작된 디트로이트입니다. 포스트 시즌 경험이 그렇게 많지 않거든요. 아무래도 2점 차라서 조금 불안한 기세에 있을 수 있는데요.
분명 정규 시즌하고는 또 다른 게 포스트 시즌이기 때문에요.
네.
분위기나 여러 가지 면에서 아마 지금 현재 마운드에 올라와 있는 브리튼 선수에게는 쉽지 않은 그런 상황입니다.
현재 1세이브를 포스트 시즌에서 기록하고 있는 잭 브리튼. 원볼 원 스트라이크. (3구째) 스트라이크. 98마일이 지금 지키고 있습니다. 158km. 오늘 3타수 무안타. 오늘 3, 4, 5번이 단 한 개의 안타도 때려내지 못하고 있는 디트로이트의 타선인데요. 마지막 기회입니다. 벅 숄터 감독이 챔피언십 시리즈 진출을 이뤄낼 수 있을 것인지요.
브리튼 선수는 피해가는 그런 피칭보다는 정면 승부로 가져가는 게 좋습니다.
자, 좌중간입니다. 좌중간에 다이빙킥 뒤로 빠졌습니다. 득점권까지 갈 수 있습니다. 빅터 마르티네스 2루까지 갑니다. 경기가 아직 끝나지 않았음을 보여주고 있습니다. 빅터 마르티네스 잠잠했던 커뮤니카 파크를 깨웁니다.
볼튼 선수는 본인의 결정구였던 커터를 지금 던졌는데요. 타석에 있던 빅터 마르티네스 선수가 떨어지는 볼을 그대로 잘 받아 당겨서 정말 좋은 타격을 했습니다. 힘들이지 않고 정확한 컨택으로 좌중간을 꿰뚫는 2루타를 만들어냈습니다.
데빌러의 이 수비가 잡았더라면 엄청난 파인 플레이인데 이게 잡지 못하면서 뒤로 빠졌거든요. 그래서 안전하게 처리를 했으면 이제 단타라도 만들 수 있지 않았을까요?
단타로 만들기에는 다소 또 타구가 애매한 그런 감이 있어가지고 지금 현재 최선을 다한 그런 다이빙 캐치였다라고 보여지고요.
네. 자, 이제 JD 마르티네스로 이어집니다. 너 주자 2루에 좋은 찬스입니다. 초구 바깥쪽 스트라이크. JD 마르티네스도 오늘 3타수 무안타. 이번 시즌 9회에만 홈런 8개 21타점을 때려내면서 9회 사나이였네요. 메이저리그 1위입니다. 노볼 원 스트라이크. 파울. 결국 마지막에 어떤 클러치 능력이 빼어났다고 얘기할 수밖에 없는 JD 마르티네스인데요. 9월 2일 경기에서도 홈런 때려냈고요. 9월 16일 경기에서도 홈런. 자, 이 클러치 능력이 지금 필요한 순간입니다. 홈런 하나면 동점으로 갈 수 있습니다. 간절히 바라고 있는 코메리카 파크의 디트로이트 타이거스의 홈팬들의 간절함, 자, 모두 다 일어나 있습니다. 노볼 투 스트라이크. 자, 이번에 우중간 들어갑니다. 자, 우중간 멀리 갑니다. 펜스 맞고 떨어졌습니다. 1루자 3루에서 홈으로 들어왔습니다. 2대1 한 점 따라 붙고 있습니다.
오늘 경기에서 내내 침묵을 했던 타이거스의 타선이 9회 마지막 공격에서 그것도 볼티모어의 마무리 투수 브리튼 선수를 상대로 2타자 연속 장타를 뽑아내고 있습니다.
끝날 때까지 끝나지 않았습니다. 아직은 끝이 아닙니다. JD 마르티네스 역시 9회 사나이 타점 하나를 여기서 또 만들어냅니다. 대단하네요. 넘어갈 뻔했어요.
네, 큼지막한 장타가 나왔습니다.
자, 이제 동점 주자가 2루에 나가 있고요. 벅쇼터 감독으로서는 이제 조마조마한 상황이 됐고, 문제는 지금 아웃카운트가 노아웃이라는 점이에요.
그렇죠.
타석은 브라이언 할러데이인데요. 자, 번트. 오우. 자, 지금 번트에서 묘한 스윙이 나왔습니다. 지금 타격에 그렇게 지금 자신이 없기 때문에 지금 장면은 JD 마르티네스의 펜스를 때리는 2루타. 일단 동점 가져가는 게 급선무라서 주자를 3루까지 보내야 되는 디트로이트입니다. 번트를 내려면 정확하게 대줘야죠. 아, 이게 참 문제네요. 오늘 아빌라 포스가 빠진 게 이렇게 공격적에서도 좀 문제로 작용하는데요. 볼 카운트는 노볼 투 스트라이크.
할러데이 선수는 지금 타석에서 본인이 어떤 일을 해야 되는지, 어떤 타격을 해야 되는지 먼저 생각을 하고 그렇게 하려고 노력을 하는 게 중요합니다.
자, 자신감이 많이 좀 떨어져 있는 모습인데요. 브라이언 할러데이, 노볼 투 스트라이크. 이번엔 곤란했습니다. 원볼 투 스트라이크. 노아웃 주자 2루. 스윙 삼진. 이게 지금 대타를 활용할 수도 없고 포수가 없어서요. 결국 할러데이를 투입했는데 주자를 진루시키지 못하고 물러났습니다. 아웃 카운트는 원아웃.
(97마일의) 빠른 싱커를 던졌었는데요.
자, 벅 숄트 감독이 올라와서 흐름을 한번 끊고요. 가고 있습니다.
볼티모어의 오늘 3명의 투수는 전부 다 95마일 이상의 빠른 볼을 던질 수 있는 아주 강력한 그런 투수들이 연이어서 올라오고 있습니다.
칠 번 타자 닉 카스티아노스로 이어졌습니다. 오늘 3번 나와서 볼넷 1번. 지금 대타를 쓸 만한 타자도 마땅치가 않고요. 일단 오른쪽 타자 카스티아노스는 걸르는데요.
1루가 비어있는 상황에서 아무래도 아웃 카운트가 원아웃이다 보니까 다음 타자하고 상대해서 더블 플레이를 유도한 그라운드 볼로 해서 더블 플레이로 경기를 끝내려고 하는 벅쇼울터 감독의 그런 작전인 것 같습니다.
네. 그래도 역전 주자인데요. 이게 더 한 방이면 그대로 경기가 끝나버립니다. 그런 위험성이 분명히 있어요.
그렇죠. 위험성은 있지만 벅쇼울터 감독으로서는 모험을 안 할 수가 없는 게 지금 마운드에는 볼티모어의 마무리 투수 브리튼 선수가 올라가 있기 때문에 사실
네.
저 선수 외에 저 선수보다 더 확실한 선수는 없거든요.
네.
네.
자, 일어서서 이제 보이사구로 걸렸습니다. 앤드루 로마인이 나오는 상황인데요. 자, 뭐 양쪽 이제 더가웃이 아주 이제 바쁘게 움직이고 있고요.
핀치 히터를 낼 수 있을까요?
자, 대타를 냈습니다. 헤르난 페레즈가 나왔습니다. 대타 기용한 헤르난 페레즈. 자, 이번 시즌 몇 경기 나오지 않았거든요. 지금 3년 차인데요. 8경기 5타수 1안타의 정규 시즌의 기록이 있습니다.
올 시즌 대부분 트리플 A에서 시즌을 보낸
네.
선수인데요. 네.
자, 이런 중요한 순간에 좀 과감하게 대타 헤르난 페레스를 투입을 했습니다. 과연 어떤 대결이 펼쳐질까요? 번아웃 주자 2루 1루 이제 역전 주자가 나가 있는 디트로이트. 초구 태클 스윙 돌아갔습니다. 파울 팁으로 선언이 됩니다. 로마인을 빼고 대타를 기용하는 아스머스 감독. 더블 원 스트라이크. 자, 3루간 쪽 3루간 싸면서 2루에 포스업 1루에 아웃입니다. 경기 끝났습니다. 볼티모어가 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈에 진출합니다. (1997년) 이래 첫 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈에 진출하게 되는 벅쇼울터 감독의 볼티모어입니다. 마지막 순간까지 그 끝을 알 수 없었는데요.
이번 3차전에서는 벅쇼울터 감독이 디트로이트의 브래드 어스머스 감독의 감독보다 한층 나은 용병술과 그리고 또 선수들의 그 한 발 빠른 불펜 운영으로 인해서 이번 3차전 모두 가져갈 수 있는 그런 경기를 만들어냈습니다.
네, 디트로이트 타이거스가 끝까지 좀 따라붙는 모습을 보여줬는데 아쉬움이 남겠는데요. 마지막 순간에 상당히 분위기가 좋고 기세를 좀 탔거든요.
이번 3차전을 다시 한번 뒤돌아 본다면은 1차전에서는 뭐 결정적인 수비 하나로 인해서 가장 중요하다라고 할 수 있는 1차전을 가져왔고요. 2차전은 벅쇼울터 감독의 또 뛰어난 용병술로 인해서 델먼 영 선수를 대타로 기용하면서 역전 3타점을 올릴 수 있는 그런 또 극적인 상황을 연출을 해냈고요.
네.
오늘 경기에서는 뭐 기존의 미겔 곤잘레스 선수 선발 투수 대신에 버드 노리스 선발 투수를 교체해 가면서 오늘 버드 노리스 선수가 뛰어난 역투를 발판으로 넬슨 크루즈 선수의 투런 홈런이 결승 타점이 되면서 오늘 소중한 또 마지막 1승을 가지게 됐습니다.
96마일짜리 싱커에 결국 타라즈가 당하고 말았고요. 더블 플레이가 나오면서 승부를 결정짓고 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈에 가장 먼저 진출하게 되는 볼티모어입니다. 디트로이트와의 어떤 승부가 굉장히 좀 박빙으로 갈 걸로 예상했는데 굉장히 의외로 쉽게 스윕을 해버렸어요.
네, 어떻게 보면은 창과 방패 대결이라고도 이야기할 수가 있었고요. 또 어떻게 본다면 양 팀의 중심 타선만 놓고 본다면 정말로 치고받는 난타전이 되지 않을까라고도 많은 전문가들이 예상을 했었는데요.
네.
오늘 경기는 마지막 경기 투수전으로 이어지면서 볼티모어가 3연승으로 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십으로 진출하게 됐습니다.
네. 자, 디트로이트는 데이비 프라이스를 데려오면서 포스트 시즌을 대비해서 이번 시즌 준비를 했는데요. 결국 오클랜드에 이어서 그 트레이드가 실패로 돌아갔습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 아쉽지만 데이비드 프라이스 선수의 활약은 올 시즌 여기까지였습니다.
네, 그 좋은 선발 투수들의 면면이 이렇게 약하게 느껴지게 될 줄은 몰랐네요.
1차전에서는 수비의 중요성을 보여줬었고요. 또
네.
2차전에서는 공격의 어떤 집중력이 조금 더 볼티모어 쪽으로 우세가 기우면서 경기를 내주게 됐고요. 마지막 경기에서도 양 팀의 투수전이 이어진 상황에서 넬슨 크루즈 선수의 한 방이 결승점으로 이어졌습니다.
네. 자, 어쨌든 뭐 완벽하게 볼티모어가 디트로이트를 잡고 아메리칸 리그 챔피언십 시리즈에 먼저 선착을 했습니다. 네, 이어서 이제 LA 엔젤스와 캔자스시티와의 두 팀과의 대결에서 캔자스시티가 또 오늘 승리를 거둔다면 거기도 끝이죠.
그렇죠. 예. LA 엔젤스도 홈으로 옮겨왔지만 이미 앞선 경기에서 2연패를 당했기 때문에 네, 지금 캔자스시티하고의 마지막 경기가 될 수 있습니다.
네, 잠시 뒤에 또 계속해서 저희가 중계방송 해드릴 텐데요. 그 경기도 함께 해주시면 대단히 감사드리겠고요. 자, 마무리 앞서서 저희가 퀴즈를 내드렸는데 퀴즈 정답자 확인을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 홈내 치킨과 함께한 포스트 시즌 퀴즈 정답은 미겔 카브레라였고요. 정답을 맞추신 분 윤효준님, 마슬빈님, 장현익님, 조용성님, 박율철님, 한몰라님, 김동규님, 최보민님, 그리고 장훈보님, 그리고 신휘동님, 네, 이렇게 정답자로 당첨이 되셨습니다. 당첨되신 분들은 스포티비 페이스북 메시지를 통해서 연락처 주소를 남겨주시면 더 빠르게 상품을 받으실 수 있겠습니다. 네, 정답 맞추신 분 뭐 오늘 기분 좋은 하루가 되실 것 같고요. 앞으로도 저희가 계속해서 이제 퀴즈 이벤트 하니까요. 경기도 즐겁게 함께 하시면서 그리고 계속해서 많이 참여해 주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 앞으로 중계방송 일정도 조금 더 살펴드리겠습니다.
2014 American League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by T-Mobile. It's Game 3. The Angels and the Royals. They're on TBS. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Kansas City. I'm Ernie Johnson. This is Ron Darling. This is the Iron Man, Cal Ripken. The Royals won the wild card game, the first two games of this series, all in extra innings. How are they getting it done, Cal?
Well, they came in as the underdogs for sure, but it's not who's supposed to win, it's who executes the best. And the Royals have executed all facets of the game. First in the pitching, the bullpen hadn't given up an inning, and that starting staff can be electric. Then on defense, they played spectacular, nothing more spectacular than this play from Dyson. And then it comes to timely hitting. And what about this extra inning home run by Eric Hosmer? Couldn't get more timely than that. In the end, they've just played better than the Angels.
Meantime, on the Anaheim side, Ron, we've talked about this. Here's the best record in baseball. Nobody scored more runs than the Angels. What's going on here?
And really only 3 runs in these 22 innings, 2 solo shots, and Pujols drove in a run. What's happening? Their best players are not playing the best baseball. Simple as that. But for you Anaheim fans, there is some positive. If you look at today, Howie Kendrick off Shields is 14 for 26, and Cole Calhoun has a couple hits in both games. So they're going to be looking for that offense here today.
If you're wondering Team loses 2 games at home to start a best-of-5. What are the chances that they come back and win? It's happened a couple of times. The Yankees did it to the A's in 2001. And 2 years ago, the San Francisco Giants turned the trick on the Cincinnati Reds. It's an uphill climb for the Angels, and it begins tonight here in Kansas City. We know this. The winner of this series gets the Baltimore Orioles, as you saw earlier on TBS. First pitch of this one coming right up.
Yeah, buddy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you.
입니다만 트라우트 선수의 존재감을 전혀 느낄 수가 없었습니다. 일단 이 양대 리그의 MVP 후보 클레이튼 크루에서 상당한 이 혹독한 신고식을 치렀는데 이 어려움을 겪고 있는 이 두 명의 선수입니다. 자, 그리고 조금 전에 이 디비전 시리즈 아메리칸 리그에서 이 세 번째 경기 디트로이트와 볼티모어의 경기가 마무리가 됐는데, 자, 디트로이트가 떨어졌어요.
네, 뭐 최강 군단이 뭐 힘 한번 제대로 써보지 못하고 탈락을 하고 말았습니다.
네. 자, 이렇게 되면 볼티모어는 3연승을 내달리면서 이제 챔피언스 시리즈를 일단 예약을 하게 되었고, 두 팀 간의 승자가 이제 볼티모어와 맞대결을 펼치게 되겠습니다.
29년 만에 포스트 시즌 진출에 성공한 캔자시티 로열스, 캔자시티 지역, 캔자시티뿐만 아니라 인근 지역 지금 야구 열기도 뜨겁다고 합니다.
그렇죠. 오늘 캔자시티 로열스의 선발 투수는 이제 제임스 쉴드가 마운드에 올라왔고, 1회초 공격에 나서는 LA 에인절스의 공격 라인업 1번 타자 콜 칼훈, 2번에 마이크 트라우트, 3번에 엘버트 폴, 4번에 하위 캔드릭, 5번에 에릭 아이바, 6번 데이비 프리즈, 7번 타자 조시 해밀턴, 8번에 CJ 크론, 9번 타자 크리스 이아네트가 공격을 이어갑니다.
뭐 전체적으로 뭐 주요 선수들이 별다른 활약 보여주지 못하고 있습니다.
네.
결국에는 뭐 LA 에인절스 같은 경우에는 마이크 트라우트, 푸홀스, 뭐 조시 해밀턴, 데이비 프리즈 이런 가을 야구 경험도 있고, 또 트라우트 선수는 첫 포스트 시즌이긴 합니다만은 트라우트 선수가 살아나야지 또 LA 에인절스가 살아날 수가 있겠죠.
그렇죠. 오늘 캔자스시티의 선발 투수 제임스 쉴드입니다. 34번의 선발 등판 경기에서 14승 8패, 3.21의 평균 자책점. 올 시즌 LA 에인절스와의 한 차례의 맞대결이 있었는데 6이닝 동안 9편차 4실점으로 승패 없이 마운드를 내려간 바 있습니다. 오늘 로열스의 1회초 수비 위치는 오늘 쉴즈와 살바도르 페레즈가 호흡을 맞추고요. 외야에는 알렉스 고든, 로렌즈 케인, 아오키입니다. 그리고 내야에 에릭 호스모, 인판테, 마이크 무스타카, 에스코바. 그리고 오늘 쉴즈의 공은 페레즈가 맞습니다.
앞서 말씀해주신 대로 캔자스시티 로열스의 공격에서도 좋은 모습을 보여줬지만요, 이번 디비전 짧은 디비전 시리즈 내내 외야에서 특히 좋은 수비를 계속 보여주고 있어요.
그렇습니다. 이제 타석에는 1번 타자 콜 칼훈부터 공격 시작됩니다. 올 정규 시즌 2할 7푼 1리의 타율, 17개 홈런과 58개 타점이 있고요. 지난 2차전 경기에서 멀티히트를 기록한 바 있는 8혼입니다. 이제 초구 대결. 바깥쪽에 높습니다. 오늘 경기는 현지 시각으로 일요일 오후 6시 37분부터 경기가 시작됐습니다.
캔자스시티 로열스의 이 파란 물결 커플 스테디움 경기 처음서부터 초반서부터 뜨겁게 달아오르고 있죠.
그렇죠. 원볼 로스라 2구 대결 걷어 올렸습니다. 중견수 쪽에 높게 뜬 타구 로렌드 케인 천천히 내려오면서 처리합니다.
공 하나하나에 집중하고 있는 캔자스시티 로열스 팬들의 모습인데요. 자, 제임스 실즈 선수 올 시즌 뭐 좋은 활약을 보여줬습니다만은요, 한 가지 아쉬운 부분이 홈에서의 성적입니다.
네.
커프먼 스테디움에서는 4승 6패 그리고 다소 높은 평균 자체는 3.52를 기록했습니다. 올 시즌 14승을 거뒀는데 10승은 원정에서 거뒀고 그리고 홈에서는 4승밖에 거두지 못했습니다.
그렇죠. LA 에인절스의 제임스 실즈와의 이 중심 타선의 맞대결 기록이 나오고 있는데 마이크 트라우트 3할 3푼 3리 그리고 엘버트 폴스 상당히 강한 면모를 보여왔습니다. 그리고 하위 캔드릭도 5할 3푼 8리를 기록하고 있습니다. 하지만 이 세 명의 타자가 이번 이 가을 야구에서 방망이가 좀 쉬고 있는 상황이에요.
그렇죠. 뭐 거의 뭐 트라우트 선수가 이 경기에 뛰고 있는지 이번 시리즈에서 뛰고 있는지 느끼지 못할 정도로 거의 뭐 별다른 활약 보여주지 못하고 있습니다.
지난 1차전 경기에서 볼넷 하나, 2차전도 볼넷 하나에 그쳤던 마이크 트라우트. 이번 타구는 좌측에 큽니다. 좌측 펜스 넘어갑니다. 드디어 마이크 트라우트. 나 여기 있다. 신고식을 보여주네요.
네, 그가 돌아왔죠.
네.
정말 중요했던 이 초반의 경기 흐름 이렇게 트라우트 선수의 스윙 하나로 LA 에인절스가 조금 마음 편하게 오늘 경기를 치를 수가 있게 됐습니다.
그렇습니다. 카우프만 스테디움 지금 온통 파란색 물결로 지금 들끓기 시작했는데 마이크 트라우트이 여기에 찬물을 끼얹고 말았네요.
한복판에 들어왔던 공 약간 실투였죠. 그 공을 놓치지 않았고요. 지금 뭐 벼랑 끝에 몰린 LA 에인절스이기 때문에 경기 초반 분위기가 더 중요할 수밖에 없습니다.
그렇죠.
자, 이렇게 되면은 경기 초반 분위기를 가져오면서 선수들이 이제 긴장감을 좀 풀고 좀 마음 편안하게 경기를 풀어갈 수가 있겠죠.
올 시즌 36개 홈런포를 쏘아 올렸던 마이크 트라우트. 자신의 생애 통산 가을 야구 첫 홈런을 오늘 경기 만들어냅니다. 이제 타석이나 3번 타자 엘버트 폴스입니다. 시즌 타율 2할 7푼 1리 28개 홈런과 105개의 타점이 있습니다.
제임스 실즈 선수 입장에서는 자 홈런 내주긴 했지만요 다시 경기를 시작하는 마음으로 차분하게 다시 크게 흔들리지 않고 경기를 운영을 해야 됩니다.
지난 2차전 경기에서 안타 1개와 타점을 1개 기록한 바 있는 엘버트 폴스. 볼 카운트는 2볼 1 스트라이크.
앞서 말씀드렸습니다만은 제임스 실즈 선수 올 시즌 무슨 이유인지 시즌 내내 커프먼 스테디움에서 상당히 어려운 한 해를 보냈어요.
그렇죠.
승률 5할을 미치지 못했습니다.
볼 카운트 2-1. 빗맞습니다. 실즈와 엘버트 폴스와의 통산 대결. 엘버트 폴스는 5할의 타율을 기록하고 있습니다.
뭐 타구가 그리 높이 뜨지도 않았고요. 직선타 풍덩했습니다.
그렇죠.
네.
카우프만 스테디움의 스플래시 존에 이 공을 떨고 났습니다. 이번엔 3루 쪽입니다. 달려들면서 이 공 따냈고요. 1루에 길게 송구. 엘버트 폴스의 첫 타석은 내야 땅볼 물러납니다.
자, 경기 초반 분위기를 보니까는요 오히려 캔자스시티 로열스 선수들이 약간 긴장한 모습이죠.
네.
지금 무스타카스 선수가 송구가 상당히 좋지 않았는데 그렇다고 해서 푸얼 선수가 지금 뭐 빨리 달릴 수 있는 상황도 아니거든요. 무릎
그렇죠.
부상이 있었기 때문에요. 다행히 호스모 선수가 잘 처리를 해줬습니다만은 자 아무래도 오늘 경기 초반 긴장감은 오히려 캔자스시티 로열 선수들이 좀 느끼고 있는 것 같아 보입니다.
네. 29년 만에 가을 야구에 진출한 캔자스시티 로열스인데 이 홈팬들의 성원이 얼마나 뜨겁겠습니까?
그렇죠.
이제 타석에는 4번 타자 하위 캔드릭. 올 시즌 2할 9푼 3리의 타율 7개 홈런과 75개의 타점이 있습니다. 그리고 지난 1차전 경기의 MVP였죠. 무스타카스. 밀어친 타구가 우측에 떴는데요. 나오키 천천히 내려오면서 선상에서 이 타구 처리하며 세 번째 아웃 카운트. 이래서 LA 에인절스의 공격 2번 타자 마이크 트라우트 솔로 홈런으로 선제하며 나갑니다.
아주 작고 작은 변화를 시작해봐. 마법이 시작되지. 자꾸 작게 되는 달려 오늘을 뛰어넘어 놀러 내일 되지. 다같이 생각을 혁신해봐. SK 이노베이션.
Being free. Motion free. 나의 겨울은 자유롭다. Solomon.
눈부시게 아름다운 알프스의 설경을, 내가 좋아하는 스타의 콘서트를, 지루한 출퇴근길을 위한 웹 드라마를, 설레는 데이트를 위한 메이크업 비법을 모두 즐기고 싶다면 이제 네이버 TV 캐스트에서 보고 싶은 동영상을 마음껏 만나자. 동영상으로 만나는 세상 네이버 TV 캐스트.